Hello and welcome. I know you are so excited for this. It's time for us to get on with the finals. Season 3 has all now come to a head. We got 4 different teams throughout the qualifiers yesterday through the challenge, and we saw mostly familiar faces, Spoo.
Indeed, it is literally the exact same 4 kings of the hill that have maintained their positions. We saw some really competitive gameplay yesterday where almost every single king basically could have gone down. There was a really exciting match with Crazy Raccoon involved as well. And let's take a look at that quick recap of yesterday. So 4 challengers came in, none of them advanced, but I just want to quickly highlight the fact that every single match was at least a 3-1. Truly competitive and compelling gameplay.
Yeah, this is just awesome. You highlighted Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports yesterday. That was an absolute barn burner. That was one we were looking forward to heavily. It ended with Rival Esports coming out on top, and we even had our doubts about whether that was really gonna happen. They made it all finish off in set number 4 there, got them their spot over here. And all the sets were actually quite close. All the matches overall were pretty close. Spoo, you described them as competitive. I think that's absolutely accurate, especially our very first one with Bo versus Effort Result.
Yeah, when finishing up in 2-3, that's when we also got our first taste of the new patch. And I'd love to talk more about that. But, you know, essentially all these teams, I think something that has to be said is every single team that advanced forward today was a little bit more bold in their selections. You know, they didn't really just hang back on the old meta. I think Bo almost basically took down Effort Result because of that superior preparation coming into this new patch. This tournament literally is the first tournament of the new patch in potentially like the whole world, if you're really thinking about it that way. So really, these teams didn't really have a chance to really scrim and prepare for these matches. But nonetheless, those who dared to experiment, they dared to conquer. And that's who we have. The top 4 today. Reject goes up against Effort Result in the upper bracket semifinals. And Navi will face up against Rival Esports. This matchup is one that we've seen for the last 2 seasons in a row.
Yeah, it's part of the fun is that you get to see a lot of rematches, and there could even be rematches on the day because this is double elimination. And that also wouldn't be the first time that we've seen a rematch, say like in the grand finals. 2 teams go head to head in, say, the semifinals. One fights through the lower bracket to find their reunion there in the ultimate match in the finals. We've seen that happen a couple times before. I wouldn't be like too surprised if we saw it again. Reject and Rival Esports is a matchup that I'm looking forward to as a potential one in the upper bracket finals, and then maybe even one that we could see again.
I'm looking forward to that. Reject looked so strong yesterday. They were probably the only team that didn't really adapt to the new meta, not in like a really flashy sense of like drafting all the new picks and like, you know, experimenting with like the bull and like the buggy buzz and all that kind of stuff. They just stuck to their guns.
Yeah.
We saw like Crystal Arcade. They picked an, you know, they saw the new map of Crystal Arcade. They were like, you know what? We'll just pick like wall break and a bunch of long range stuff, and we'll just diff people mechanically because we're just that good. And they proved to be, despite the fact that they lost that gem grab map, like they swept the rest of all 3 maps, and dare I say, even with like inferior drafting sometimes.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And man, just like some of the drafting on the day was really interesting as well, because like you mentioned the buzz being buggy and stuff. We even saw things kick off with a Doug band, like literally immediately a Doug band that was on Crystal Arcade, if memory serves. And then we like never saw it again. We thought that was going to be the setup for like a Doug bands all day long, but it completely wasn't. I'm still waiting for this guy's competitive debut. I think it's going to be pretty fun. Anyway, we're just waiting on players to move into the draft as we're going to get started very soon here with our first match. Let's recap the bracket on the day once again, just to spell things out for you guys so you know exactly what we're waiting for. It's going to be Reject versus Effort Result as our first match of the day. Reject, a front runner in the East Asian region and also in the Rival Challengers League. Effort Result has put up some results, in this region, but when it comes to some of those like challenge phases, they have gotten the easier matchups, and they have not really performed when it comes to the final stage.
So far, they've been finishing top 4, I believe, in the previous season as well. The games were indeed competitive, but still always, just as you mentioned, not really getting the ideal result that they're looking for. And I think that just goes to show that East Asia as a region, at the end of the day, is still a very consistent one at that. The kind of 4 kings at the very top are represented here. You've got Reject, you've got Navi, you've got Rival. There is a missing team, which I'm wearing the shirt of, Zeta Division, that is not participating, which is why it kind of feels like there's a void in the air. It's kind of like the missing king, so to speak, that's supposed to be here, but not here to claim their crown. That leaves it open, you know, for teams like Effort Result and all the other open qualifier teams to try and scoop up that spot. But nonetheless, they've been putting up a really good fight, and I think if there's any opportunity to win with a new patch and a new map pool, this is like the best time to try and edge out an advantage in the draft. And I'm hoping to see Effort Result get a better result today. Okay, well, I look forward to that. We're just anticipating some of the players getting into draft, but pretty soon here we're going to kick off Reject versus Effort Result.
Going to start things off on a map that we didn't see yesterday because we have expanded the map pool for today. That's one of the biggest things from yesterday is that we saw like the same maps over and over. It was just the new maps in the rotation, which was interesting to sort of juxtapose those matches with each other as a viewer. Thankfully, since it was, you know, all the different teams playing their own individual matchups, there wasn't a bracket. It was sort of like a big set of quarterfinals. No one had to like repeat the same maps from one match to the next, but we did see each one of the teams play the same set of maps, and for the most part, Spoo, we were given like very different takes on how some of these maps were played.
Yeah, no two bans were alike. Every single team brought a different set of bans, and I attribute it mainly to the fact that, as you said, this is the day one of a new patch. There's no time to prepare. Even if there was teams in the RCL, as we tend to see, they generally don't want to show off what they would do in an actual monthly final in BSC, for example, because that's really the main preparation that has to be held. This is more of a good ground to experiment with new ideas, which is kind of why I think we're seeing quite a lot of, you know, Bull being experimented. Kaze is still a pick that is still being explored. I'm looking forward to see the Sausage Man show up today because according to some of the scrim data that I'm looking at, this man actually has a pretty decent win rate in some of these new maps. And some of the older maps too, like for example, Hot Zone that we might be going into, this might be a pretty good alternative to sustain type brawlers that are traditionally used here.
Okay, so some things to look out for on the day. Yeah, I would like to see the Sausage Man, the man with the sausage of salvation, the glizzy of guardian something. I don't know. I'm really trying to waffle here. We got to get these players in game so they can save us from having to talk any longer. But what we do have for you today is something a little bit new. We do have the players on cam as well. That's Kuru from Reject, and that's Wahochi from Effort Result, and they look so beautiful. See, I learned something about the East Asian region, Spoo, in that the players, they need some time to look pretty for you on cam, which has given me this like renewed appreciation for the people on cam in this region. I did not know it was such a concerted effort, literally just to be eye candy for the viewers.
Folks, I'm just checking in with our admins to make sure that these guys are not just, as you said, busy looking pretty for us, because as pretty as they look, it would be prettier to jump into the game, which is what we have here. Great transitions. We finally got logos fixed up here for you guys as well. Everything is looking better and better day to day. But
Thank you.
Let's look at the maps real quick, okay? And let's just talk about some team rosters. So we're heading into Dueling Beetles. I've set the map pool to start us off with the Hot Zone, because of the fact that we didn't get to see it yesterday at all. And I just want to point out, Hot Zone hasn't changed at all. It's the only set of the 3 maps that didn't receive an update to the map pool, but we are still in a new patch. So looking at the bans, however, these bans look like they were from the previous patch. I hope the picks will be slightly more updated.
I'm waiting on first selection over here. We have everyone lined up. Now, let's talk about some of these selections in terms of what the bans are. You got Gray, that makes a whole lot of sense. Don't want to allow that to go over your team. It can be difficult to line up as a first selection and get something good to combo with it. And then also, we're looking at the possibility of like people teleporting in. So good to go ahead and get rid of that. Finks, so strong once you put the circle inside of the circle. A bunch of circle brawlers are pretty darn good on this map. Makes sense that Kaze would be banned out because she makes a big ol' circle that goes around mid. And then also, something that I'm noticing is completely missing from the draft is Lu, which I anticipate could make an appearance later on.
That's right. He's one of the other circle brawlers, as you've mentioned, and it is an actual valid, consideration to think about because, I mean, not just talking about geometry, but just the sheer amount of area control. Hot Zone is always a mode whereby if you can control that center area with abilities or with presence, the longer you can stay there. It's just the objective, which is why I anticipate that basically the entirety of Dueling Beetles meta now is going to be centered around covering the tank angle, trying to make sure that you have nice beefy brawlers that can stay up in the mid as long as possible, and then also making sure that you cover that yourself. You know, you got to make sure that you got some anti-tanks, and so far for both teams, they seem to pick up some of those options. We got the Finks, that bit of damage, and Charlie is that anti-tank selection for Reject, a very classic Reject pick.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so this is pretty consistent from what we've observed in the region so far. Looking over to the side of Effort Result, they got some aggression in form of this Kenji. I'm seeing some major potential to shut that down in form of the Charlie. And it's going to take her a bit to get that super. That's really one of the main hazards of running this. I think those spiders might be able to help with Finks in some of the earlier interactions. Now just need something to pair up with this Kenji. See that Amber has been banned out. That makes the Charlie easier to play. Bo now popping out here. Bo, in my opinion, is one of the most effective ways to deal with tanky stuff, running you down. Even like a Barry is still going to have sort of a tough time getting through all that damage that he offers. The mine's also quite troublesome to deal with. I'm looking at like a potential Barry selection here, honestly. The Kenji could totally run it down, but sustain from Reject, I think, is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas that you could go for to answer the Kenji, something that we're a little bit more, yeah, okay, wow, already predicted the draft perfectly.
Thank
the
you.
Barry does come into play. Folks, I am completely aware that Kuru is, a member of Na'Vi, and yeah, we're just giving a preview of him in advance here. We haven't found the right camera for the other player yet. We're sorting it out. Don't worry, guys. We're completely aware of this. At least we got half of the players right at the moment. We'll fix that for the next match. Don't worry. I know all of you want to see someone very special. We'll get him to you real shortly. But before that, we're gonna get into a game. Don't worry, guys. Niyamura, by the way, is Melty, and that's the man that I'm referring to. These two drafts, they look completely competitive to me. I think that Effort Result, it's really going to come down to, as you said, how many Kenji supers can he cycle? And given the fact that the Hypercharge nerf is still very much in effect, Naipishu has to make sure that that one Hypercharge he gets throughout this game really counts.
Let's talk about it. We'll see Shu now push down the right side. Early game super here from Naipishu to establish some control. This is going to hurt. Finks placed down that super, and it almost didn't even matter. Battleman and Melty going to try and form a push over here. They got to deal with these bow mines. It's restricting Battleman's passage into mid, and Shu opts to not take this matchup on the right side. It is so restrictive for him. Another brawler falls on the left side, and finally Cocoon is down, but Naipishu breaks out without even breaking a sweat. In fact, he didn't even take any damage from that.
The early game pressure coming out from Effort Result really showing here. They've got the ranged advantage. They've just got so much more abilities that don't seem to be worried about timings. But now, with Battleman's first super of the game, Hypercharge chaining out a second super to give him the sustain. And with Naipishu falling, it's going to have Reject secure an early position inside that mid. And now Shu also got a Hypercharge of his own. So Naipishu's got to be really, really careful about making too much of an aggressive move. Shu pops the Hypercharge, but not even going to use it. Now he pops it out, shoots the bow in the back. Surprisingly, might be a mistake because it's going to allow Naipishu to just come in and cleave through the entirety of the Reject roster.
Well, this is not looking good. After a pretty serious push in, Effort Result have totally stymied the effort from Reject. We're looking at Naipishu once more trying to establish the aggression. It's a takedown on Shu, and it's a major, major issue. Hypercharge super out from Wahuchi keeps Reject from easier passage into mid, and Melty's going to try and just tank this. Unsuccessful. Effort Result, count up to 100, and that's game number 1.
It came down to that one Hypercharge from Naipishu as predicted. Pretty much, that is the one win condition that Effort Result need to capitalize on. Aside from the fact that their early game, I think, is just so much superior. Yeah. Charlie is not the best of laners, if I'm going to be honest. I'm wondering if they might opt to swap her out to go mid and maybe get a bit more pressure against that Finks, because it's kind of just completely, stuck against that bow. Yeah, there we go. So there's a bit of a lane swap going around. Shu's trying to get that musical lanes onto Naipishu, but Naipishu's got the mobility. He can just go across there. Lost a bit of tempo. That's going to allow Battleman to already get that first super and mid control for his team.
Some of these mines still need to be tripped. There is one that everyone's dancing around. Shu and Battleman are aware of the position. They're sort of trying to suss it out. In fact, it's going to be a stun on the Melty. That's going to be quite costly. A couple of healing abilities are forced out here as a result. And a few more mines exist for Reject to trip. Effort Result still trying to close in on Shu. Going to be unsuccessful so far. That's a kill for Melty. We'll see Wahuchi also once more just trying to get in here, but he's unsuccessful. The amount of healing and tankiness that Reject have is too much to punch through.
This is a completely different game from that game number 1. Reject now showing why they are the second seed in the region. They found ways to counteract this. Melty going to be going forward. They're just completely deleting Naipishu in the back. It's only 5% for effort result for all the things that they've done. This is basically one of the most one-sided Dueling Beetles performances we've seen so far.
This is very true. I think really what happened here is they just got that initial control and they could not be removed from the position. If they'd managed to do that in the previous game, then they could have run away with it too, in my eyes. So how is effort result going to keep them from getting in that position to begin with? Because it worked for the majority of game number 1. See Reject once more try to set up this push in. Battleman and Melty are forming this duo at mid. And effort result are also being forced back. Shu winning things on the left side. That's an initial kill for Melty on Wahochi on the right side. And Battleman hangs on only by a thread. That's Naipishu deep in enemy territory. Recovering a bit of health before his next push. An attempt to take down Shu. Dodges the super from Shu, but still cannot stay alive.
It's going to be a big sort of push there coming there from Reject, continuing to maintain that control in the center. The walls are starting to break down because of these mines as well. That should, in theory, allow this bow a little bit more space. Let's see if this one gets the stun onto Melty. It does. That's going to be a big advantage for effort result to get back inside the mid. But the Sashimi Slash is not really connecting. Battleman remains strong onside that right side. He gets that super anytime he can dive back in to support Melty's hypercharge. There we go. The hypercharge comes out, just waiting for Battleman to pop up the heals. He's got his own heal as well. Naipishu going to be coming in. He seems to be inching closer and closer to the hypercharge. Another Sashimi Slash goes to the backline, tries to get. Melty does have the damage to do so. So effort result, they're going to be able to claw back some tempo.
Okay. Hypercharge out from Wahochi, sort of dispelling the Reject offense. But not for too long. Only one more to go. Hypercharge out from Naipishu. He's going to claim 1 life before he's put in the cocoon. Still emerges alive and healthy. Effort result eclipsing Reject's percentage earned so far. And now Reject are stretched thin. They're missing their main survival brawler, but a couple hypercharges are popped because this is their last ditch effort. That's one taken down. Barry falls. Shu also taken down immediately after. Niyamura, aka Melty, just trying to stay alive here. Has the super to stay alive a little bit longer. Ends up dropping it. Effort result, they're all over this point, and by a 12% margin, they take set number 1.
Incredible performance there by Naipishu and his 2 teammates, but really it's just all Naipishu, right? And just bearing in mind that his other 2 teammates, Ghost Chi, just ferried in, parachuted in to provide the additional power for effort result. We're looking at a bit of stats now. And if we got a healing stat, it will make Battleman look slightly better here. But that 1-7 KD, just really not something you want to see. Particularly the fact that, you know, he's got a bad matchup against Naipishu, yes, but you'd think that he'd be able to stay up longer, keep his team topped up. Game number 2, he was pivotal to making that happen. But game number 3 just looked like he was a target to go down. And effort result, they found a way to break the comp.
Pretty much. Effort result, they looked a little like Rocky at first. Okay, they weren't really able to set up on the point. Reject kept them away pretty successfully, and they managed to close in around. Big game changers where they were able to get that Kenji hypercharge. Also, they were able to get rid of some of the kingpins of the composition. Look at Battleman's KD. That is a whole lot of Ds in only 1K. That's because effort result managed to focus fire him, eliminate him in some key situations, and I think also just like force him out of position, so he had to play aggro, get him into just like bad positions on the map that were more favorable to them, get the kill from there, and isolate the rest of the Reject squad from there.
Well, that's 1 set in the bag for effort result, which is already, I think it's a pretty good result, respectable result. I'm gonna say result 10 times today as long as we keep watching effort result.
We can make it 12.
We can make it 12. We can make it 12. This is not unexpected, I'd say, because this effort result roster has always been quite good when it comes to the drafts, and they've always just seemed to slip up when it comes to consistency in the execution. But every month they've also shown promise that they can get better and better. I think if they just don't, put themselves in a position where the comp is too complicated to pull off, then they generally have a pretty competitive game. Reject didn't play bad, by the way, in that situation. I just felt that after the result, they did have a slightly better comp there. I think the Kenji was more or less not really respected there in a big way.
Yeah.
Shuo on the Charlie was supposed to check it, but kind of difficult, really. I mean, it's not easy to land those cocoons on such a mobile target.
Yes, and also, like, they were hit a few times, but it was when Reject only had a couple of members near the point, so no one was really able to take advantage of that. I can recall at least 2 instances where he was put in a cocoon, and he emerged from the cocoon on, like, full HP, like, not even a scratch laid on the guy before or after he was in that cocoon. So the Charlie just was not enough. A lot of times when you see the Kenji, it calls for like a Chester, which was available. It wasn't banned. It just is not as versatile, and Charlie is definitely a comfort pick for this region. I think she's just more versatile than Chester is, for example. And hey, I mean, I would prefer to play Charlie over Chester because I think it's more fun. I don't know how much of an element fun has here when there's so much on the line. You got circuit points, you have the finals closing in as well, but I digress. It has to be on their radar for our upcoming set. It's going to be on Crystal Arcade. This is a new map in the map pool, Spoo. We saw it yesterday, provided for some interesting stuff, especially some of the Buzz gameplay.
Yeah, we saw some really stellar Buzz gameplay. Unfortunately, we have to acknowledge the fact that the brawler is in a bug state. All the players, by the way, they are made aware of this. They know and they agreed to play in such conditions. And for that, we are very thankful for that. Just a quick update from the background. We are trying, we've taken a short pause between these matches. The reason why we're waiting is because we're trying to get the multicam. It's basically like, what's going on? Like, check multicam. All right, so we've got a hint from admins that multicam should be coming in. We're also trying to get the Terry cam online from Rival Esports, which is going to be happening later. He's having issues to get that webcam to work. Folks, we thank you for your patience to try and make this work out, because this is, of course, the first time that we're trying to bring player cams online, and it's a completely different flow. A lot of these players, they're not really used to running these programs as well. Yeah. No excuses for that, but we will get it sorted, and we should get the games underway very shortly. So Melty is trying to get into the cams in a bit.
This is fun because, see, we have very different roles here, everyone. You may see us both here and be like, oh, they're just commentators. But no, we're like, well, actually, there's Pika's, and Pika's does phenomenal admin work. We've got, like some creative people. And I don't know why he's holding up the Zeta Division shirt. They don't have any involvement in this. They're not even playing. Wait, this was the bit last month. That they're not even here. And that's another repeat. But I'm running all of the production stuff. I got the OBS in front of me. I made all the the tech for this stuff to happen. And I go, okay, cool. We got player cams now. I have the tech for it. And turns out you got to rely on humans. And then that becomes Wiggly Spoo's job to deal with. So it's going to take us a moment. But look, in case you have not been introduced, the player we are trying to get on cam is Melty. If you guys have not seen this guy on cams yet, then I'm so sorry for you. We're trying to bring you salvation, because he I don't know. He looks as perfect as a person could be. I don't know how else to put it. But we're going to try and get him on cams as he is playing the set. He's playing for Reject. He's named himself Niamura in-game. So when you see Niamura on screen and I say Melty, that's who we're talking about. Because it would be weird to call him not by his real name. I've waffled enough, Spoo. What's the weather report?
It's in. So according to him, he says he's in. I don't know if he's in. He could be in. He could be live. Let's take a look. Do we
He's
have
not.
him?
I see 2 people in here. But we could put a pause in it. No matter what happens, we will see people at least twice. Or yeah, that's right. At least twice. But
all right,
I suppose we're taking a quick pause here.
Yes.
Okay.
We may have to take a short pause just to sort this out. It will not take long, but it will take a bit of concentration on our part.
Yeah. Okay,
Figure out
folks.
what's going
Sorry
on.
about that break that we have to take real quick. We've tried to buy some time, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get players on chems. So, folks, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back in just like 3 or so minutes. So don't go anywhere. Okay, folks, thank you for bearing with us through that. It has been a tremendous difficulty to get Melty on cam, so we're going to resume that later because, guys, we have some important things to attend to. There is Brawl Stars to be played, and as pretty as the guy is, one thing does take priority, unfortunately. So we're going to roll on ahead. We're going to be getting into set number 2 momentarily, and we are going to proceed on with Crystal Arcade.
Yes, we are. I would reply to you, but I am just giving
Oh,
instructions
he's in a deep focus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. I was just giving instructions to how we're going to proceed this. Okay, here's how it's going to go, guys. So we have 3 out of 4 player camps. We're missing the man himself, Melty.
Yeah.
But we will sort it out after his match. We'll just let them play it out first. And then we will, I promise you, we'll see Melty at least twice today. But in the meantime, let's just continue with what we've got. Brawl Stars, at the end of the day, comes first. Melty's face has to come second.
I can't believe it. Like, it just doesn't feel right. You know, if I had my way in the world, I would prioritize Melty's cam over legitimately everything else. Over food, over sleep, over friends and family. The single most important thing. But alas, you know, there's some other things that we have to obey. And we got to stream some Brawl Stars. So how about we do that? Reject versus Effort Result. It just got interesting. Effort Result took set number 1. Now they're threatening to take yet another. Our bans will be coming in quite soon here, and then we'll get to see who has that first selection. Of course, we'll be able to make the judgment based off of the bans. But we spoke about Buzz earlier. So it's going to be a major talking point today, as some of these maps that we saw him excel on yesterday are going to be rotating around, coming in and out of our matches. Totally ban-worthy, if you ask me. And if not banned, gotta be picked. Now, it should be noted, he is a little bit bugged right now. He's kind of like busted mode, but I'm here for it. This is the new meta.
The buggy buzz. Yeah,
Yes.
pretty much. There's no mosquito buzz skin, guys. That's a Mr. P thing. There should be after this patch. But in case you guys aren't aware, he basically stuns for the full duration, no matter what distance he goes from. And there we go. Effort Result, the respect ban is out there. They are the first pick, but it's not a pick that I think is good enough to go for a first selection just yet. So they've said they've opted to go for the Charlie pickup as their first pick. It's really the East Asia special, but if I'm honest already, I don't really get the obsession behind it. I think it might just be a denial pick to try and like take Reject out of their comfort zone, because we haven't really seen the best of results from this brawler.
It's very true. It's what we saw on Dueling Beetles just a moment ago, and it didn't work, at least not into the Kenji. Did manage to cocoon a couple of people. Let's not forget that. Here are a couple brawlers that have no issues slicing through spiders, both with piercing projectiles that can deal with them pretty easily just in a single shot. So those spiders won't really mean anything, but that cocoon is still going to be a threat. So Reject will be mindful of that with their last selection. Though usually a single brawler on the enemy team is not enough to deter an entire selection. Effort Result, though, will be securing themselves a Kaze after they have picked up this Charlie. And I'm here for it. I think it can be pretty good on the lane. You've got good mobility. You have excellent control with the Fan Storm. And especially when it's hypercharged, which you're going to be getting at least a couple of those per game with Kaze, then you're also producing some damage inside of that radius. So overall, Kaze, just a real brilliant brawler all around. It's going to force something out from Reject because for the time being, they've mostly like played control stuff.
There's the Kenji that's going to be coming out. Naipishu played it excellently last game. We've got the husband and wife duo coming in on Effort Result. I don't know if this is something that we've seen before just yet, but that is going to lock the Charlie as the gem carrier in the mid, which it's all right, I guess. It's a pretty easy brawler to lane against, especially when you've got something like a Janet, in this case, pierce through that gadget. It might force this Charlie to go up for a selection of that second gadget instead. There we go, but Reject gonna finish off their draft with the Chester pickup for Melty. This is once again, this is just very classic Reject drafting. They're not really big on tanks. They like to pick aggressive brawlers that just are basically very versatile in every way possible, and then just diff people with a much better understanding of just team play and mechanics. So I fully expect to see them trying to win off, a bunch of good hypercharge chaining and just try and, lock down the 3 lanes separately and win each of them separately, because they do have fairly decent matchups going into these 3 lanes.
You see the Chester into this stuff, and it really just makes sense. Like, yes, reactive, but Reject, they've, I think, already drafted the way that they wanted to. They got their selections out here. They got Shu on the Carl. They got Melty on the Janet at mid. And only Battleman is really drafting reactively into the effort result composition. He's going to get to occupy some of these bushes, not looking at any like wall or bush break from the side of effort result, so they're going to have to force these interactions in close quarters. Battleman is doing fairly well on that on the left side, and here comes Shu on the right, actually. He's going to trade out with the Kaze in not that bad of an interaction. He doesn't have a stun or anything, and to be fair, neither does the Kaze, so it ends up being quite an even matchup. It's going to account also for a lane change, sort of unwinnable for Naipi Shu into Battleman. He thinks that he's going to have a better time versus Shu, which is almost a trade. Shu only barely escapes with his life. Really just a game of numbers over here in the Carl matchup for both Kaze and for Kenji.
Yes, right. Effort result, they're not too far behind on gems as well. Battleman does chain out one hypercharged super. Going to be getting a second. The poison connects to it. That's going to be dealing quite a lot of damage. I do believe he might even be getting a kill here. Yeah, Wahochi's going to be dropping here. Naipi Shu, though, is picking it up the slack here on the left side, managing to heal up a little bit of help with that gadget. It's probably going to drop here real soon. He has no choice but to retreat. The gem counts are really going up very, very quickly. A Charlie Super tried to just buy some time, but not really doing anything. And Melty can just take the disguise anytime to secure the remainder of these gems easily for their team. 9 seconds on the clock. Wahochi finally pops up, but yeah, takes the disguise, and pretty much you can just get your hands off the tablet, put it down on the floor. There's nothing that you really, effort result, can do here. A very, very, very clean game from Reject. What we expect, really.
Yeah, it looked a little chalked from some of these matchups as well, like looking at what is that Chester going to do? It's going to shut down really anything you throw at it. What was interesting to see unfold for me, actually, was how that Carl fared into both the Kenji and into the Kaze, because he wound up coming out on top. You know, just in the pure 1v1. There was a moment where he had to fight Kenji, and then here comes Kaze in the assassin form. Okay, obviously when you have to fight the 1v2, like one after the next, then it's not going to go so well. That's an early game takedown onto Janet, though. Things are disrupted, and the fan storm is down. Battleman looking for this Kaze. He wastes some of his big shots. Kaze actually took no damage in that. Outplayed on the left lane.
Yeah, quick takedown. 5 gems already now on the side of effort result. Finally, now Reject gets some map control on that right side, getting out pesky Naipi Shu out of there. But with this significant disadvantage, they're going to need someone. Yeah, Shu tried to make the play there on the left side, but Wahochi is the worst target that you can really go for. Now, they're just going to get it out. Barely gets a trade out, though. And Reject are getting some map control back. They're going to get another kill onto Naipi Shu, but the other ones that are kind of on the timer here because they are contending with 2 really strong hyperchargers. There's one that's going to be used, getting Shu out of there. Nyamura now, or Melty in this case, takes the disguise, has to defend himself. No choice there but to pop the super just to survive.
Shu now reprising his role as the right laner, has the hypercharge and super ready. On the left side, things are looking a little bit hairier. Melty's looking for a pinch with Battleman, and whoa, what a deep push here from Shu on the Carl. He's over to the enemy spawn, and he's going to pay the price in form of his life. Couldn't even get the trade versus Kaze, who's now going to get to take up this position on the right side. We'll see Reject sort of fighting for their lives over here. They have now farmed up some utility over the course of the game. Specifically, Melty has his hypercharge now. Would love to get that super because now he'd be able to do more than just play for control. He can maybe get some assassination out here as well. Another gadget down for a bit more control, but it's not going to amount to much. Hypercharge out from Kaze on the right side, but Naipi Shu falls in the left. 10 seconds to go, and effort result are still trying just to stay alive. Battleman falls, 5 seconds to go. Hypercharge, countdown, interruption. Melty looking for a safe place to land, and the countdown restarts.
Most of the gems there inside Kaze's pocket. Naipi Shu going to be getting a kill onto Melty. Wahochi just needs to buy time for his team and is doing so with the hypercharge plus the auto aim plus the press W combo. A combo that basically works in their favor because as a result, all of a sudden, they're going to be taking back the second game, evening up this set 1-1. It's starting to look scary for Reject because once again, I feel that effort result, they've drafted a very volatile comp that really can just come back from any situation. The husband and wife duo isn't just on paper. They're both assassins, quite literally in the lore and literally in the game as well. So really, Reject, they got to tighten up their game and really got to make sure that they cover for each other.
There's huge comeback potential. I think you said it very well for effort results. composition. Something that stuck out to me, though, is you wouldn't really see like the two movement assassins holding control the way that they did. I mean, they're consistently winning these matchups. Even a little bit of damage onto Melty is massive from all the way over on the right lane. Shu is going to try and take this position back. It's tough when he doesn't have that position already. Note also some of the matchups. Battleman's not easily able to switch over. Does he really want to face this Kenji? I would probably say so. He got that super, tried to heal himself, but he was gone before he could take a single bite. And Effort Result have gotten a team wipe, full-on control, and 8 gems in their pocket.
There's steamrolling in this game. There's just no other way to really put it. And there's no counterplay. Shu's gonna pop out the tailspin here, tries to go Knifey Shu, but immediately has to back off. That heat ejector didn't even connect. And now Cocoon even gonna land just to add insult to injury. Bottoman's the only one with a forward position that can maybe, gets the reset there. That's what Reject desperately need, but make no mistake, they're the ones that are super far behind in this game.
And at long last, Reject, they managed to pretty much get a single kill. They need to put Battleman on the optimal matchup. It's really difficult for Reject to play as a team over here with things spread so far apart from each other horizontally. Hypercharge and super in from Kaze. She's looking for the kill on the left side as well. Shu is down. Battleman needs to stay alive for a bit longer, but here's a hypercharge out from Naipi Shu, who doesn't really care about anything. Just keep up the aggression. As long as 2 members on Effort Result stay alive, then they're good. 1 second to go, and they've got 11 gems. That's good. That's the set win, and there's 2 for Effort Result.
Very unexpected, could be the upset of the day so far. It is double elimination, but still, Effort Result, looking at the stats, the damage coming out there from Ghost T's Kaze, it was the sort of the 5th pick that was left in the pool uncontested, and truly no real matchup there that could deal with it. Shu was the designated sort of sacrificial pick that had to keep fighting against this Kaze, and 8-13. I think that's reflective pretty much of just the failure there to contain this pick.
Yeah, I'm looking at Effort Result over here, and the Kaze is doing fantastic in her 1v1s. Naipi Shu, I'm a little surprised to see the KD fall where it does, because I felt like he did better than that, but maybe most of the deaths happened in game number 1 where things just felt unwinnable. Whether he tried to face Shu or Battleman, he was getting taken down either way, and they sort of figured out those 1v1s, basically. I thought to myself that Reject had it figured out, that they just had the math in the like draft phase, but Effort Result I think at least proved my thought incorrect, because in games number 2 and 3, those 1v1s went to the assassins the majority of the time, and the map was simply too far apart and the walls too restrictive for Melty to properly give any assistance to his lanes, so that they weren't fighting these 1v1s versus assassins, which are just generally unfavorable.
We're gonna have to see what Reject want to pull out in set number 3. It's gonna be Hot Potato that we're gonna be going into very, very shortly. This is a map that is also revisiting the map pool. Heist is the only map, I believe, that changed out 2 maps out of 3. So we actually lost both Safe Zone and my memory doesn't beckon me. I can't remember the other map that was changed out, but it's probably not important. It probably has to do with a bridge. Probably a bridge too far.
That was of excessive distance. Yeah.
Pretty much. But instead, we get a Hot Potato, which I don't mind. But what I think the players would mind is the fact that this is once again a very tank-centric map. It almost feels like this meta is extremely anti-Reject, because they're a team that doesn't really enjoy playing up tanks. They really, really love to pick up Carl wherever they can, try and force up these hyper-versatile matchups. You know, they love the Bell, they love the Gus. Stick it with the Chester. If you give them the choice to run tanks versus anti-tanks, they will always err on the side of the anti-tanks. They have a tank player in the form of Battleman, but literally that restricts the structure a little bit to be sort of like you have one tank player. Shu sometimes picks up the tanks as well, but it's not something that as a team identity as a whole has sort of materialized as this year.
I would certainly say there's some anti-tanks that you can play similarly to a tank in that you want to close in for the kill. They put Battleman on Chester in the last set, so I would say you can play similarly in that regard. You want to sit on your like 3 and 4 shots and then punish in close range. He's a tank player. He knows how tank players play. Should be able to play like an anti-tank decently just with that level of like gameplay, mechanical intellect. And there were even moments that I saw in Gem Grab where he's like preemptively shooting. He's like anticipating a dash from either a Kaze or a Kenji. Anyway, whatever it was, he ended up interrupting the countdown off of that. So I would say that he's like sort of a one-trick pony in that he's a tank player, but also at least he can get inside their head. So that offers, I suppose, more than you'd think as a viewer. Nonetheless, we're kind of waiting on them to get into draft here for set number 3. But in terms of brawler selections, we discussed tank heavy. Another sort of thing that can emerge here in Hot Potato is the throwers. Previously, we were dealing with like some pretty long range heist maps, like Bridge Too Far especially, which did bring an interesting dynamic into heist. We didn't often see like snipers on heist, but now we've gotten rid of some of these longer range heist maps. Means that these throwers are going to be able to come in. I'm looking at the potential of more Barry. Also, like Barley could make his debut here as well. Things that would be good into Rico, which is also top selection on Hot Potato. I think just generally a more diverse meta over here on Hot Potato than some of the other heist maps that we said goodbye to.
Well, thank you for the executive summary there. This truly is one of the rare maps whereby you don't expect to see Chuck, for example, as prevalently because, well, turns out when it's that easy to get to the other side and there's not that much control, there's a lot of canals, a lot of ways to infiltrate base, it does feel a little bit base racy at times. We see the structure in a lot of comps in the past whereby you pick up either Melody or Daryl. Pretty much that's your main damage dealer, get them to infiltrate the site, and then you stick up with, as you mentioned, a thrower, try and slow down the pace of the game, stay in the mid, and then you get one brawler that's dedicated as your defender to deal with the said, Daryl or Melody. Now, of course, that's the old patch. We're looking at a new patch now. We've got Bull in the pool. RT is now an excellent heist pick all of a sudden because of the fact that the mark works on the save. We tested it yesterday. If you're in your legs, you sit on the save, you tap the button 2.5 times, and you've got one entire layer of shielding gone all by yourself, and it's so quick.
Yeah, I was holding up 3 fingers. I'm like, I remember it being 3 attacks, but you know what? I guess it takes a full attack to get that half one that you mentioned just a moment ago. I held up the number 3, hoping that like you would make me sound smart for thinking the same thing as you, since you're the former like world finals coach. But no, I guess I just can't have anything. We gotta get specific. Man saying what? Yeah, coach for like Team Flash at world finals. He thought that we forgot.
All right, we don't talk about that. That didn't happen for me.
I think you guys need to know who exactly is commentating your tournament, literally on the world final stage. This guy and I, our first encounter was at Worlds in 2021 when he was coaching Team Flash, and it wasn't even the last time you coached that team.
That's very true. I remember a lot of things with that tournament. We had a jersey exchange.
Yes,
well,
I still have it. It's like a few feet away from me.
Pretty much. Well, folks, we finally got a draft going, and mind you, we're just jumping in as soon as we can. Maybe the players as well are kind of pretty frustrated when it comes to not having their faces shown. I mean, I would imagine that could be the only reason why we're seeing some of the match delays, but rest assured, we have instructed the players that we will sort it out after the match is over. Maybe Reject needs some time to reset, but nonetheless, we're coming into this game. We'll look at the bans. Lumi, Kaze, Barry banned out by Reject. I think that indicates that they are indeed the second pick here. As a result, they banned out Lily, Griff, and Cordelius, which I think is pretty surprising. And immediately going to snap up the OP Bugged Buzz as their first selection.
Yes, he's so strong on heist. Being able to Spider-Man up the map. Like, look, we love to look at a Buzz hypercharge, but it's not all about that. Sometimes a single torpedo is all it takes. And with the presence of walls, you're able to sit pretty close to some enemies, get them inside of your radius, and auto-charge your super for free. and not risk taking damage along the way. This is even one of those where, in theory, you could get away with like running tougher torpedo, even though it does nothing right now. But another bonus of having Buzz is that you know when there are players inside of your radius, because you can watch your super, you can watch your hypercharge charge if they're within it, even if you can't see them. So big selection here for effort result. Mind you, it was banned, I believe, by them in set number 1. So big respect for that pick. Reject are taking a much different strategy. They're seemingly going to try and death ball this up the way. Sort of like threw up a smokescreen by banning that berry, but they still have massive potential to run this down. The Lily has been banned. It would have been an excellent thing to cap off Reject's strat with, but they've already got two, in my opinion, some of the stronger things in this game. Like even Frank, don't sleep on him in this map. He can be really, really good.
Yeah, it's an old school sort of forgotten tank here. There's a few options you can go against the Buzz here. Primo was another option that was suggested to deal with this Buzz, because you can use that, I think it's what's it called, the suplex, to sort of flip the Buzz during the stun and then try and get that interaction. But Frank takes a more direct approach. Just press noise cancelling and just beat the Buzz down completely. But that said though, the issue with Frank is the lack of mobility. Wahochi, if he's going to be playing the Buzz, could opt to just Spider-Man across the entire field, go straight for that save. And wow, can't believe that I'm seeing a Poco in Heist. It's the replacement berry. Very, very old school strategy. And mind you, they're picking this into the Crow that has a 60% decrease in heal reduction.
That's confidence right there. Poco on Heist, you gotta watch out for him. Each devastating attack from Poco does a staggering 2% to the high safe. So you better keep that as far away from the Poco, because if you leave him alone on that safe, he's taking it down in 50 attacks. I don't think that's the exact number. It's probably closer to like 3, but it's still just like actual eye-watering damage. You will cry the moment you see a Poco's damage compared to the high safe. Nonetheless, let's get into it. Reject, they're going to be immediately assaulted from the side. They do manage to deal with this push in from Naipishu. They're only trailing by a little bit here, but it's time for them to get this death ball rolling. They have everyone in place, all the actors ready to emerge from center stage. And here it comes. They're completely ignoring the... Carl? Is that the math?
Hold up, I just saw 2 hypercharges going as well. Battleman now is actually, he's not even using the healing, he's using protective tunes here to just deal with the poison. Okay, they've sent the Frank back to the base. Camera's gonna nicely, come down just to take a look real quick. I assume this is manual cam, this is the ready cam, taking a look at what's going on down here. Shu gonna be trying to get this stun on the cow, not gonna connect though. That's gonna leave Battleman all by his lone, so can't deny it. But look at the save damage on the effort result. It was actually pretty close.
It was very close. Are they going to try it again? I wonder, because, well, both teams went all out. And guess what we discovered? We discovered that the base race was non-functional here. But, to be fair, we did see a couple of hypercharges fly out really, really fast. If that doesn't happen this time, then I would say there are better odds for Reject. But Reject are playing with fire right now. I mean, not only have they allowed themselves to go to match point, but they might even get ran through on their way there. That was an interesting interaction there on the top right. Reject are risking feeding some stuff here. At least Shu's going to get a trade. The walls are broken open. They're being quite careful around Naipishu in that they're completely ignoring him and just going full steam ahead on the base.
It's working out this time though. First wave of shielding is going to be gone. The stun on the Buzz did land out onto Melty. That's going to take him down here. But on the other side, ooh, Tailspin committed by Ghost T. A bit of a small mistake that he made there, wasting that key resource. Now Shu is going to be going up on that right side, trying to get the stun. Manages to land it on Naipishu. Saves Battleman the heal. And now with the hypercharge from Battleman, this could be a really, really solid push going in. Shu getting another kill. Trades out there with Bahoji. Naipishu going to be getting a crazy whiff on that Buzz stun. You might have one of the most broken bugs in the game, but if you miss your abilities, it doesn't matter.
Here comes a hypercharge super in from Ohochi. You only get some 25% because that shield is keeping them from dealing any more. Naipishu looking for the defense. He's going to get some movement onto Shu and secures the kill. Effort result finally trailing here, and by a serious margin. They're not really able to get out of spawn. They do have this hypercharge on Carl ready, but they're in a position where they have to defend. They can't afford to base race at all because they're behind by an entire shield. and this next shield is only a moment away. Battleman is keeping Shu and Melty alive and healthy, despite the best efforts of Crow over here, who can only really operate out in the open, which this map has been opened a whole lot, and it's actually coming to hurt Shu. On the side of effort result, that final shield is procced. Hypercharge out from Shu to get the stun on Shu, and Wahochi looks to break the shield one last time, but the safe is broken down on effort result side. This match point may very well persist.
Could go either way. The adaptation made there really by Reject was the active choice to sort of tear open the map, but I don't know if that really mattered that much, because it really just allowed for more mobility for Melty on this Melody to always just find a way across. They also dodged like 3 or 4 buzz stuns, and I think that was critical in allowing them to get that early tempo lead and put effort result in a position where they really couldn't attack or defend consistently. Now Shu, though, gonna be the first blood dropping there against Ghosty, and we're back in sort of the situation that we saw in game number 1.
There's a shield out from Melty to stay alive a little bit longer. Things are trickling down to 67% on effort result safe. Could be a Frank jump scare out here. Oh, anticipated by the Carl. Looking for some of that damage on the safe with the burn. And a final pickaxe swing to put themselves just 1% in the lead. Maybe looking for this base race here. There's the recovery from Battleman. Protective Tunes keep Shu alive, and he's going to break open this map further. But an aggressive push in from Carl tries to get to the enemy side. No, can't get through this Frank. An attempt at diminishing the healing from Wahochi, who has the hypercharge now. Same for Shu. Elimination of Battleman, and now things have been staggered. But still, Shu has to go on a recon mission to deal with Melty on the Melody. They've got him taken down. They got to punch through the shield. It's going to be broken open. Reject now on level footing with effort result.
OG now is going to be dropping the Crow nuke to break down one entire layer of shielding. Oh no, Shu going to be missing another critical stun onto Batoman. That's not going to be good for them. They need to do this last bit of damage. The chip damage from the Carl is doing a pretty good job, but the Reject side, Melty almost managed to finish up the game, but all of a sudden, with Melty dropping, that's Ghosty, that's going to be on the save. Effort result, they might just do it, and they do. A 3-0. Favorable drafts all the way, making use of the tools given in this new patch, this new map. They've dethroned second seed in the Reject, in the region. Reject banished to the lower bracket.
For the first time, I feel like we've finally seen Reject fulfill their name, because typically they blaze on through this upper bracket straight to the grand finals. Now they're going to have to make a deep run through the lower bracket. Now, thankfully for them, if they make it to the grand finals, there's no bracket reset. They just have to win that match there. But this is basically down to like step 1. Unfortunate for Reject, but also effort result simply played better. Welcome to the new meta. Effort result proved themselves to be more versatile than Reject, to put it the most accurately, at least in my mind, because we've played some new maps here, and they've played the new brawlers that are good in this patch.
This is really what we talked about. This could have been the opportunity. This is the consequence of new maps, new patch, and in some sense, there's also a new player that's just taking over. Effort result, by bringing in Ghosty, an additional playmaker on the team, that I think just really just amps up the amount of drafts that they can access. And in this case, you know, usually with Gene and Zero on the team, they don't really have that opportunity to have this sort of secondary tank player that you can reliably put on. And Ghosty, by the way, is literally like, he would have been competing in the BSC, but this guy chose to retire, whether it was for studies or, you know, what kind of personal reasons, I can't really remember, but I know the guy's a bit on the younger side, might be prioritizing his studies, maybe he couldn't really fly. Sort of a situation like similar to what Diego Gamer is like in North America. But this man, nonetheless, is one of the best tank players in the world. He was a contender, by the way, to actually be on Reject. He was the original Reject third before Batoman was brought in, and it was only because Ghosty decided to retire. That's why Batoman even showed up to play. So truly, this is one for the ages. Ghosty's going to be feeling really happy about himself to be able to beat some of his friends and ex-teammates. But they're not out just yet. Don't worry, guys. We'll get a chance to take a look at Melty. I know all of you guys wanna look at Melty at least one more time. We'll update the bracket real shortly, but yes, Reject are going to be moving forward. Every result are going to be moving forward here. Reject is sent down to the Shadow Realm, also known as the lower bracket.
Yep.
And the next match, we're going to have Na'Vi versus Rival Esports, which, can I just dump that both these teams are crazy raccoon killers?
Ooh. Okay, wait, tell us more.
So, BSC, Na'Vi, they beat Crazy Raccoon 3-1. Rival Esports, yesterday, in the challenge phase, they did the exact same thing. So both of these teams, in terms of relative power level in the region, you could say that, you know, in its current state, both these teams are effectively better than former world champion Tensai.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, like, yes, you know, we all did algebra, and we all know, like, the order of operations, and we know some of the laws, we know, like, the transitive property, and we know how to apply things as well. So, interesting. Okay, we're going to have to keep that in mind. Folks, we're going to be getting into our second match very, very soon. We're going to be getting players into draft momentarily as well. I'm looking forward to this, Spoo. This is going to be a real interesting one. We're getting started on Open Business.
That's right. This is a map that is from the previous patch because, as mentioned, Hot Zone was unchanged, right? But with the new with the new patch coming in, we should be expecting to see new bans. Kaze is a big brawler that has to be sort of covered in the angle, whether you just choose to just ban it out, really, which I think is kind of what happened. Just ban it out here. That's the idea. Lumi taken out as well. Barry as well. Just Na'Vi. They're drafting very, very logically here as that second pick. But Rival Esports, they're no push around when it comes to the draft as well. Mameshi cooks up some really, really interesting drafts in East Asia. I think they might just be the most quote-unquote westernized in terms of drafts of any team in East Asia. And that's why Rival Esports, despite the fact that these are three players that don't really have a track record of making deep runs in the BSC, are nonetheless, hey, we got player cams. They are nonetheless extremely competitive players nonetheless. So yeah, we got Terry, I've got Kuru on cams for your enjoyment today.
I'm looking forward to this. It was nice looking at Kuru previously. It was a little misleading. It made it appear that he was playing for Reject, which he's not. He plays for Na'Vi, but we get to see him on cams today. And we'll maybe even get to see some reactions. Hopefully, for our sake, we get some good ones. Let's talk about this draft, though. You're on Open Business. Chester picked before anything that it is going to be specifically played into, but it could enable a final selection from Na'Vi, which is always useful. Interestingly, though, they have doubled down on the counter. The Charlie, the Chester, both things that can do well into, and especially in East Asia, these are favorites, but things that can do well into like Kaze, right? Could do well into the Kenji. Now, Kaze has been banned, but Kenji is this ever-looming threat, and so is Buzz.
This Buzz is really just, I think it's going to define the metagame at least until the patch rolls out, and inevitably this guy is going to be sent back to probably a much lower position in the tier list. But in East Asia, we have some of the best Buzz players in the world. Terry, on his Buzz yesterday, already just did a tremendous job. And Na'Vi, they're going to be borrowing something from the Reject playbook, which we just saw yesterday. They're tripling down on covering the tank angle. They've got 3 anti-tanks inside Open Business, but all 3 of these brawlers also are kind of surprisingly good when it deals with the Lu, because if you're trying to counter out with noise cancelling against that Buzz stun, you're also covering the same angle against this sticky syrup mixture.
This is very true. And yes, you're not going to be getting frozen by Lu as much, but you gotta have good trigger discipline because you want to have that around in the most profitable situation. We'll see instantly Terry pops that gadget, gets on a Ryohi, gets a stun on Ryohi, but can't finish off the kill. Really near miss here. And check this out at mid. Mameshi, despite trading out, has still gotten his super ready. So he can throw down the circle on the radius. Ooh, Terry nearly managed to get that stun on Ryohi. Really just like a split-second differential there. But this is not really that winning of a matchup for Terry when Ryohi is like already going for a stun. And Terry's trying some tricks, not really going to work on this guy. Going to do his best, Ryohi, with the invincibility versus that. And note also that that was a proper lineup. How did Terry not get stunned there?
I don't know, he found the perfect angle to just weave through that hypercharge super. Now Terry gonna be missing out one of his stuns, but immediately uses the gadget to get that stun back in tow. Ryohei on the right side is the one trading out against IC, but thanks to the hypothermia from Mameshi, not gonna be enough damage to bring him down. Kuru almost got stunned there. That would have been a big kill for the rival esports team to get.
I want to see Terry pull off that move again, but even so, it did not get him that proper lineup that he needed versus Ryohei. I don't know how he's going to win that matchup. He's going to try and stun this hypercharged Chester. It's good. IC manages to finish off the kill, but he cannot escape the clutches of Frank with his stun. Rival Esports looking to filter in once again. Thankfully, they do have Mameshi with a super down. Now, Ryohei can walk onto this, but it looks like he's more saving his gadget for Terry, who nearly gets a kill on a Choppy. So many near misses from Terry. Despite his accuracy, despite his ability to play these brawlers, he's nearly killing enemies, just like a couple hundred HP left. Finally gets a kill onto a Choppy. Another one. He's looking for the full round-the-world circuit. He's got a team wipe. Rival Esports remain on the map, but they've only got 15% of wiggle room to work with.
It's going to be tough to play with that. Ryohei now already getting the matchup that he's looking for. There we go. The stun flies out on him. He's not actually using the noise cancelling just yet. Actually opting to hold on to it. Now I see desperately trying to pop his super there. The heals are good. Managed to get it back. Rival Esports, they're getting closer and closer to edging out this advantage. Choppy whiffs the super there. Could have had the hypercharge potentially in tow. Guru pumps the hypercharge. Brazil surges forward here. Tries to get it down. Doesn't connect onto Terry, but it doesn't really matter. They're still on the zone. That's the key thing that they need to do. Terry needs to play out of his mind to save it, but he can't. Now V, they've already capped off the zone.
Excellently done. My eyes were on Terry the whole time. I'm not even going to lie. Rival Esports, they didn't manage to take it, and yet I was sort of entranced by this buzz. I really wanted to see it work. We saw a crazy play in there where he walked that like narrow tightrope between the projectiles of a Frank hypercharge, didn't get hit, got the stun, and Rival Esports, still, they could not get back on that point. It was so close. What a near comeback. Navi lead with one game at this point.
Pretty close. Terry getting a stun there on a Choppy, but Ryohei answers with a stun of his own. Once again, we see a similar narrative to that game number 1, whereby Rival Esports, they get an early lead, but then starting to slip up in the mid. Terry gets a 2-man stun. Mameshi tried to follow up with one of his own. Couldn't really connect there, but that's the nice kill on Takuru. And this early game lead, Rival Esports, can they hold on to it?
It's not looking like so. They're forced to back up and respect the room of Ryohei. Oh my goodness, what a denial from Kuru. And a hypercharged one too. Terry's a dead man. As a Choppy and Kuru combine, they're going to be denying the aggression repeatedly. We didn't really see it in game number 1 because for the most part, we saw Buzz going for the Frank. He knew what was going to happen if he tried to grapple the Chester, and look at that precision. Choppy, not only did he have that jawbreaker ready, but he popped it off before Terry could even reach his mark. Off of that, he's gotten a hypercharge, which is going to be paramount for shutting down IC. Now filtering into the point, getting a hypercharge off, and he gets some damage from it, but he won't be able to stay alive. Mameshi is sort of left alone over here as he needs to retreat on the right side. He can get a super in a mid, but it costs him his life.
Just trying to deny the more time that he can buy for his team, but I don't know if they even have a better late game composition. Navi, they're just stacking up so many hypercharges. Kuru with one more of his own. It should be an easy pick there onto IC. He barely survives here, goes onto that, just that tiny bit of cover left on the map. Now trying to get them healing in, but he's just not on the point. Terry now pops off the stun, and then the cocoon, the whole kitchen sink thrown onto this man. They really hate the Buzz. They maybe baited it in the draft or something. A Hail Mary stun comes out, but it doesn't really matter. Navi, they capped off the point. The set, they take a lead very early on in this. Looking at the stats, the damage across the board, I think the damage from Navi just speaks the story for itself. 155,000 there from a Choppy, 122,000 from Charlie. And a miserable game for Terry on this Buzz.
I feel bad for him, really. You look at the stat comparison, and he still got more action than Mameshi. He died one more time than IC, but my attention was firmly fixated on this guy because he played the Buzz, and gosh, he played it well. I'm still thinking about game number 1, him threading the needle between the Frank hypercharge projectiles to try and get an advantage there, and despite all of that, Ryohei still had a gadget ready, the noise cancellation, so that Terry could not deal with it. Buzz, he's just not really made for these sort of matchups. He's an assassin. He's not a tank buster. He's not much of a tank killer either. And you put the tank of all tanks, the one with the most HP in the game, across the way, that's going to be a tall order. And it's owing to a high damage count for him as well. I think also Memeshi had a difficult role to fulfill because there was really only one tank that he was going to be good into the Chester, into the Charlie. Those aren't exactly like 100% winning matchups. You know, that there's still like room for mechanics in there, which are going to be more difficult to win. And that is, of course, laying aside the fact that his two teammates are getting devoured by the Frank constantly.
Not the draft I felt for Rival Esports, if I'm gonna be real here. The buzz, as overpowered as it is something that nonetheless, you know, it still has ways to counter. And okay, both teams don't want to deal with it. We're heading into double swoosh, and immediately I love to see the adaptation comes up from both teams. Rival Esports, they had the first pick, and they chose to ban out the buzz because I think they're sick of it. They don't want to pick it up anymore. They feel that it's a strategy that Na'Vi have figured out. So they're going to take it out and opt to go for this Tara first selection, which is something that we've not seen in a very long time. Has a lot of very straightforward counters that you can just pick up here. Amber comes to mind, but they've already banned it out. So Na'Vi, I want to see what they have picked up here, and I'm wondering if their coach, they picked up a coach just yesterday, just announced Alchemical X is now helping Na'Vi out with, I suppose, the drafting element, which is why we're seeing Na'Vi seem to draft more and more coherently.
Okay, we'll get a lot of picks at once. So let's talk about these. What is Rosa doing here? I can deal with the Jean, and look, Bo, Janet, those make sense to me, but this Rosa is a difficult one for me to wrap my head around. I can sort of understand the math. What it looks like is Rival Esports have decided they're going to run a cheese strat. So on double swoosh, you can just turn it into not just two swooshes, but into like one big ol' ring. And you see that Memeshi is running the gadget that plants bushes. Oh, but he switched to unfriendly bushes just now. Very interesting. We'll also see the M's come out. We know that this is an East Asia favorite, and I think that there's real potential for it to work well here because you're not looking at like movement-based brawlers. It's still going to be difficult to play in close range, but as I just mentioned, they're not brawlers that it's facing that are going to be getting in close range easily.
I think 2022 called, and they want their comeback. Yeah, we talked about new technologies, and I'm surprised to see that Bull was basically completely ignored throughout the entire draft. So was Doug. I think these are two brawlers that people have yet to, you know, fully experiment. Maybe East Asia hasn't caught up to it, but yeah, immediately going to be starting out here. Terry's going to be running that vision gadget, so allowing his entire team to see where everyone is. IC backs it up as well with another gadget of his own, but he's got the bad matchup against this M, so just has no choice but to really sack there, and maybe just opt to just buy some time to get a lane swap. No, not even going to be getting that, just going to concede the entirety of the right lane. IC is going to have to try to make a move on that left side. At the moment, this Rosa, as you mentioned, doesn't seem to be doing anything.
Yeah, not quite yet. Needs to get in position. IC in bush. Really wants to be in there. He's going to earn it, and it's going to take a bit of help from Memeshi, but he is now in position. Pops that super, gets the kill for free, 3 gems in hand, and now he just stays in position. It's a strong position for him to stay behind these little, you know, couple of salmon sushi now behind the tuna on the right side because they're not blocks anymore, folks. But this is where he's going to reside as much as possible. Once Ryohi gets a bit too aggressive, then IC can pop the unfriendly bushes and then get in range. He's still going to have to power through that slow from Ryohi, and he's going to pop it now, but IC kept the distance. He wasn't able to be knocked back. Excellent microplay there from IC, and a near pull from Memeshi could have gotten them the countdown. They're still only 2 gems away. They're firmly in control. Terry has been tearing up this match on the left side versus a choppy 1 gem for Rival Esports to get that countdown. It's going to be spawning now. IC senses his opportunity, gets a kill, and gets number 4 for Rival.
Rival Esports showing why Ems has been a largely forgotten pick, just completely punishing every single advance made by Ryohi. There was only one play he made in that early game that really worked out. Hypercharged Gravity, just gonna, you know, rub it in there onto Na'Vi and show them that they had no chance to begin with. They just played such a calculated game. Just every single interaction played just such a good spacing, as you mentioned, from IC, dealing with Ryohei on the right side, which traditionally you'd imagine that Ems as a role is supposed to deal with the tanks. But if you play perfectly, Ems is kind of trash right now.
Man, look at how they massacred my girl, I guess. Ems used to be one of my favorite brawlers. Now, keep in mind, folks, my heyday was 5 years ago in 2020. So that should provide some additional context. You said 2022, Call, they want their matchup back, and I think you can even dig further into history. What a pinch between Kuru and Ryohei, though. That was excellent right there. They found exactly the medicine to deal with that Rosa, and hey, guess what it was? It was some good old-fashioned teamwork to deal with it. Now that Ryohei finds himself in the 1v2, you will not be surprised at what just happened. Now this is a big issue for Kuru. IC is going to be healing up to full health, can take this close-range matchup versus Ryohei. He needs to jump scare him sort of on the right side, and then go for the lifeblood of the Operation Kuru.
Another kill onto Ryohei on this right side. IC is just making this brawler look bad and making the playmaker on the team Ryohei kind of suffer here. Not really being able to get much. He does have that M super online. In theory, that should allow him to just take back this bush. He's going to pop it now just to scout out IC. But look at IC. He's got a button that's even stronger. I press green button for your yellow button and I just walk out of there. It's super duper easy for me to play out that interaction. And now with Mameshi having this magic hand, Ryohei literally cannot play this game any longer.
It's so challenging for him to get in position. Mameshi looks for the pull. It's good. They had vision and they used it successfully. Kuru also trying to get a bit of damage before he retreats back to his own spawn. And yet another kill for Terry on the left side. He has been dominating this matchup versus Bo. That's 2 kills, basically a team wipe, and Bo is the last staggered brawler trying to find his way forward. He does at least have a hypercharge, but he's got to get it to Mameshi in order to interrupt this countdown. 5 seconds to go. Na'Vi with no movement, no wind in their sails, and not even a single possibility of getting to the Rival Esports home front. That's going to be a Rival Esports set win for set number 2.
I have no clue what Na'Vi were planning there. I'm going to be real with you here. There was no attempt there to make the lane swaps either. M's going... Yeah, Terry's cracking his smile there, popping his drink. He almost spat out his drink. Might have been a joke happening in his team. That's the best flavor, yeah. That is the... Is that the best flavor?
Punch.
We're not...
Peak flavor. Peak flavor. When I was... I haven't seen those skinny cans everywhere, or anywhere, but Spoo, when you and I were in Japan, there were 2 flavors. There was regular, and then there was Pipeline Punch. And dude, I like cracked a couple of those like every single day. Sorry, excuse me for getting distracted. I just enjoy seeing my favorite energy drink on the screen. They should sponsor us. Do they know that we need a sponsor?
I don't think anyone knows that we need a sponsor, but yes, we do need sponsors. But yeah, we're gonna jump into another game. It's gonna be we rolled the new map again. By the way, guys, I'm not, as you can tell, we just saw double swoosh. I'm not forcing the map pool like we did in the challenge phase. Today we're gonna just roll it back and just go back to the regularly scheduled 3 maps, and it's gonna be randomized pretty much. But tight score now, 1-1 between both of these teams, and I'm really hoping that Na'Vi sort of studied the games that they played yesterday, because they drafted an unwinnable comp here yesterday, which is hilarious. I remember saying the line, they have to play Nai perfectly to win a single game. They managed to do so, but that was against much easier competition.
Yeah, that's always a fair point. There are no easy sets here in the finals, and I think you could say that just about in the challenge phase, but yes, it gets way more difficult. First selection of the Kaze. A lot of times we see this come in later, but Rival Esports decided that there was not a brawler more worthy of a first selection than this Kaze. Now, the mindset to draft into this Kaze is something that can punish it or something that can outdo it. Thing is, she's almost like a generalist here. She's so darn good, because not only is she able to get ridiculous damage on top of the safe with her geisha form, she's like hitting that crit every single time. Also in her geisha form, she can pop the hypercharge and use a super to get damage pretty much for free, in the same way that like Barley would just chuck a random super onto the safe and get damage at long range. She's able to do that with her super. So something to look out for. This Lumi usually doesn't succeed over here. Like, it can solo a safe, but into aggression, that's going to be a rough matchup.
Very interesting that Rival Esports decided to leave this Lumi out. We saw them do this against Crazy Raccoon. It was a different map that they did this, though. It was on Crystal Arcade. Sort of forced Tensai to pick up that Lumi. But here, they left it open to 3. So it's actually Na'Vi that laid the trap of not banning Lumi on this map. Rival just completely just kind of ignored it. And then now they're opting to pick up this Bull and the Charlie. Something that they did yesterday as well, just using this Charlie as their defensive choice of pick, and then opting to have these same structure of, you know, Bull and Kaze to be that sort of diving damage potential. Bull can also sometimes be the defender if necessary. Now we have one final selection here. I think Lumi as a defender is pretty decent. They might want to opt to just double up and get more damage. Just look for better matchups in general, because so far it just looks like, wow, Na'Vi, they're not hiding anything. Shade is a really good brawler here on Pit Stop. If you can play it at a really high level, I mean, there's practically no brawler on Rival Esports that can really compete with it, unless the Bull can, you know, charge through and land a perfect stun onto him. But yeah, previously in the previous patch, Shade was pretty good.
Yes, and he did get like a sneaky little nerf, whether it was intentional or not. Hey, feel free to theory craft yourself. But the sneaky nerf is that the speed no longer stacks. If you're a Shade player, or if you've played Shade to any success in the past, you know that when you use a super while you have an ongoing super, you get more speed and you can get really fast. It's not going to be happening here anymore. That ability has been removed, whether it was a bug to begin with, also a mystery, but a Choppy is literally clapping IC in the very first matchup. Ryohei is going to get this down likely to 75%. Nope, taken down on defense by Memeshi, but got it down to 82. That's a pretty good first interaction.
Now Rival finally getting the first bit of damage there with that Fan Storm. They're just going to throw IC at the wall to just deal 15% damage. Terry now on the left side is going to be blocked up against Achapi and Kuru. Terry, there's the stun, goes onto the Lumi. That's what we talked about to get that one kill. But they've dedicated Achapi to deal with him and clean him up. IC is now going to be going back on the attack on the right side, and we have the same structure that we saw. 2 defense, 1 attack.
Terry on the right side, pushing forward, take down a Ryohei. He's got another super and takes down a Choppy. That is the machine that is Bull. Not a good matchup for him and Lumi, though. It would be excellent if he could escape. Yeah, inch a little bit forward, try and bait those attacks back from Kuru. Terry says, hey, you want to sit inside of Bull? Guess what? I can bust right through those. Him and IC both get the takedown onto Shade, and they are all over this safe.
Na'Vi defense just looked so fragile. They're so easy to break just off the backs of this new reworked Bull, and that's gonna be the last layer of shielding exposed. 23% left. Ryohei did manage to do some damage though, but make no mistake, guys, this is pretty much Rival Esports' game to lose at this point, unless they make this kind of a mistake. Ryohei now with the fidget spinner of death, going to be going into the backline, dealing so much damage. They're putting the last layer of shielding at threat. 12%. This could literally shred open everything. Achapi just needs one more hit. 1% on both saves. Who's going to get it? Achapi has no super. He's going to go in. Gets the last lap. No! Memeshi with that final shot manages to get it. Now a stun from Kuru. Interrupted by IC. Now Ryohei tries to get it. Cocooned up. The Fan Storm will end the game.
Oh
wow.
My goodness. What a close matchup between these two. I just can't believe it. 1% to 1%. That is the level of competition that we have here between Rival Esports and Na'Vi. It was anyone's game at a point there. And Rival Esports, they were leading. It's a good thing that they managed to finish that one off, because what a near miss at the end. Shade nearly got through, was trying to take things down from range, ended up attempting to super in as well, denied on that front as well. Super close matchup. We could very well be going to a tied up set even, just based on how close that last one was. But Rival Esports, once Terry started moving, it looked vastly favored for them, especially versus a Choppy, who's leveraging his ability to go through the walls. Some of those are able to be broken. In fact, there are very few indestructibles on this map for him to properly hide from Terry on. He's attempting to keep his distance, but the pinch between Terry and Memeshi is too much. And here's the hypercharge out from IC. He's dropping Navi's safe a little bit lower, and it expert defense from Memeshi on the right side. Now it's a proper offense in from Rival Esports, and they've gotten rid of the first shield.
It's very, very close game. There were only 5% as the differential there. A little bit more chip damage done there by IC. Mameshi now taking the offensive position there and leaving Terry in the base to defend against Ryohei. This is a bit of an interesting choice, but two-man stun there from Terry. Goes to show that it does work out. Nonetheless, Chapi gonna be able to finally tear through that first layer of shielding. Now trying to get that second kill onto Mameshi, but not gonna happen there. The Charlie Hypercharge just doing too much damage here. Rival Esports, they continue to maintain the lead. And rightfully so, Achapi has to start doing a lot more here. He's choosing to abandon the defense here, now just opting to just try and tie things up, go for the offense, get Ryohei in the backline as well. Mameshi is a sole defender here, but on the other side, the Na'Vi safe is also taking way too much damage.
This is getting dangerous, and the Shade's not able to do this solo. Oh my goodness, the crits in from Kaze, and the final hurt from Terry with the super Rival Esports. With really the better composition, that was some tight competition in game number 1, however. I cannot shake that 1% narrow victory from my head. Let's take a look at how close it really was, though. Mameshi, perma defense, oh my goodness. And that is why Kaze is the first selection.
Okay, I learned something today about Kaze as well. I thought that IC was a little bit muted there in his offensive capabilities, and I thought it was Terry that was doing a lot of that save damage when I saw the save plummet, but it turns out you were right. The absolute behemoth from critical hits and the reload speed on this Kaze in that Geisha form, just so fast, so much damage being pulled in here. And Na'Vi, on the other hand, Kuru didn't even touch the save. It could have been game number 1 if he successfully did so, but for the time being, yeah, a big fat 0 for him, and a painful one at that.
It hurts. It's look, I'm not going to pretend like I know more about this game than the folks playing it at a professional level, but I'm just going to say I called it in the draft. Lumi gets picked up into an aggro brawler. What do you really expect? She needs to keep people at range, and she's really, really good at it. She gets the slow. It's wonderful, but she gets outranged by snipers, and she gets run down by anything with a movement. She has no defense in close range. She gets deleted when there is an assassin on top of her, and she doesn't have any meaningful CC that she can use. Once again, that CC that she has, that stun, only exists at range, and it only keeps people in position. It doesn't prevent them from attacking. So there are caveats to Lumi. Tread carefully around that brawler, whether you're facing it or picking it. Now, talking about this draft incoming. Rival Esports, they've decided to first pick the Ollie. That's quite untraditional.
They had good success with it. The last time that they did, Terry did an excellent job in Knockout. You know, we found some tech whereby Ollie can drag people into the smoke. Yep. That's pretty much the way that he tries to win over time. And in general, I mean, it's a pretty decent brawler to maintain the pressure all around as a tank. Interestingly, we talked about respecting Lumi and making sure that you're not over prioritizing it, especially now that Lumi is in a bit of a nerfed state. Both teams going to be opting to leave it open, and neither team picking it up just yet. Na'Vi might be considering it, because at the end of the day, that first gadget is still really, really useful to get. They're not going to go for it. They're going to lean back, dig deep, pick up brawlers that they're more comfortable with. The Bell is showing now this is just a double-ranged sort of structure that they have. If Na'Vi want to commit to going wall break, they can, but I think this actually leaves some vulnerability for Rival Esports to capitalize on.
Double pick selection now from Rival Esports. They've gone with the Angelo and the Tick. Usually, the way that Ollie would be played is you sort of put all your chips on him, you try and get him some support, but check this out from Rival Esports. They've already gotten rid of Gray, and they've eliminated the Gus from play as well. So he's just going to be here to apply some of that pressure, the assassin type stuff, and notably also with his Bell selection, it would just be difficult to go all in on that Ollie, so they're going to leave him sort of on his own. And this is where things stop making sense for me as much, because Angelo, I look at this guy and I go like, he can get some picks, he can also exist in the late game. I feel like Tick is heavily slated towards the late game. You really need to make it into mid so you can get the full potential of that hypercharged Tick super, because you're not getting solo KOs until then. So I'm anticipating Rival Esports trying to stick this out till the bitter end versus Navi, who are similarly geared up for that interaction.
We'll have to see. IC in Bush. The star tank player is going to be picking up quite a literal bombardment of a tank. It's not an actual tank in Brawl Stars, but, well, this guy is lobbing snow cones at the enemy here. I expect a very passive game throughout this because Rival Esports, their plan is to pretty much just, as you mentioned, stall out for the late game. Hopefully, Carry's got a super by then, and then just try and win it out. But Na'Vi, though, they're the ones that have to try and win out in this early game because they have, in a sense, the superior early game matchups on these side lanes. Almost dropping there. An early misstep from Ryohei could easily cost his life if he's not careful.
Looks like that first selection of Ollie has been really worth it for Rival Esports because aside from that, they've gotten a pretty good draft, and Terry is showing exactly why he wanted Ollie as his pick. We'll see an interesting bounce shot from a Choppy. Nearly contacted Terry. It's hard to get those one spot on. Early takedown on Dakuru from Meshi. Another one out from Terry and IC. And a Choppy's going to run it down, just trying to stay away. Into the poison he goes without feeding any more abilities to Rival Esports. They've gotten some utility farmed up as well. Note the hypercharge on IC, which is going to be crucial for the end of this next round.
This is a dangerous matchup for Na'Vi to get into. They really need to start capitalizing more on this early game. Achapi, there you go. See that traditional Japanese movement now. Trying to pressure out Terry on his Ollie, landing so many good shots, but this is the point where, yeah, you get a bounce shot coming in, but you can't really break in here. You need the team to just come in and pinch with you. He needs to buy time for Ryohei to come forward, but as long as IC maintains this control, yeah, Terry's taking up so many hits, but he's just honestly getting free supercharge here.
Navi have farmed up all of their supers. A couple of supers available to Rival Esports as well. They've got their hypercharges. Memeshi's just going to go for it. So is it Choppy. It's drive time. Another hypercharge pop from IC. Ryohei on his last legs, and he has nowhere to back up. Got to go for the close range interaction versus IC. Comes out dead. Terry with the diff on the left side as well, and Guru's the last man standing. Rival Esports with a game 1 win and a match point incoming.
This could be a 3-1 for Rival Esports. The draft from them just looks so comfortable, and so do our players. Terry's chair is
lounging around.
By the way, I just realized that he's practically playing on a massage chair or something. That's huge. That chair is twice the width of the player itself, and I mean,
mobile mindset.
I knew the Terry was. I knew he was loaded, but like, man, I mean, this game he's playing extremely well as well. You know, pretty much if he's getting too much pressure from a Choppy, that could spell doom for him. But I think really they gotta Na'Vi have to dig deep, but they have to find another solution to this problem. And yeah, it's gonna look to be a bounce shot from a Choppy, sniping out IC. Now diffusing the residual hit from him, and we finally see some signs of life from Na'Vi.
At long last, they get an early game kill. Oh, a Choppy with another one, and Ryohei with the final shot onto Memeshi. Yeah, that was a priority for Rival Esports to lose as quickly as possible. They didn't want to be used as super batteries for anyone else. So we'll see Navi resume their position at mid. As you put it earlier, they do have just like favorable sort of matchups in the early game. But if Memeshi does the same thing that he did last time, he could get a pick on Akuru. I mean, that was a catalyst for a round victory for them in game number 1. And it all came to a head. It allowed the remainder of the team to farm their supers, get some hypercharges ready for the second round, and win based off of that. But they cannot really approach Ryohei on this Hank. It does mean that IC can... That's kind of funny. Ryohei's like in the middle of these mines. Just a bizarre interaction. But IC has gotten his hyper super off of this, which is very profitable.
It's looking like a better game number 2 as well for Na'Vi. A nice kill there onto IC. Memeshi forced to go into the smoke. It's just Terry now 1 versus 3 against the world. It's very difficult to come back from these kinds of positions, especially when Ryohei now with one last bubble. Pop goes Terry. Na'Vi tie this one up 1-1. Crew not looking too pleased with himself. Wants to try and pull this one back, make it at least a 2-2 scoreline.
Yeah, I saw his reaction right after coming out of that one. And not really comfortable, but not bitter either. it's comforting to come out of a 0-2 game and know that you've got a chance, that you can make it happen 2-0. But knowing how match points go, I feel like this one's bound to go to round number 3. That's early damage out from a Meshi on a Hank. Terry also has already been marked into the game. It's a phenomenal start for Na'Vi so far. They've recovered the health on Ryoki. They resume their normal position. Now, he is being a little cautious of IC here at mid. He doesn't want to feed that super too quickly. It's going to be an inevitability. And he's just going to go for it. Super out, Ryoki taking massive damage. Mameshi through the wall trying to take down Ryoki. But Terry's the first Link to fall on the left side. We'll see.
Not looking good for Rival Esports. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, not looking good. Too good for Rival Esports here. Pretty much just going to be flattened out. Yeah, they have to concede in the smoke. Ryohei is going to get a nice super to boot as well for his efforts. Na'Vi, all of a sudden, they dialed it up to an 11. And with that ready, I am now going to go back.
That's right.
Hunting down the Melty Cam.
It is a perilous pursuit, but we are going to get it. I presume everyone in chat is going wild for the just proposition of having this guy on the cam, so it's a concerted effort. Na'Vi are just one round away from dragging us to a set 5. Rival Esports would love to get it done here, but we haven't seen them win a round since game number 1. Na'Vi sort of ran through them in game number 2, and they're threatening to do it once more. Terry this time, though, is not going to be giving that super to a Choppy for free. Oh, he's trying to dodge it. Not used yet by a Choppy, and there's the mark that they needed. Might have preferred to get it on IC since he's quite low, but Kuru puts the hurt on him. Still down to a 2v2. Kuru gets the kill on the Meshi. In spite of the Empower being put down on the ground, the healing did not come through when he needed it. It's Terry v2. We already know how this one's going to go, but Terry's still going to give it his best shot, trying to drag Kuru into the poison, but still taken down. That is Na'Vi taking us to set 5. Rival Esports. They looked like they could get it done, but in these near-miss sort of interactions in the late game, they were overwhelmed by Na'Vi. Finally, Kuru looks a little bit comfortable. Terry, same as before, but finally a little smile emerges on Kuru's face. It's time for set 5. This is a competition they live for. So we're going to be heading to that next draft momentarily. Yeah, this is all tied up.
Man, all right, that's gonna buy me a little bit more time for me to hunt down the Melty Cam guys. But in the meantime, yeah, we're gonna be going into Layer Cake.
Yes.
We had 3 maps. Then you could potentially roll. Layer Cake is one that did roll over from the previous patch. This, again, I mean, I expect Shade still to be banned, but we've already seen one Shade attempt today that didn't really work out because we do have an inclusion of 2 tanks that can actually deal with it, both with the stun. And I'd really, really want to see the Doug be considered. Because this is a map that you truly can take advantage of the fact that you just have so much health to work with. Now if he's going to get easy supers from that new trait that he's got as well, this is a map that you can sandwich people in the last layer of that cake and just really, you know, take the cake. Na'Vi, they got this Jug first pick. I'm hoping this sets up for that hot dog man later on.
I would love to see it. Is it coming in as a 4-5? I think the most likely place for it to be is going to be as a 6 pick. So now, hey, Rival Esports, you want to pick him? We'll have to wait and see. What is the counter into him as well? It's going to take some extreme damage. I think the closest parallel that I can draw to Doug in terms of other brawlers gotta be Jackie. The thing that he's missing, though, is the speed that Jackie has available, and that cooldown is really not very long for Jackie to get her speed back. Doug doesn't have it. What he does have is the ability to two-shot actually quite a few brawlers if you're using the extra mustard and don't react to, you know, the mustard too intensely. So Na'Vi have this ability if they want to go with it. I'd love to see him go for it. I'm still looking at the possibility of something like a Jackie. Gray is wide open, but looks like neither team really went for it. Willow selection now from Na'Vi. We've seen this numerous times. In fact, I think I remember seeing Elevate run this in North America. So this pick is known the world round especially for its ability to act defensively, because you can mind control someone away from you, or mind control your enemy closer to one of your own teammates so that they deliver some stars to your front doorstep.
This is the Ryohei pickup from Na'Vi. Pretty much what we anticipate there as well from the draft. And there is the, I believe that's going to be the IC or Terry pickup. This is classic rival esports going up against classic Na'Vi. Both teams just really falling back, I would say, on comfort picks at this point. Not necessarily maybe the meta, but Na'Vi, their comp, I feel that it just makes a little more sense to me. They've got Gene Pulse for the late game if they need it. They've got this early pressure from the Kenji and the Willow. Rival esports, though, they've got the X factor when it comes to this Lily, and that's going to be what they really rely on. It's going to be very scrappy. Oops, excuse me. It's going to be scrappy in the team fights, and that might be the way that Rival esports take this, but this really could go either way.
Well, it all comes down to this. Rival esports and Na'Vi has been a brutal match so far, but it has come down to a single and final set of bounty here on Layer Cake. Blue Star went to Na'Vi just moments ago. Ryohei predictably dashed forward to get it off the beginning of the game. We'll see him in hot pursuit of Memeshi in close range. Terry trying to fend him off, but Ryohei knows this is a winning matchup. Going to pursue that kill, needs one more shot on Terry. That's good. Has a super to take to the skies if necessary. IC knows that this is a lost battle. Opts to retreat and instead try and trick someone. Big pull out from Kuru. Take down Memeshi with the poison from a Choppy. And Na'Vi are leading 7-0 in a dominating start.
This more coherent comp is terrifying to go up against. There's so much counterplay on the side of Na'Vi as well. And Rival esports, I don't really see the way that this Lily is going to get in. He actually jumps onto it, gets the TP, but no attacks because Ryohei just anticipated that. Now he's going to be falling really, really low. There's the robotic Rex coming in. I see. Just waited for Ryohei to come back. Terry flattened him. There's the break play that we need from Rival esports.
I can't help but wonder why a Choppy decided not to pull the trigger on that super when he was in close range versus IC. Maybe anticipated that Memeshi would just kill him anyway, that he wouldn't be able to get a kill. We'll see how he uses it on offense, because I feel like a lot of times we see that Willow super used on defense. He's still holding on to it for now. Na'Vi gearing up for a push. If they can, they'll just take this gene pull. That is the safest option for them. It would also put them in the lead. A single kill onto anyone is the math, but he's got to fire it off soon so that they know whether they even have the option. Ryohei's going to go in. Hypercharge now, looks for the kill. IC instantly into the Shadow Realm. Terry alive with a kill on the right and no possible targets to pull. The Rats are blocking all of the possible entry points. That's one game for Rival esports and a match point once again.
The X Factor came in there when they needed it. This is the classic Rival esports style. You got a strategy that relies a lot on chaos, and that's exactly what they brought here. Na'Vi thought that with the hypercharge, they would be able to bring this game back off the backs of Ryohei. But Terry, on his monstrous Ash, there's so much damage coming in at the end there. Too much for Na'Vi to break through.
Rival esports once more trailing by a single blue star off the beginning because Na'Vi had the Kenji dash forward. Last time, the way that they broke into Navi's home base was they sort of sent IC to break things up, Terry and Memeshi to clean things up. And we must expect a similar dynamic this time. Mind you, they didn't manage to get anything done. Na'Vi was leading somewhere around 7-0 before Rival esports went in, got a team kill, and suddenly they were in the lead. Note that Choppy has a super now. He can defend against IC, who's now going back to the bush, but he has a super. That's not unknown information, though. He was poisoned by Willow on his re-entry to the normal realm. Big pull. Now Terry taken down. It's a free kill for Na'Vi. They're even further in the lead now.
This is what they need, though. They pretty much have to establish as big of a lead as possible, because inevitably when Rival esports comes in with one big push, they will get some of their stars back. There we go. Sacrificing Ryohei there. That's the buffer that they needed. They gave 2 stars back and the blue star back to IC. Now it's just a 1 kill differential. But Na'Vi, they've already regained full utility on all 3 of their brawlers. It should be, in theory, not the hardest defense in the world here, with Kuru pulling up Memeshi there. That's one of the big damage dealers gone. Now it's left to the 2 tanks. Hypercharge is available for IC, but opting to wait for Mameshi to come back for one last push.
It's going to be a big bonus to have that, but they're still facing a Choppy, and he has a super. They need 2 kills. Ryoki going to be the first to fall, can't even use a super. Now on to Kuru. He's got a hypercharge. Terry's mind controlled. IC's got to get out of there. Mameshi keeping the range. That's a takedown onto IC. Terry still trying to put the hurt on him, but unsuccessful. Navi brings us to a double match point.
We're gonna go all the way today, aren't we ready? I mean, these games, every single time Navi plays against rival esports, they just, you know, they like to bring it, you know, to the most cinematic kind of climactic finale, and that's what we're having, and that's what we're all here for. Now, same interaction as that game number 1 and 2. Ryohei gonna be getting the first stop, but IC making a very early aggressive move there. Got his super, got out.
It's the same start that we have seen every single game so far. No, mind you, small sample size, but it's what you come to expect. IC is going to go aggro right off the beginning. Ryohei now looks to punish. Gets one little swipe there onto Terry. Hardly the best super cycling. IC also opts to get out of there. He had a super, but decided not to use it. I assume he's just playing defensively. Huge pull from Kuru, but now the follow-up. A super on the point where he re-entered. Squeak got some serious damage. It helped Terry get the kill onto a Choppy, and that's massive. Rival Esports are only trailing by the tie-breaking blue star. It would have been even better if they hadn't lost one of their number along the way, but this is much better than last game where they couldn't even get a single kill.
The Willow angle is what Rival Esports have to anticipate. It's one of the 2 defensive resources that they have. The other being that gene pool that's really, really dangerous. Rival Esports, they're comfortable just sitting here, just waiting, because they're confident that IC at the very end of the game with the hypercharge and the gadget should be able to get in, get a quick assassination. But Navi, they're the ones that have to read that play. I'm not sure if they know exactly where IC is at this point. It's pretty hard to predict, but with less than 30 seconds left in relegation time, Navi and Rival Esports, they're gonna have to make one final play to decide who takes the series.
15-second countdown is active. IC in with the reflected shot on the hypercharge super. Gets one, can't escape with his life. Kuru gets a takedown. Now he's looking for the hypercharge. Could he get the pull? Terry is vulnerable. Takedown on him. Mameshi gets the kill in the final seconds, but Navi still remain ahead by an 8-star berth. That's 3-2. Navi on top, advancing through to the winners bracket, and Rival Esports down to the lowers, where they're going to have to face Rival, hardly the most likely opponent to face down there. But with our winners semifinals concluded, our winners finals will produce a Navi and effort result matchup.
One for the ages to watch. Rival versus Navi now post-game. Looking at the cams just real quick. Kuru, not too sure if he's aware of the fact that we're all staring at him. Doesn't look too pleased with himself
Hi,
at the fact that they got out of that. Do you think he could hear you if you actually said that?
No, he can't. I tested. Folks, when we were getting ready for the show, one of our admins, or like the guy, our admin, Pika's, joined the link just to like make sure it worked, basically. And I was like, hi Pika's, you're smelly. Just kidding, I didn't say that last part. But I was trying to see if he could hear us. He can't, thankfully. But maybe in the future we could get listen-ins, because technically we can get their microphones. Spying on the players and encroaching on their privacy aside, let's talk about some of these stats. I loved seeing Kuru hit those pulls. He did it so many times. He was ridiculously reliable with the magic hand.
Mameshi, on the other hand, was ridiculously reliable at being pulled by said magic hand. Quite a, you know, my bad moment from him there, but it's kind of inevitable. Really, like, trying his best there. He's got 2 tanks that he's got basically soak damage for, and he's the only one that he's basically just constantly revealing his position, because, well, Rival Esports decided to draft 2 tanks pretty much. So Mameshi is always gonna have, you know, his position exposed, which makes it easy for Kuru on the defense to always find the pull. And with that said, Navi with one final very classic Navi draft off the backs of, once again, another fantastic performance from a Ryohei Kenji, a Choppy Willow, Kuru Jin. This just really feels like Navi finding their style.
Yeah.
And if they keep this up, honestly, they just really might be in contention, not just in the RCL, but like in the BSC as well.
I really look forward to seeing this happen, okay? Because Navi, look, we've wanted to see like Navi succeed for quite a while. Didn't really, at least as an organization, make it through the last chance qualifier last year. It's time for us to see Navi in a postseason once again. If there's any time for them to come back, it is these last couple months of BSC. By the way, you know what else is going on? Rival Challengers League is still happening, and we have the potential to see them make a deep run today as well and catch up on some of those points that they missed in the earlier seasons.
Well, folks, we're going to be headed to the lower bracket of today. We're going to be updating that shortly for you guys as well. The scorelines, just aside from production and stuff and trying to hunt down Melty's cam, which spoiler alert, we may or may not have figured things out. We're gonna have to wait and see. But yeah, that's the matchup we're gonna be looking at next. Reject gonna be going up against Rival Esports in that lower bracket. And honestly, Reddy, just based on the performances that we've seen in those first two series of the day, do you have a favorite team going into this matchup? Or favorite team?
I'm going to say Rival, personally. I feel like that's the more likely victor of this lower bracket. I have no idea how Effort Result pulled it off. It's ridiculous how they managed to get a 3-0 in the upper bracket versus Reject of all teams. But I just get the feeling that, you know, teams, they don't just like get this much better overnight. Yes, there is a new meta, but I feel like Rival are likewise equipped to play it.
I think Reject, their match against Effort Result just felt like they were a bit distracted, maybe just didn't really focus too much on the comps, and every single comp just felt completely in the Effort Result team favor. They did win some games, they just didn't manage to bring it to fruition in a whole set, and I don't think that that's representative of just what Reject as a team is capable of doing. So what I'm hoping for the spectator is just for really competitive games. I feel that I want to say Rival is favored, but bear in mind that every single time we've seen Reject and Rival clash, it's been in the grand finals. It's not been in the lower bracket of the first round and first elimination of that tournament. So this could really be quite an important match for the rest of the RCL.
Okay, well, let's talk about draft here, Spoo. In terms of priority on first selection, I'd say Kaze, top priority, and predictable right there is a first selection indeed. Reject are going to be going with the Finks in the Charlie here. We saw a similar strategy last time. They were facing into like some serious aggression. It wasn't really enough.
It is the weakness of such a brawler. And here, in Dueling Beetles of all maps, I don't really know how much I believe in it. I think, honestly, as a caster, I have to say I don't understand Kaze enough. At this point, I have to watch a lot more of it. That brawler I understand, though, and I understand the concept behind that, at least. It has worked, and at this time, they should know that as long as Frank remains inside the pool, it will be a brawler that they have to be careful of. They're going to fall back, and then they're not going to triple down like what they did in the previous series on Open Business and pick up, you know, that second tank pickup, like the Hank. Instead, with both Hank banned out, they're just going to opt to go for the stable thrower here. They banned out Barry as well, so there's no sort of parity in terms of throwers that Reject can go for. So they might be opting to go instead for wall breaks instead to deal with this Barley.
Okay.
Or Assassins.
Oh, okay. Yeah, throw that one on the end right there as well, because that is very important. Okay, Reject now. Reaction into this. They don't really have anything that'll be good versus a thrower, so they have to play reactively here. They don't really have an option to do otherwise. Something that could fit the role of perhaps dealing with a couple of these assassins would be very, very useful. Final selection in, it's the Lily. Lily is such a good brawler, and it's going to keep Rival Esports on their toes for sure. I would say it's highly vulnerable to Buzz. There's potential for that gadget to do some work. I anticipate they'll probably want to use it to get rid of that Barley, who is still going to be running the herbal tonic, not the sticky syrup mixer. Look, if a Lily's on you, she's on you. There's no point in trying to slow her down. So, Rival Esports, I honestly give them composition here, just based on knowing what they are confident in playing.
We're gonna have to see if Comfort Picks will do the trick. They do get that first sort of kill here of the game. Mid control in their favor. Reject on the other side. They have to find a way to break in. They've opted to go for that assassination route with this Lily, but no results for it just yet. Now, a fake super coming down. That's going to give a super speeded super from Reject. If they want to use it, no, Melty's going to opt to hold back for it for now. And with this last call coming out, it's going to drive the entirety of Reject back. And there we go. They push the button, send Terry in. Misses off the last hook, but no. He's got Hypercharge and the gadget to go. So he can go on to Shu immediately, leaving Melty against the world. He's succeeding to do so, getting one kill, but that mark should finish him off. IC takes him down, and Terry just cycles another super once again. It just looks like Rival Esports, as you said, the comp is working so well for them.
And they know how to play it. Whoa, that was some tricky stuff from Shu. Terry hits him with a torpedo, and Shu hits him back with the teleport. But he's still no match for this Barley. In fact, doesn't seem like anyone is. Terry with the takedown on Melty, and Shu is the next to fall. Rival Esports are looking fantastic over here. Just a composition diff all the way around. Reject were not equipped to deal with this.
Fantastic gameplay, team play coming out from the Rival Esports, and well. Melty doesn't really look phased. Is it just me, or do they all just get the same drinks?
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. I'm like, okay, they know what peak is. Like, this is the best drink. It is, look, I'm not going to tell you that you need an energy drink to like sit on your butt and play Brawl Stars all day, which I know you all do who are watching. But it is very tasty. I will like endorse it for free. That's a very yummy beverage. So if nothing else, it tastes nice. It's nice to have a little bev next to you when you are in a heated competition, something to cool you down in the flame of battle. We'll see Reject once more struggle in this early game matchup. The Fanstorm down from IC is going to make it difficult for Shu to see anything, and now he's staggered on the respawn. And Melty and Battleman aren't going to really wait up for him. They're going to opt to fight this 2v3 for a little bit, and now Shu rejoins the battle. Melty trying to sneak in once again with a super, and is caught out. An attempted grapple from Terry, but now Melty's back to the back lines. He's soon to be interrupted. No, actually rejects Terry in the middle of his hypercharge, and Reject have won back this entire point.
Unexpected from them, really. Very difficult to get back into this pit, considering all these abilities coming out. Rival Esports going to be popping 2 hypercharges of their own. Terry continues to be the thorn in Reject's side, but Reject, they've weathered the storm. That hypercharge from the Kaze wasn't enough, and Terry, now without a stun and such low HP, he can't compete in the mid. Has to wait for Mameshi's last call before making advancements. Now IC goes for Shu, and it's starting to look like it's swinging back in the Rival Esports' favor.
Rival Esports with the next kill from both Mameshi and Terry, and the Fanstorm's down. They don't really have good vision, but they gotta pop some hypercharges nonetheless. Now, storming out of all of those fans, and we see Battleman get a cocoon. Someone's got to follow up, though. Terry was pretty high on health, and Shu wasn't able to get the takedown off of that, but he got closer to his next super. Everyone's looking alive and healthy. Could be a kill out from Melty. He's got him kept back. Reject getting dangerously close to victory here. Another cocoon. Shu has to be interrupted here. One more shot from IC will take him down. Melty needs to storm in here. Battleman and Melty in the 2v1. Get it done and finish off game number 2, tying up our series.
1-1 in the set lines, and wow, Terry's gotta, adjust his hair there. Maybe I was blocking some of the hooks that he was seeing there, but truly, it was Battleman there in that game. I think managing to shut down Terry, that is really the key here to break the Rival Esports comp here. The Brawler is at the moment in a really overpowered state, and that's kind of the main focus that they have to do. IC, on the other hand, another threat that they have to contend with. We're gonna be checking this out from Rival's perspective. Now Terry with the stun goes in onto Battleman, but Shu has the damage to come in to save him. And Melty, last man standing, just running down Mameshi, and now returning back to the zone to get some of that additional percentage. He's not a good target for Terry to stun. He's gonna have to wait. Oh man, that's really bad.
Not good at all. Reject can still recover this. They do have this super in from Mameshi. Melty disrupting his position, and Terry's here to pursue the kill. Has a hypercharge and super. He knows that IC is going to be pretty much left for dead over here. Some tricky stuff from Shu. Almost left Terry cross-eyed. Definitely the best effort play that we've seen from Finks in terms of getting out of the clutches of this Buzz, but yet unsuccessful. Terry with yet another, and the Hypercharge out from Battleman's got to be pretty close to getting that super, or just throwing in a last-ditch effort to rein back control over this mid, which it appears more so to be. That's the damaging super in from IC, keeps Rival Esports in this zone. Memeshi also equipped with a Hypercharge and Super to stymie yet another push. He's going to look for the kill on Battleman, and it will be cocooned along the way, but it's not that much of an issue. But Shu gets him from the sidelines and enforces this 2v2 at mid. Still anyone's game.
Very interesting. Memeshi didn't pop the Hypercharge there, opting to save it. Now Terry pops the Hypercharge from his own, goes straight onto Batoman, who's vulnerable because he doesn't have that Super. Melty, as amazing as he looks and plays, managing to get that kill in the bank isn't going to save him the game. Now with the Hypercharge Super, puts Terry in the Shadow Realm. There is the Hypercharge from Memeshi, just dominating the center. Battleman has no choice but to try to stay up. It's just Terry versus Melty, but doesn't stop it. Terry even managing to get one final Super to show off, finishing the game in style.
Wonderful performance here from Rival Esports that earns them set number 1 and Reject. Man, what a struggle it has been for them today. They just have not managed to win a set yet. That has got to weigh on you. And Melty got all dressed up for this as well. On game day, it is important to execute. But I imagine at this point, the momentum is starting to get to them. And the tilt is beginning to increase the severity of its angle. As Reject have lost their 4th set in a row today. Let's break this down, though, because they did have some good moments. They nearly made their first set win happen just now. We saw Melty in particular go 11-11. Battleman and Shu didn't even come close. They were run down by this Kaze and by this Buzz all game long, and despite the gadgets, the best efforts of Shu, he still couldn't escape Terry.
16-3. The man that you just mentioned, Terry, he tore up truly the entirety of the Reject roster. Battleman did do his job perfectly there to try to stop him as much as possible, but I think game number 3, key adaptation Terry made was really just keeping track of how close Battleman was to that super, and then also actively, whenever the super was up, try and bait it out as much as possible to just create openings for himself. This man, I think honestly speaking, independent of that bug, I expect that even once the bug is fixed, it's a brawler that Terry has to always keep in consideration respectfully because it's just so good at it. Now, opting to go for the Charlie first pick. Interestingly, Rival, they've had first pick and they opted to ban the Lumi. Huh.
Okay. I suppose it's worthy if you don't want to play control, especially if you're concerned about like wall break, because if those walls are breaking down, then that is a positively miserable lane to face. So Rival Esports have banned it out. They know very well what they want to play. They would love to pick up the Buzz. Unfortunately, it's been banned out by Reject. Okay, and so has the Kaze. Reject have, I think, identified the issue, really. It's that in this new meta, Buzz is just too much for them to contend with, and Kaze is similarly irritating. They will go for this Jae-Young, though. I really, really like Jae-Young. I think you're hard-pressed to find a Jae-Young composition that doesn't win. Rival Esports, their reaction into most things is, okay, let's play tanks, assassins, go aggro. Into anything that's supported by Jae-Young, that is infinitely more difficult because a lot of those interactions rely on your ammunition and your reload speed. Can you 3-tap something? Jae-Young screws it all up, and he's got his own damage to retaliate with.
Well, Rival Esports opt to go for this bull now. In response, they're not going to look at the Jae-Young matchup because, as you mentioned, you know, it's not really something that you outright want to counter either. It's just being picked really for like that synergistic aspect for the team here. And so, like, not really a pickup that you really have to care about. But this one, though, this is something we have to discuss. Because it's been a while since we've seen a Crystal Arcade. And it has also been a while since, at least if my memory beckons me, this boy or girl, it's
a cactus.
It's a cactus. This cactus
has
is
a flower.
genderless. It has a flower, so I guess it's technically... You know
flowers
what?
Flowers can self-pollinate.
we haven't. Yeah, it's an it. We
Yeah, so
haven't seen
stop trying to
this-
force it into category. I'll stop interrupting you.
We haven't seen it just yet, and I was expecting a cow pickup, honestly, from the side of Reject, just to shut this this spike down completely. It would have been great into the Charlie as well, but they're gonna opt for an even sharper pickup here in the form of that Tara. And the way that this matchup goes is, if Tara ever gets control of one of those side bushes, Rival Esports basically have to concede control of that bush or dedicate 2 brawlers to drive him out for the rest of the game. So this is looking like a really competitive draft from Reject.
At this point, look, I put my chips on Rival Esports to take it, and gosh, I just have to wonder, is Reject going to be able to do this? It looks competitive for sure. Things were competitive in the last set as well. It came down to really just a few percent there. We'll see the initial interaction favor Melty on the left side. This mid is all in favor of Reject at the moment.
Expectedly so. And that's right lane Shu. He just has to play it very, very carefully to make sure he doesn't lose control of that. Icy in the backline going to be pushed all the way back by Melty here. Finally, they drive out Shu on the right side. Mameshi now has priority on that right lane. But the gem count is where is at. Batuman already up to 5 in the mid on that Jae Young. He has to be very careful though. With IC holding that hypercharge and the gadget at any time, that could be a quick stun and a kill.
Banaman's got this speed. Who is he going to enable? Is it going to be Melty on the left side? Oh, there's not even anywhere that Melty could go when he's getting stunned by IC. An entire hypercharge just for that? I mean, pop off, man, but that was kind of a costly ability. He should be getting it back pretty soon here, and there's the interaction. Immediate destruction of all of those rats. Mameshi had it on lock. Rival Esports now count up to 7 gems. As soon as Reject looked like they might actually be confidently able to win a game, Rival Esports start shutting them out with these sort of plays. I see with yet another kill. Battleman left alive, and Melty is still alive on the right side as well, fighting, frankly, a bad matchup that he is pretty much doomed to lose, doing his best to dodge the curveballs, but is yet unsuccessful. A little bit of an interruption. IC is going to pick up 9 of these gems, Mameshi 1 of them. Actually, pretty good for Reject. They just need 1 kill onto either of these guys.
It's very surprising there, Shu. 1 super threat the entire game. Now he's got the hypercharge. Should be very close to another one. Big pull from him. Gonna be able to pull in IC, but no more shots, no more ammunition. IC could just go in on to flatten the Ash on the right side. Melty gonna drop here a second super there from Shu, just to reset the countdown once again. Reject now can escape from the base of Rival, and they should be able to tie this one up. Yeah, 11 to 9 gems. This should be resettable for the side of Reject, but Mameshi, he seems to have plans to stop it.
This was massive on those resets, but now they got to fight a 2v3 and a third hypercharge from IC. Looking for the takedown onto Melty, who cannot get to Terry in time. Rival Esports with their first game win of this set.
The bull factor. It's really, I'm starting to wonder, you know, did the rework really make this brawler as strong as it is, or do teams just not understand how to play against it just yet? It looks like Reject have the tools for it, though. I mean, you've got a Tara Super, which in all theory should be, with a couple pinches from Baraman, be enough. Yeah, they're going to lane Shu against IC this time. This is not an easy matchup by any means. Okay. Shu almost fell there. IC just needed 1 more shot to bring him down. He's managed to secure that left lane. They're leaving Melty to suffer on the right against Mameshi though, but I think that's a trade that they have to take.
Reject still looking for these early game wins. Shu taken down by IC. I mean, just look at that interaction. The attempt from Tara to get a meaningful pull onto IC. Breaks the walls, sure, but immediately once the CC is over, IC grabs the kill practically for free. She's going to try and soak up some of these shots. Bull doesn't have good reload speed, but what he does have is a stun. IC is dominating this left lane. It looks unwinnable for what's supposed to be a tank counter brawler.
It's really perplexing that Shu's opting to go for wall breaks here with those gravity. It would always be a threat here against Terry if he chose to hold on to it or potentially rotate onto Mameshi. Now he's got gravity again with the hypercharge, but they're so far behind, and IC just has free reign inside the base. Shu is hesitating on the trigger, doesn't want to use it just yet. seems to know that that seems to be the only comeback factor, and they do have time left in this game with this hypercharged super and Battleman to support. It should be easy control back for Shu. Now pulling in Mameshi, but it's a trade instead. Not ideal for whatsoever, and Melty once again can't deal with the ball on the left.
Battleman picks up the kill on Bull, thankfully. Rival Esports are going to be forced to back out. Oh no, that's not good. Mameshi impacts a gem carrier with a single curveball spike, and that's all it's going to take. IC's keeping the backlines pushed forward. This line of scrimmage is encroaching on Reject spawn. IC! My goodness! Man's looking like Pika on this Bull. As the seconds count down, Reject are still stuck in their own ramparts. That's rough right there. A set going to Rival Esports, and the streak of domination continues.
And a smile mutually acknowledged by both teams, you know, perhaps at the absurdity of just how strong Bull is at the moment. Just want to point out, okay, this isn't some bugged brawler. This is the new Bull. This is literally the new Bull in action. They picked up 3 brawlers that I guess theoretically speaking, you know, it's got some checks for it. I have to say though, once again, Shu, he just seems so lost in this game on what to do against the Bull.
Yeah.
Didn't want to commit gravity to pull against him because I guess respecting the fact that if IC reacts perfectly, then you could theoretically charge through the gravity. But if you have bush control, you pretty much invite to stand there the whole game and camp out the Bull. Don't you do that? I mean, why would you ever throw away the one big gun on your team?
Oh, just like that's so difficult for Reject to play. And they drafted correctly in my eyes. They drafted intelligently, but this meta has shifted so much and they just haven't been able to adapt overnight. I think really the math is that Reject have a way that they play, Rival Esports have a way that they're forced to play, and now the gloves are off in this new meta. Terry is able to thrive on this tank that has been catapulted towards #1 spot in the meta. Reject are highly prioritizing this ban, but folks, you can't get them all. Thankfully, Rival does a bit of the work for them. Rival will be the one getting rid of this buzz, and I think Reject get to breathe a sigh of relief after that.
You say that, but Rival Esports have also laid the trap. Here we go. The Lumi ban not executed, left in the pool. Reject snatch it up immediately, but we've seen this time and time again. Rival Esports, when they do this, it's intentional. They choose to take out the Carl, the Berry. These are Reject comfort picks, and then wow, the Cherry comfort pick is back as well. Signature pick Amber gonna be taking the stage here on Hot Potato. It's a brawler that we haven't seen today yet inside here on this map, but together with that hypercharge, you just really always guarantee that there is gonna be at least one teamfight win that you can have. And it might be the designated defender for Rival Esports. They're gonna lean back on the Kaze as well as their designated damage dealer for the team. They could have opted to go for Melody as well, which now is gonna be left on the Reject roster to pick up.
Okay, that's some aggression. They needed that badly. Whenever I see the Kaze into Lumi, it seems like the Kaze always wins. Is Reject going to break walls? Like, what really is their strategy here? They're also not in that great of a position. Like, they can't really run a Charlie into this Kaze because the Amber's so good against Charlie, and it's going to be challenging them to deal with an Amber in close range thanks to those dancing flames. Oh my goodness, and here comes a monkey. Okay, and sort of a monkey across the way too. At least he behaves like one. Edgar will look to descend upon this safe in a base race possibility, but this is not usually where you'd run monkey, Spoo. Usually you have like defenders, and that enables the monkey to send it to the other side.
I gotta say, this really could just be a 3-0 already. The structure having this Miko as well as the Melody, yeah, it's great offense, but in a strict base race here, honestly, if Rival Esports just managed to penetrate the defense, I don't think Lumi as a sole defender is gonna be enough, and that's really concerning for me coming into this matchup.
Well, I'm waiting with bated breath. I really want Reject to win at least a single set today. You're telling me that a front runner in the region gets impacted this heavily by the meta changes, and we see Rival Esports thriving in it. Like, huge stuff for Rival Esports, but Reject cannot afford something like this, not this late into the season, and to paint a BSC picture here, not when there are double points in play for the remaining 2 months that make up a good around 50% of the points that you can earn for the season. So far, it's looking pretty good for Rival Esports. The first shield procced now for Reject, but they've already lost a second of their own.
Reject down. The last 2 layers are shielding. Mameshi, the hypercharge super, now going to be shredding up that last layer as well. Look at the, keep your eyes on the left, top left corner of the screen. That's so much damage. Mameshi didn't even go down there, just retreating back inside the base. And now they've got a tempo lead. They can opt to just sacrifice the defense if they want to go it all in, because there's just no way to stop this. Phantom going to be going down, chucking so much damage. Mameshi jumps in on the Lumi. The old school counter works. It's good. Rival Esports now 1 game away from making seed number 2 look like seed number bad.
I knew what you were gonna say. You know what? I can rhyme right there. Goodness, I can't believe what I'm watching right now. We know that Rival Esports is so good; they've made it to the final so many times. But Reject, we wouldn't be in this position if Effort Result hadn't 3-0'd Reject on the upper bracket. But it's really Reject's own fault, and now they have a harder matchup, in my opinion, and they haven't been able to correct on any of those mistakes. Rival Esports are at match point. Mameshi is basically being left alone to damage the safe. Melty is attempting to defend. He's got some slows, but look at that in close range. And Edgar's able to walk at him, and he gets dropped down to 400 HP. IC also getting some damage on this safe, and Melty is sort of a spectator to all of this. Battleman even relegated to defense. It's not good.
Looking horrible. Rival Esports now, this is an even bigger lead that they had in game number 1. They just need to play it nice and controlled. Terry gonna be burning it up. Okay, Shu's conceded already. Shu's done. He stopped moving. They know that they can't stop this final attack. Rival Esports, they're gonna be sending Reject out of the RCL Season 3, eliminating them 3-0. Melty smiles. I mean, as absurd as it is, yeah, checking the phone now as well. Terry can't believe what he's seen as well. Just, you know, not being able to win a single set today. This is not the Reject that was promised. I'm glad that they're still taking it in stride. Yeah, you can look at Melty's just scroll. Oh no! Oh. He's scrolling at the match history. He's like, wait, did we even pick a single draft that we could win? Man, I'll be looking at social media after this to see what is gonna happen. Yeah, camera's gonna be put out as well. It's time to put the F's in the chat.
Goodness.
From Melty.
Yeah, I think that's deserving of a few F's. That really stinks. I left the camera on them a little bit longer because I wanted to let Melty aura farm a little bit, but then it just kind of made me sad seeing him scroll through the match history. That really sucks for Reject. This is such a dominating victory for Rival Esports. There was a moment in there where Reject could have gotten a set win, and guess what? It was literally a difference of a few percent. They were at like 95 to 100, maybe even like 96 to 100 by the end of things. Looking at the stats, Melty was still putting in the work. Now, this was on the KD. He was a defender, but he was still dying more times than he was getting kills, and that's not the kind of action that you need to be seeing out of the defender. They are here to get kills, and that's about it. Lumi was just not the selection here.
Yeah, it was a trap, right? Couldn't have put it in any other way. You just have to keep up with these balance changes, man. You have to keep up with the meta changes. Rival Esports, they've adapted, as you said, so well. They're taking things like Kaze into consideration inside the drafts, prioritizing it over the Lumi pickup. They actually left it in the pool for Reject to take. So, honestly speaking, this could have been a completely different game. It just came down to comms, and I gotta say, Reject, they gotta go back to the drawing board. They gotta really figure out this meta before the next edition of BSC comes by. I'm glad that they showed up the day to play, and I'm really appreciating the fact that Melty bothered to show up on camera as well.
Oh, yes.
But that's it. Yeah, this is the bracket so far that we've got. We've just gone through halfway of the games. So 12 is true.
That is right. Yes. I mean, goodness, what an exciting day it has been so far as well. I have enjoyed this so much. Effort Result in the upper bracket finals, and they're going to be facing Na'Vi. We also just wrapped up the lower bracket semifinals with Rival Esports taking the second 3-0 of the day over Reject. I mean, goodness. How incredible it's been so far. Okay, everyone, that's 3 matches down, and next up, we're headed to the winners finals. But first, Spoo, I want to know what chat is saying.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just go and check.
Okay, looks like my co-commentator has left, so I suppose it's just a... What are you doing here? SK isn't even playing.
No SK?
No, this is an East Asia tournament.
No EMEA?
No,
Not now? Not forever?
not the next time or this is only East Asia.
Sorry. I come back for EMEA. Sorry.
Maybe one day. Sorry, man, I guess.
Sorry.
All right, we got to find out how to get him back to EMEA, folks. We got to take a quick break, but right on the other side, winners finals, don't miss it. All right. I guess we found out. Bless you. That's unfortunate timing. Was that a sickness that you caught on your travel back to Singapore? Or I guess EMEA. I don't know. You left and then suddenly this like SK fan appeared in my room. It was really bizarre. I don't know how he got in. I think he broke in. I realized that I left my window unlocked. I live on the 3rd floor, by the way. It is a very complicated maneuver.
I'm gonna... Okay, he's leaving. All right, I was possessed by EMEA.
Oh goodness,
the sneeze was
that's the
sneeze was real. Yeah, but I think it was possessed. There was this really hype SK fan at the Pro Cup.
Yeah.
Fun story. Humble and SK are playing in the grand final. In the Humble crowd, there's this one SK fan sitting within the Humble crowd, and he's yelling so much, and he's the only person yelling SK in a Humble crowd, and I think he possessed me.
Oh
So,
goodness. Well, I mean that does take like some serious determination, right, to be cheering when you know that you are so outnumbered like that. Okay, so Spoo, let's bring this back to East Asia and talk about bracket. We've got Effort Result and Navi. They're about to play in the upper bracket finals, and whoever loses is doomed to go down to the lower bracket finals and face a rival esports fresh off of a 3-0 versus Reject.
yeah, it's gonna be pretty much a storyline of seeing whether Effort Result just sort of, was it a fluke beating Reject? Did they really just outdraft every single one, and that's why they got the win? Or is this a new Effort Result, like what we said, new patch, new teams, new maps, and are they stepping up to the plate? Guys, I know that Navi, it says 2 there, and they advanced. Yes, I got it wrong. It's supposed to be a 3-2. That's my bad. But we'll get that corrected very shortly.
Boo.
On the other side... Look. Maybe in my mind, I just thought that like rival just played so well, and then like I kind of put a 3 there by accident. But yeah, that was my bad. Instead, we're gonna have some cams between the two teams. It's gonna be Wahochi on the side of Effort Result, who, by the way, guys, dyed his hair specifically for this.
Oh, interesting. For Rival Cup, you said.
I don't know if it's for Rival Cup, but he knew he was going to be on cams, and there's a bit of banter on social media between him and Naipishu, talking about how excited they were to basically be on, the show. And once again, we're going to highlight the fact that these guys, East Asia really truly is the most fashionable region.
Yes.
No doubt. They may not be the most competitive region in the whole world. That has to go to, unfortunately, SK and EMEA.
Number 2 is pretty good.
You can't deny, like East Asia, they're always stepping up the fashion game.
They just have aura, is what I'm hearing. So, who wins the aura battle between these two? We'll get them up on cam in just a moment here. I think, I'm not going to pick favorites here. I still want to give a huge shout out to Melty, who it was like a battle getting the cam set up for him, and he appeared on camera, and I had to lower the brightness of my screen because he blinded me with his handsomeness. And Wahochi and Kuru are worthy competitors in that battle as well, but I apologize, you can't really hold a candle to Melty. Nonetheless, we've got them on cams. Let's talk about the draft, which is arguably the more important part of the game. We're starting here on Open Business, Spoo, and a Jaeyong first selection. I really like Jaeyong selections. I really like Jaeyong comps, but the last one we saw played, it didn't work. Now, to be fair, it was played on Crystal Arcade.
Yeah, different map. It's still a really, really good brawler, but just not particularly successful so far. I mean, in general, Jaeyong just tends to hover around that 50% of a win rate, because I think that that's really the sign of a brawler that's just pretty balanced, honestly. It does offer quite a lot of support that's really important to improve matchups of the other lanes, and it doesn't really reveal too much of your cards as well, which is why it just opts to be a very, very safe first selection here. Looking at the Navi comp though, it's back to a similar formula, whereby they're opting to pick up just a real hate brawler. In this case, it's probably going to be the Kaze, and then back to the Navi favorite, it's going to be this Charlie that joins the fray. Now, Effort Result, they snatch up the Kenji. No more husband and wife combos for Navi.
No, that was just too strong, and we also saw it played, on Crystal Arcade, and the way that it was played was basically, so we're just going to keep killing you in the 1v1s, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it, and it sort of just worked. Now, Effort Result, however, are still going to be building something pretty synergistic here. Jaeyong and Buster can form a pretty sizable duo, and Buster should be able to get rid of those spiders. That'll be irritating. To be fair, Jaeyong won't have much of an issue with him either, since he does have a piercing shot, but the Charlie is going to primarily be here to deal with Kenji. Final selection in from Navi, something super tanky that could take down both the Kenji and this Buster, I feel like would be pretty good. Maybe not a Frank because it can be blocked by the Buster, but something just annoying that has a bunch of HP would be the way to go. There you go. There's the Bull, and guess what? New meta is here to stomp out the competition once again.
You'll have to see it, don't you, really? I mean, imagine not seeing a brawler in the meta outside of Heist for the better half of maybe, what, was it 2 years? Of basically not seeing this guy be viable anywhere. And similar to Frank, the moment the brawler gets reworked, suddenly all eyes are on him. And truly, yeah, Ryohei is going to take it up immediately. He's not playing the Kaze. He's going to be taking up this new brawler as that playmaking role. Na'Vi, if this bull, it's the X factor really for me. If he plays it well, I think they have this one in the bag.
Let's see it work. So far, immediate pull from the Buster. It's going to be 3 versus 2. Ryohei at risk of falling, but hey, who wants to draw the shortest straw and have to face the bull? I don't think Naipishu does. He's still going to go for this matchup. In fact, he cycles a super off of it and nearly gets a takedown onto the Charlie. A choppy on his last legs. Hypercharge out from Buster to stay alive, but he cannot hold a candle to Ryohei over here on the bull. He doesn't have the DPS, doesn't have the reload speed, and he requires the help from Wahochi. It is the tankiness that is still like very difficult for effort result to deal with over here. And here's a hypercharge, couple of hypercharges, and a super out from Na'Vi, really throwing the kitchen sink at effort result, and they all emerge not unscathed, but certainly alive.
And that sort of cheese grater fan storm came out. Now Ryohei with the double kill in the back. This is the problem with the bull. Effort result have been containing him so well, but it's actually Naipishu in the back line that's doing a similar thing. Taking down one, now going for a second. A choppy drops the fan storm, just obscure the vision. Ghosty though finishes this bull off and leaves Choppy now left to handle Naipishu. It's just endless cycling between both of these teams. Now cocooned up. This should be an easy pickoff for him. Putting Na'Vi back inside. Equalization of the percentage.
Navi's counting up. Effort result also threatening that position. A choppy on his last legs. A synergy as well from Wahochi, but a hypercharge charge in from Ryohei. There's one. Looks for 2, and 1 takes to the skies. That's enough to escape the clutches of Ryohei. Effort result still doing their best to stay alive, but a choppy keeps things alive on the point for Na'Vi to take the first game.
Wow, I mean, this just looks like, honestly, not even draft diff, but just slightly better gameplay coming out from Na'Vi. I mean, effort result, they're pretty hard-pressed to find a solution against this last pick of a bull, and they managed to do so pretty well in that early game before the first charge came down. But as soon as Ryohei got that hypercharge, got that first charge, got the first stun online, he started to just rack up so much tempo for his team.
Once more, a concerted effort from effort result to move as a unit. They only lose 1 of their number. It's traded for 2 of Na'Vi, so it's a positive elixir trade, if you will. A super in from a choppy also to diminish the vision. Means effort result will scatter. Also, Wahochi joins up with Buster on the left side. They really need to stay as a unit. They all want to stay alive. The moment someone is estranged, it's bad business. Excellent shield there from Buster. Kuru's shot is going to be reflected back to him, and he eventually falls. But effort result are still stretched thin. The position belongs to Na'Vi, and as long as Ryohei can keep cycling out these supers, Na'Vi are in an excellent position.
But result manages to stay on the point for an extended amount of time. Now the first charges from Ryohei will connect onto Wahochi, bringing down that crucial support on the team. Hypercharge flies up from the Buster, but immediately stunned up by Ryohei. It's Buster that, though, survives that matchup, managing to win out that interaction. And it's going to put effort result now in a slight lead in the percentage. They have to still be careful, though, moving forward, because Ryohei is going to charge prepared.
Effort result, staying alive on this point. Here comes a hypercharge out from Naipishu. Is it worth the solo? Can't even get the kill. He's in hot pursuit of a choppy. Ends up coming up with a kill. Ryohei also rejected by Buster, who's just trying to stay alive. One more shot on Nakuru would take him down, but he cannot afford. He would have been eliminated by Charlie if he continued that pursuit. Na'Vi looking to count up to 100, but they have to fend off this final push in from effort result. The only problem is that they are a unit. They travel together. Effort result tie up our first set.
This is a completely different effort result. I'm getting the feeling, like this is a really top tier team in East Asia. But so far, as we mentioned in the leaderboard, in the previous results of the RCL, we haven't seen that from them just yet. But today, they seem to be playing so well, so coherently. And I think Ghost T is really making the difference for them in that roster. Now, heading into game number 3, the pull is going to be on Ryohei. That's the earliest we've ever seen Ryohei fall. And that's huge for effort result.
Navi trying to isolate a target, but it's too difficult for them to do so. Once Ryohei gets up and running, though, it's going to be a much different story. He requires his team to be with him, or he's just going to go for it solo. Looks for one, almost gets two. Naipishu gets the kill, but only by a narrow margin. And a miss super from Kuru as the team sort of splits in two once he fires off that ability. It's an unfortunate outcome for him, but now Ryohei is here to apply the pressure once again. Looks for the kill on Wahochi. Goes for Naipishu first, and now Wahochi. He knew he was going to be one-shot by a healing projectile if it were damage boosted through the shield. It's a difficult interaction, but Navi have finally managed to get some sort of pressure on the point, a bit of area control. Really, the rock holding them all together, though, is Ryohei. He's creating the most pressure on the squad, and he is really the thing that controls the tempo for effort result.
He's gonna fall here. That stalwart rock, as you mentioned, managed to do so much damage. Now Navi managed to equalize in percentages. Fanstorm gonna be coming again. Kuru with a strange miss of the super. They're not gonna be connecting. That's gonna allow Naipishu to cycle out these supers. And now Fanstorm out from a Chappie trying to just deal with this matchup, managing to stop this Buster in its tracks. Ryohei remains at large in the mid. Naipishu pops the hyper charge for the move speed, just tries to get back inside the mid. It's a desperation play for him. No super to chain from that. That's gonna be a big loss for them. Now 10% for either team. Ryohei makes the final play going in, gets one charge and a second. Achapi now with the Fanstorm, sucking up all the damage and then cleaning them up, chopping them up. Navi show that the wife beats the husband in this case. 1-0 for the Kaze.
Oh, goodness.
Domestic violence.
Yeah, I was going to think, like, domestic abuse here in Brawl Stars. Not in my good, Brawl Stars game. Nah, if you watch the latest animation and you listen to the dialogue, you may become aware that this is not just a kid's game anymore, folks. Nice. That's what Navi needed. Love seeing a little smile creep onto Kuru's face. And the vibes are good, it seems, in the effort result chat as well. They must be feeling good that they have won a match already today to find themselves in the winners finals. But let's take a look at the stats and just get a more in-depth picture of how things went. We centered a lot of discussion around Ryohei, but check out Achapi over here. He got a 14-9 KD. It's much better than Ryohei's ratio that he earned for himself. But we did center this discussion around him quite a lot, because most of the time he was the one existing on the zone to apply that pressure to the enemy side. Effort result seemed to do fairly well into Kuru, denied him most of the time. The Charlie just wasn't really good for anything except for maybe into Naipishu, but Ryohei was able to do that job better, in my opinion.
I love this meta. I'm just gonna say it. I mean, a lot of people are gonna hate it, but at least from what we're seeing today, I mean, obviously this is not the meta. This is just the RCL early sort of snapshot into the meta that we are seeing. But truly, so far every single game has been like one support. I pretend that Charlie is a support. Okay, let's humor me for a second and let's just assume that Charlie's role is the support of the team. Now it looks like it is basically the same thing. You pick up one support and then you pick up two aggro brawlers, mostly tanks on the side. And when it comes to that, it's very showy. It's very playmaking and very enjoyable to watch.
It is fun to watch, except we just didn't really see, truly see it work? It went, what, 4-8 on the KD? It was a well and true support, because your role as Charlie is not necessarily to get kills. Those kills are going to be with either her spiders, which, let's be real here, you're not going to kill with a spider. It's with the yo-yo. That thing doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and usually it's going to be your teammates stealing away those kills. Let's see how it supports here on Crystal Arcade. That's got to be your mid. Over here, we've seen a Charlie mid already today, I believe, on Crystal Arcade. If not today, then yesterday for sure. Going to be facing a Hank. Hank is going to be able to attack through the walls, so not as reachable of a target for Charlie. And Penny? Okay, man. That's not a great matchup for Charlie. She can't block it. In fact, if she pops the spiders, it's even worse for her. And she's going to have a tremendously hard time reaching that turret. Usually when Penny comes out, it means the enemy really knows what they're doing. Do you think this is one of those situations, Boo?
No, it could be a ghosty flavor as well. I mean, we saw a big smile come on Wahochi's face. Could interpret it as one of those like, hey, Ghosty, you're going to be going mid this game, right? I mean, what do you want to play? And he's just like, against Charlie, yeah, just give me the Penny matchup. But yeah, I mean, immediately the Ashe comes out from Na'Vi, one of the greatest punishers, honestly. Yes, Robotic Rats is penetrated, buy the shots of the penny and you're going to be able to just like, you know, clean up most of those rats. But that's not what you have to be concerned about. It's the fact that if you ever get into a position where Ashe can run you down, Penny has no escape mechanism. You could pop a desperation turret with the Master Blaster just to get a pushback onto the Ashe, but if you're saving turret the whole game just to prevent yourselves from that angle, you're not really getting it to do much value. And wow, Na'Vi is gonna copy the rival esports playbook. It's already been seen once today. The spike returns to Crystal Arcade.
It worked, man. It really was effective with all of those walls that you can fire the super over, the key positions. You have a lot of choke points to work with. And you start counting up the number of wall breakers in this match so far, and you'll come up with goose eggs. It's one of the things that would disrupt those choke points that Spike has seemingly profited from so much. Also, the curveball is quite effective at getting around here. Oh, no. Okay, so we got Barry Hank. Also, just awful matchup for Spike. Spike has always been so terrible into throwers, so I anticipate this is a lane matchup. Big difference here is that as Barry, a lot of times you can act as an assassin with your super. You do not want to do that versus Spike. So who are you going on to? Pretty much anyone else except Spike, who's going to two-shot you in close range.
I love it. I mean, the effort result comp here shows understanding of the map. This is something that I completely forgot about, honestly, is that in Crystal Arcade, the side lanes, throwers are viable. Barley used to be one of the best pickups here, simply because of the fact that you can hit around that one tiny bit of wall there, and if there's no wall break, no bush destruction, no control there, once you get control of that bush, yeah, we're gonna see Hochi just torture a Chappie here on that side lane, and Barry, the sustainability from this brawler is excellent. He can just take control of that right bush, completely beat it out. Meanwhile, on the left side, the Ryohei barely wins the 2 versus 2. And we're going to be back into a little stalemate with Kuru now having to go to the right lane to help Achapi win his lane.
Okay, Wahochi having some trouble over here. See, you might be able to throw over a wall, but guess who else can do that? Achapi can do it just only with a super. Does that make Spike a thrower? Honestly, like, could a little bit. It means a lot to be able to throw something over a wall, slow your enemy down, and close in. Wahochi is feeding Kuru this hypercharge and super. I guess he was feeling real generous because the remainder of his team is going to have to pay for that sort of aggression and needless feeding of hyper.
Turret is out there for Ghost T, though. That's a big one. Now, Hypercharged Cocoon is going to be going out. Wahochi making the assassination play, as you mentioned, onto Kuru, who kind of just, you know, stood still for half a second there. That might just cost it to him. It's forcing Achabi to go in as a secondary gem carrier for the team. It's always bad when you lose your mid lane, but they've got a bit of a buffer. Now 6-6 Achapi, though. Nice slow onto Wahochi and an easy 3-tap for him. But it's the mid control. They need to getting back. Whoa. Achapi, calm down there. Almost, you know, ending his own life there. Not a characteristic of a former world champion.
No, but you know what is characteristic of a former world champion, especially when we harken back to the year of 2021, is that he's playing Spike. I mean, this is a comfort brawler for him. From his heyday, the year that he played the best, this was a very meta selection, and he is really still in the show on it. Running Fertilize as well, might I add, to more effectively get around some of these angles. We'll see effort result and try to push in on the right side. Hypercharge, super out from Spike, but he's forced to retreat as well. Kuru's on really low health, can't really afford to stay here. It's a countdown for effort result, but it's only a 1-star deficit for Navi, and that is exactly what I was talking about. Even a hypercharged Barry cannot survive a close range shot from a Spike. That's going to be the countdown interruption as things are tied up by Achapi and now exceeded.
Yeah, but 3 taps there from Ghost T. Achapi just making a little bit of an uncharacteristic blunder there, going a little bit too far. Now Pishudo gonna be eaten alive there by the robotic rats. Now Ghost T needs to pick up 2 gems back to back to be able to save this game and reset the countdown. But with Ryohei just standing his ground in mid, gonna be so difficult for them to get the reset. Pishu does pick it up, but Ghost T, where are you going? You're inside the enemy base. All the gems drop to the ground. Kuru hides inside the cocoon. Pishu better gonna be able to get a kill on Achapi. But Kuru now on the target, on the gems. Wahochi gonna be making one last play to go in there. Manages to get the kill. He needs the super to get out. Pishu, give him some supercharge. Okay. Actually managing to clear the red carpet, or the blue one in this case, for Wahochi to just make Grand Theft Auto happen.
I can't believe. Oh my goodness. What we are watching right now. Navi, a total heist on their side. Effort results somehow making it away with 16 gems, and that has gotta hurt.
Wow. You talked about the Barry and not kind of supering the right targets here. He did find it this time and came in right at the perfect timing to get the resets there, and sort of that prolonged fight that happened at the end, enabled by that Barry to just get the escape there. It was a really unexpected win for me, or to be honest, and all that chain of events started from a Sharpie just, you know, whipping one kill.
Gosh, it really is just these little micro plays that cost everything. And what is this going to do for the Na'Vi mental, knowing that things were stolen away from them in seemingly a game that they deserve to have? To be fair, they stole it away in their own way. It took a big play from a Choppy for them to find themselves in that position to begin with.
Wow.
Very vulnerable turret over here on the left side. It's going to be an easy takedown for Kuru. Ryohei gets to retreat onto the right side, where he'll be able to get in close range versus Naipishu, who has the heal. Might even decide, yeah, it's not even worth using at this point. Along the way, he's fed a hypercharge to Ryohei, who's even two-shotting Wahochi on the right side. Good luck approaching this hypercharge dash.
It had geared up on laning against the Choppy as well on the left side. As you mentioned, Hypercharge is going to be coming in. Robotic Rats come in, immediately shredded through by the Penny and Naipishu, who has to be healed up there by Wahochi. He's going to just get slapped down though. There's just so much CC on the ground. Wahochi trying to make a play on the Ryohei again. Just gets two-shot once again. They're so desperate to regain control of at least one of the sides. Now Naipishu opting to go on the left up against the Choppy with that Hypercharge. Might be able to get this kill, but the Choppy's scurrying away. No, Naipishu going to catch him there. They get control of at least one of the side lanes, but the gem count is starting to really look like Navi's game.
It is, and with Ryohei coming around the bottom side, that could be a huge pinch, bit of a checkmate. Movement abilities required to get out of reach of this Spike Super, but there's more CC waiting. Naipishu stuck in the cocoon, and a few gems topple of the ground. Ryohei cleans up. He's still got to get around Naipishu, who's being targeted by 3 brawlers at once. Now he falls with 5 seconds to go. No hope in sight for effort result to keep this one going in their favor. Game goes to Na'Vi, and our set is tied.
1-1. Na'Vi could make this a 2-setter if they want to. The comps from effort result, they gamble with this Penny pickup, and honestly speaking, I think they're starting to regret the selection here. It could have been any other mid that contribute a little bit better here in these fights. I don't really feel the Mortar's impact in these games, and you know, I felt like Na'Vi were in control of that entire second game for such a long time. Now, we see some tactical changes though. Double up on the right side, get Wahochi the lane. Now Ghosty rotating to the left, tries to win the lane for Naipishu, but not gonna happen. Ryohei at large once again. This is gonna be a big problem for effort result.
It's looking quite difficult. Ryohei with another kill. Here comes the cocoon. Ryohei's ready to punish, but Kuru's going to try and get a bit of hypercharge off of it. It would be great if they could two-shot the guy. Ryohei is going to end up dealing some of the series part of that damage. In fact, the kill ended up going to Charlie. On the right side, Choppy owns these bushes. Ryohei now with a pinch on the left side. Attempted to get that going on the right side as well, but the duo of Wahochi and Naipishu has now forced Spike out of position. So at last, effort result have sort of a bulge that they can fight within on the right side. Wahochi's trying to take full advantage, almost gets a takedown on Kuru, but he is left all alone on the top side. Another super at his disposal to keep going. A Choppy attempted to get the takedown, even popped off some close range attacks, but was unsuccessful. Na'Vi alive, healthy. Only one that can get in range is Penny, and even Ghost T knows that it's over. That's another set headed to Na'Vi.
2-0 now in favor of Na'Vi, who's been drafting just a lot more cohesively. The gamble from effort result not paying off. This Penny pickup, we're gonna pick on it even more once again because they lost, and so I get to pretend that it, you know, went according to plan. It did the most damage, don't get me wrong here. It's the most damage on the team, and that's expectedly so because there's so many targets that it can sort of pierce here. But unfortunately, you know, didn't really provide enough for those side lanes. The other thing is that this Barry pickup, yes, it works better synergistically with the team, and there's a bit more assassination potential, but I'm not sure if they would have just preferred to pick up the traditional Bali here as a solo laner rather than trying to play for synergy. You know, so at the very least, they can almost always guarantee that a Choppy doesn't get a good lane.
It's sort of what I'm thinking here as well, like Barry on his own as a thrower, struggled so much there. In spite of having favorable matchups, I think some of it just being due to the nature of the walls, because if you are, say, like trying to fight someone at mid, cool, you got walls that you can fight around. You really need to be occupying those bushes on the left or right of the map, and that puts you so far away from it that you can't like land your shots on any meaningful destinations. You don't have a very large shot, you don't have great reload speed, you don't have awesome DPS, and you don't have that area denial that Barley has with his super, and that's not even acknowledging the fact that Barley has some healing of his own, right? So look, Barry was a mindful selection. It did not end up doing what they wanted it to, unfortunately. Also, gotta give hats off to Navi. The Achapi spike was definitely bringing back some good memories.
Oh yeah, once he locked down one of the lanes, he basically dominated it for the rest of it. And, you know, he's really making full use of that fertilize together with the hypercharge as well. This is something that, you know, most spike players would know, but, you know, when you opt to go for fertilize, you're a pseudo tank of yourself. If there's not enough burst damage on the side, which, mind you, Barry literally doesn't have the burst damage when it comes to throwers, then you can sustain yourself and then actually hold your own in those matchups. Huge props to Rio here as well, though. Tank player showing up to play on that new P.E.K.K.A. Ashe, and he played to his role. I mean, he had 3 great matchups, and no matter where he went, he was a menace.
That is very, very true. He was indomitable, if you will. Here on Pit Stop, he could continue picking up a tank. It would be very meta for them to do so. I'm waiting on those bans. It's really going to set the stage for how things go down here. Okay, interesting bans out from Effort Result. Surge, why they're getting rid of that? I guess the same reason they would get rid of Cordelius, for example, but they must really think that this is a top priority if they're getting rid of it. In fact, it's not that often that we see Cord double banned. I think the last time we've seen Cord double banned was like back in around this time in 2023 when the guy first came out and he was dominating the meta. So first selection out here, I would say likely, okay, yeah, there you go, is going to be Kaze. If she's not banned, she's going to be picked up most of the time, and she is a top selection here on Heist. We have seen last second clutch ups using her hyper super. So keep that in mind.
And the Fanstorm's been doing really well, and just the sheer mobility of this brawler is why she's so favored now. Feels to be like Melody 2.0 or 3.0 at this point. I've really lost count of the amount of like brawlers that can just dive the safe at this point. But you've got a lot to pick for, and in a sense, you've got too much to ban for. Now we're going to be opting to go for something old and something older. The Carl and the Bull. This is a reworked Bull. We keep mentioning this. It's been the flavor of the entirety of the RCL, and whichever team seems to pick it up seems to be doing really well. The last we saw Rio here on this, he did excellent. But that's it though. Effort Result. They still have 2 more picks to go and plenty of anti-tanks to go for if they want to answer this Bull directly.
Okay. So response now due from Effort Result. Melody makes a lot of sense. A lot of run it down stuff from Effort Result at the moment. And I'm sensing that Navi are going to spend a sizable amount of time on defense. They do have last selection, thankfully, so maybe they can pick up a defender to deal with these two. I don't think that Charlie's going to do the trick this time, though. So next pickup from Effort Result, hopefully something to round out this composition, because they're playing something highly aggressive. Maybe something that could fare against the Bull and the Carl.
Shelly?
Something with a stun. You think Shelly? You know what? Let's see if you're correct. I get the sensation that no.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, and that one's out on a limb anyway. You only really see Shelly when it's holy crap. Okay, now you're like
yeah, now we are like, you know what, guys? We've banned RT, we've banned Buzz, you've banned literally 5 out of 6 of the premier defenders on this map. You forced my trap card. I'm gonna have to bring out the hard hat Jackie comes into play with a counter crush. It's literally just sacrificial, right? You just send this in against any of Effort Result. It will generally trade. It usually doesn't kill cleanly, but it does answer Melody. It does answer the Kaze. Great last selection from Navi, but I think it's still, you know, similar structure once again. 2 brawlers on attack, 1 on defense.
okay, that is a structure to watch out for. 2 attack, 1 D. Is Amber going to be enough? It can sometimes be possible to run her down as long as you can find a way out of the big sight lines, and IP Shu is actually going to be doing the majority of that damage. You got two melodies at once. Ryohi on 60 health, though, will be doing some serious damage to that safe. And look, in pretty much a couple of shots, it's already been dropped down to 84%. Though the number is getting quite a bit lower on the side of Navi, with Naipi Shu on the right side getting a bunch of damage and getting out of there efficiently. Achapi's just trying to keep up. There he's got one. Counter Crush active to attempt to win this matchup, and that's successful as well. Bull now dealing serious damage on effort results home front.
I like the fact that Achapi's not even leaving the base. We're not going to see him on screen. Now Ryohei with the charge goes in onto Wahochi, just trying to bring him out, take out the defender, and yep, where is Achapi? Still building his house in the base, painting Navi stickers on the ground.
Wow.
And it's the same way you play Shelly or Cornelius on this map. You literally just AFK base, and it's very difficult to break it. Now Kuru and Ryohei getting another free bit of damage going in. Okay, Achapi's here to join the party.
Hooray! Will he paint a Navi logo on the side of effort result? Maybe he doesn't have the right permits for it. Okay, he got stuff for the home base only. So far, really good for Navi. Effort Result are going to send it at the enemy side. Just send the Melody solo. Leave Wahochi to pick up the pieces of what once was a safe. Oh my goodness, and they managed to defend it. It's trickling down. That burn is not helping them, but Navi have also successfully defended. Achapi is exactly where he wants to be. And a little bit of spinning on the Navi logo. They win this game, they're going to match point through the winner's bracket. And that could potentially put them in the grand finals. Only 5% on effort results safe as of yet. A bit more damage done to Ryohei would pretty much give him that safe damage for free.
And Shaki Pick is just doing the work for them. And yeah, they're just going to give up on this game now with Heat Ejector cleaning up the safe. I want to make it sound like it was exciting, that it was totally unexpected, but realistically,
I'm shocked.
You've got a Jackie building houses in your base, and then you've got two attackers that's just like, yep, go bring the bread home. You know?
Yes.
And it just works for them. But Effort Result, on the other hand, they've got an Amber that's trying to fulfill the same role, and Amber is not a Jackie, guys. Effort Result, they're gonna have to try to commit to a different kind of tactics. I expect them to, maybe try to go for an all-in and trying to get the Amber on the safe, sacrifice maybe one to take out the Jackie, and that might be the play here. They're gonna leave the Kaze on defense though. Let's see if this works out for them.
Yes, and the aggro Amber as well. Well, it seems to be working so far. Kaze is not doing what it needed to on defense. This safe is disintegrating into dust. Achapi now respawning, sort of sets up in this corner where he cannot be challenged by Amber. We'll see Ryohei drop this beyond its last shield. In fact, it's down to 22% rather than 25. Really a solid push in is all it's going to take. 3 shots from Ryohei. If he has a damage gear on, that's even better. Means he can 3-tap this thing. There is barely any health remaining on this safe. That's bad business. Ryohei already has a super ready to move as well, and it's only a matter of time before he has that Stomper active as well. There's a stun on Wahochi, looks for another on Akaze. The defense is good. Kuru can't even get a pickaxe swing off. Expert defense from Effort Result. They may have a chance in this yet.
We say that, but back in the same position, Ryohei still got the charge. Kuru's got the hyper charge. It should be super duper close to the spin as well. There we go, already getting it. And Effort Result, the Force is just having to play defensive now. Ryohei popping the Stomper, going out, flattening Kaze. Now aiming for another one. Gonna get another super very soon. Doesn't even have to pop it. Gets the quick kill. Now the charge onto the safe and the damage coming in. Achapi, it will be poetic if he's the one that gets the last hit. But no, it's gonna be Kuru once again. Final swing of the pickaxe to decapitate the Effort Result safe. Not a result they're looking for. Big fat 0. The Navi's gigantic 3. Kuru's looking so pleased with himself. The drafts from Navi have been stellar today.
The 3-0ers become the 3-0es, down to the lower bracket with Yi, where they will have to face rival esports now. And after this, I mean, they will have faced every single team in the competition. They managed to shut down Reject in the first match of the day. They get their butts handed to them, quite frankly, by Navi. And now finally they can complete the circuit. We will have thoroughly tested the results of this effort from Wahochi, Ghost T, and Naipi Shu. Wonderful, wonderful match. Let's look at these stats as well. I don't think you're going to be shocked, though. incredible safe damage from Ryohi and Kuru. And look at the KD for a Choppy. He's picking up kills, he's getting damage, but he is not leaving the home front.
Yeah, that was really his job. The last pick, Jackie, just the perfect defense there against Melody. And this is really tricky, right? I mean, usually we've been saying that effort result with the draft has just been so good today, at least with innovations. But I have to give it to Na'Vi. The drafts have truly just been very, almost like formulaic, so to speak. Like, they just understand what to prioritize. You know, Kazi left in the pool, you know, then pick up Bo and Carl first. Don't reveal the last pick as the defender. Don't commit yourself in that position. That's just super easy last pick once they've seen everything from them. That was classic pit stop out drafting, and really enjoying just how good Na'Vi have been in the past month or so.
It has been a nice spectacle to watch, and this has been a real comeuppance for them, at least in the scope of Rival Challengers League, because we get to see them make a finals, and they're looking super strong. Real potential for them to wind up taking it today, but we still have to find a worthy competitor for them in lower bracket, and this is going to be interesting. We're going to see effort result versus Rival, as I alluded to earlier. We're going to be thoroughly like working effort result. Wahochi's going to get his time on the cams. Don't worry, it's going to be his third match. This is going to be a whole lot of fun, I think.
Yeah, Navi's already sitting in the grand finals, and it could be an effort result rematch. But realistically speaking, I think it would be cool to see the Rival Esports rematch as well, because that was the most competitive match so far today. And that was mainly, I would say, because those were the two teams that had the best understanding of the new patch. I can say that because EMEA hasn't played yet. So yes, guys, I know. This may not be the finest drafting just yet. We come from a region where we're not very good at draft. Yeah, guys, stop rubbing it in. We're starting to buy over some more coaches and put them in East Asia. Navi's got a new coach now. You guys should know that. So please stop, you know, give these guys a break. Come on. East Asia,
give Spoo a break. Clearly you need it, man.
I mean, it's like, yeah, it's all the PTSD from them. Like, yeah, why do East Asia always draft so bad? Well, guess what, guys? This is the reason why we're doing these kind of tournaments, to give them an opportunity to experiment, you know, polish their drafting skills a little bit more. And with that, let's recap real quick, okay? So we've already lost Melty, unfortunately. So Reject are gonna be out 0-3-0-3. We've got 3 teams left inside. Now 2 of them down to their last life. Effort Result faces off against Rival Esports, whom, in all fairness, should be the favorite team to win in this matchup.
That is right. So, my goodness, what an interesting day it's been so far. I think the most shocking outcome of today is that we've seen Reject go down without winning a single set, which you already mentioned. So, couple stories today. Also, Effort Result taking them down is another huge one, because Effort Result, they usually go out in the first round.
Yeah, that's they've shown up only twice so far. This is their second appearance in the Rival Challengers League. They missed qualification narrowly in Season 1. In Season 2, they managed to hold their position, you know, and secure themselves the spot as King of the Hill. And then now, you know, Season 3, they've retained their spot in King of the Hill, but now going for a much deeper run. And, well, excuse me, we're going to be diving into the lower bracket final here between Rival Esports and Effort Result. We're going to be heading once again to Dueling Beetles. Cams are back online, guys. We got Terry out of focus here. That's not us. That's him. Yeah.
I think he looks focused.
Oh, ready?
Yes.
Can I just ask? So this is not related to the draft. This is related to the diets of our players. But
oh wait, that's
out.
It's the second one.
Yeah, he's got second.
He just like me. He just like me for real. Like, I've been known to, during the same show, not the skinny ones like that, like a big one, fully leaded with the sugar. They're not good for your body, by the way, guys, but, you know, if someone paid me enough money, maybe I wouldn't say that. We need a sponsor, guys. Honestly, Terry, you're the GOAT for pulling out a second Monster Energy drink. That's fantastic. It's two of my favorite flavors, by the way, just really elite behavior right here. Okay, so now let's bring this back to the draft, Spoo. You have an early Griff pickup. I feel like you don't typically see this, but they really wanted a wall breaker here. They had options, but Griff is so good on Hot Zone. I feel like this is one of the better ones to go for here.
It was a flavor of last patch before we saw the Great Bull Apocalypse hit us. Pretty much, it's one of the premier wall breaks they can have on this map. The structure of... Dude, Terry's so... It's just distracting me. I want to hear comms of what happens, but guys, if
I could in theory turn it on, but...
We wouldn't be able to understand anything that they're saying anyways, but I just love the fact that, you know, they're just having so much fun with this and... Oh! We got to see it! Ready, let's go!
Oh my goodness.
Sausage!
At long last as well. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh, and the crab is making an appearance. It's wonderful.
Oh.
This is a magical occurrence right here. So in theory, if they have a microphone hooked up, I could get us a listen in, but I don't think you speak Korean. Last time I checked, I don't speak Korean, so I don't really know what I would do.
Yes, the level of Korean you and I speak at is exactly the same, which is basically next to nothing. We want to look at these two drafts, right? Effort Result have opted to go for a gray comp, which usually you'd pair it up with the dark and the jacket and stuff like that, but they've gone for the other interpretation, which is we're gonna pick gray and then pick up 2 anti-tanks and then pray that we have enough cycling of the damage from this Clancy to just try and control the game. But no, Rival Esports, the Doug is in the house now. Expect to see so many hot dogs fly out from this brawler. It's going to be impossible to bring down the Rival Esports comp.
Okay, Terry's already got one, so who's going to get the hot dog? Not IC.
Wait,
he was disintegrated. He was literally like task manager force quit this guy on the right lane, and Clancy's going to be doing this all day long by the looks of things. But Rival Esports, check it out. They still have a presence of 43% on this safe. They are going to be filtering out of spawn one by one. An Effort Result have much easier passage into mid thanks to those gray TPs. Wahochi trying to resume his role on the left side. IC getting some serious damage, but didn't have enough ammo in the tank to get a second crit off on him. Terry now reviving himself, and this is just an invitation to Clancy, but he didn't dare get right on top of him. And here comes the hypercharged Fanstorm in. That's full control over mid for Rival.
I'm seeing a gray comp on one team and expect him to be cycling a whoa, Ghost T, calm down. Let me finish the sentence, yo. Just a team wipe coming in from Effort Result all of a sudden, just blowing up the entirety of Rival Esports off the backs of that amazing hypercharge. But can they repeat it twice? Fanstorm gonna be coming down. Mameshi now barreling in with a stun, and a pawn is on connects onto Naipi Shu, and Clancy gonna be falling to IC. The results are coming in for Rival Esports. This dog pig, just too much sustainability coming out for them. Fanstorm just to rub it in here. Teleport to the backline doesn't matter for them. Only 51% Effort Result managed to get.
Gosh. That was domination right there, and we finally got to see what he's made of. The hot dog man is giving out some beatings for free. The hot dogs are only for his teammates. There were some moments where we saw that hot dog like utilized in really close scenarios where if it were there just a moment earlier, then it would have been successful. Looks like they're already off to the races. We weren't even given a moment to see them do that very impactful walk from spawn. Here comes the respawning of Terry on top of Naipishu. He's a dead man. As long as Doug is able to 3-shot you, and you're not able to get away from him when he's reviving, you just already know that you're dead. You might as well chalk it up at that point. Hypercharge has to be farming up on the side of Naipishu. Same, most likely for Ghost T, who are limited in their visibility. A predictive Hypercharge for Naipishu, which honestly wasn't really the worst in the world. And he's going to be taking some damage from the backlines, from his own backlines, from IC.
This is too much health. And IC himself is still a big problem that they have to deal with. It just looks like so much problems. Yeah, gonna TP into Terry. Just gonna respawn back thanks to that amazing new super now. He's using it on his teammates so far. We see the backline Wahochi gonna be losing that matchup as well. Hypercharge super from Naipishu, but the sausages just keep coming ready. It doesn't stop here. Just too much hot dogs on the team. Rameshi is just hitting his teammate at this point. He's not even bothering to go for kills. Okay. 3% left for them to claim. Effort Result, this is a mountain they have to climb.
Yeah, barbecue's over, friends. We're going to defend this 3%. Literally, Mameshi or Terry could sneeze on that point, and it would become theirs. But maybe I spoke too soon. The ability of Effort Result to churn out the damage is looking mighty intimidating right now. Terry will eventually, though, get a super. Meshi will continue taking damage. There's a super reviving. Wahuchi attempts to get as much damage as he can, but you cannot chew through all of this HP. Literally thousands walking at you constantly. That is set one for Rival Esports. They know the new meta. Pinky up, Terry. Drink that monster in style, buddy. What a draft.
Incredible drafting coming out from Rival Esports. My wish came true. I was asking for the Doug pick. I was saying, don't gatekeep the technology. We all love the bull, and I know you guys are so hyped about the bull, but when it's banned and Buzz is banned, please give me a hot dog game. And they delivered. And on the other side, Effort Result brought out the Clancy. Not too many changes to that brawler, and realistically speaking, if this was I feel like even if this was the old patch, maybe if it was the old Doug, then this comp would have stood a chance, but not against this rework, and definitely not against this Kaze. It's just too much fast tempo. By the time you get your first hypercharge, you're 70 to 80% down in the zone. You
know what's interesting is we didn't even get to see like the full kit, or at least the renewed, reworked kit of Doug explored, because one of the biggest things that changed, well, also hypercharge coming soon, but one of the biggest things that changed about him also is that the hot dog homes in heavily on your teammates now. We saw it tossed away once, and there was like a sad splat as the sausage like traveled down to the ground. It missed the Kaze, who was instantly deleted. That was the beginning of game one. But aside from that, Doug, literally the ability to get super by healing a teammate is ridiculous. When is a teammate that their whole point is to take damage, get super for free, that is an incredible duo. The tankiness that Rival Esports has been pulling off in this new meta is amazing. It is a spectacle to behold, and it is an example to be studied closely. Can Effort Result download Rival Esports' strategy? Because so far, Effort Result, I mean, at least against Reject, they seem to be thriving in the new meta, but Rival Esports has done it better so far.
It's really just a question to be answered. Did Reject just show up today with the wrong patch downloaded into their system, and that's why they fell 0-3? Because every result, they just might be repeating that curse here. 0-3 against Na'Vi, and potentially now looking at a 0-3 against Rival Esports. We can't count them out just yet, though. We're going into this double swoosh, and so far the results from Effort Results has been pretty good here. So we need to see, are they gonna immediately prioritize the bull pickup? We can't really tell who has the first pick anymore, because Lumi now is not even a perfect indicator of first pick or second pick, because of the fact that we know that Rival Esports has consistently been leaving it in the pool to trap teams.
All right. Rival Esports with a first selection of the Charlie. So typical. We've seen it a billion times before, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Here on Double Swoosh, it's really anyone's game. But Rival Esports are taking away an important tool in Effort Results toolkit, because no doubt in my mind, they plan on running something hyper aggressive, mega tanky, or at minimum one tank. And here comes the penny again. This is the reaction that we saw into the Charlie in our previous match. Effort Result tried to run this, and, or excuse me, they did. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Yes,
I was doubting my own
Na'Vi.
Memory. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Against Na'Vi, yes.
Yeah. But no, unsuccessful. So what does their second pickup? They have a mid brawler, and he's hardly the strongest mid brawler. Maybe something with additional piercing? No, they go ahead and pick up this Hank. They don't want to face it, and it can be pretty decent around these walls.
It's a big bush inside double swoosh though.
Oh, no.
And okay, Rival Esports, they're not even gonna hesitate. Immediately, the Draco comes on board. One of the best answers there to the Hank inside double swoosh as well. You know, it's not as if you have a wall that you have to really fight around. Just go inside the bush and try to get that first super. Once you have it, Hank, not the hardest matchup in the world to deal with. And wow, just capping it off with the Kenji. Once again, we see the same structure. One Charlie to support, two tanks, aggros on the left and right. Just so much flexibility the way you want to swap. Penny is going to have such a difficult game, having to deal with two of the strongest aggressive brawlers in the game. Man, I mean, I'm not even, I don't even know what the last pick for effort result will be, but they really need some serious...
Oh!
I'm just gonna stop talking.
Sausage party. I mean, it's time. Fire up the barbecue. Let's get some hot dogs going. Slap some mustard on it. That's what Night Pishu is going to be doing. We've seen Night Pishu be a key tank player or like aggro player for the team, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he handles this Doug. It looks like he's going to swap over. It's going to be Ghost T with the Doug. High execution brawler. Something that you pointed out to me in the past, Spoo, is that usually like Ghost T finds himself with the most difficult like brawler to execute on the team, and I would say this is an example of that.
Yeah. I would have never thought to see the day a brawler that has an attack that doesn't have to be aimed consider itself to be difficult, but yeah, okay. Okay, Ghost T. Immediately drawing first blood, blowing up. I see that. He's gonna have one shot away from the super, now healing up against his team. Ghost T, show us a masterclass on how to play the new sausage man.
Thank you. As if we didn't already sort of witness one in the last set, but I'm hoping for something more synergistic. He's going to give it to Night Pishu. In cost him his own life. Night Pishu was not in danger, but maybe he really wanted to help out a teammate, anticipated that Night Pishu would fall. Doesn't really make an impact. Effort result, their gems topple to the ground, recovered by Doug. Hardly the best brawler to have those gems on, and another gem falls to the ground. That's going to be a kill for Ghost T on the right side, and he's got that sausage above his head as well, looking for some serious damage onto both Terry and this Charlie on the right side. 3-shot is enough to take down the Meshi. Now he's got the resurrection. Terry revives him once more, looks for the DPS, but in close range. Is this a matchup that he can win? Hypercharge out for Kenji and a recovery of 8 gems.
Turns out it is a matchup that he can win. There's only so much damage that a Duck can output, and Terry with that gadget, probably just enough healing that he could to get out. Now he's just hiding in the backline. Mameshi cocooned up onto one. He's just gonna buy a little bit of time, slowing up Ghost T, preventing him from going onto Terry, the most slippery target on the team. At that, he's got a Sashimi slash to boot. Here, he's gonna pop it out here just to get inside the air and heal up just a little bit that he needed, securing them game number 1. And every game he wins, this guy takes a sip.
Dude, he must be feeling like absolutely locked in right now. That, or he's like vibrating uncontrollably. It's just invisible to the naked eye. Must be energized at the moment. So far, so good on the Doug gameplay. See if that resumes here as we now go on to game number 2. I say so far, so good because I was quite pleased with how it executed, even in the face of the Kenji, but now that Kenji is aware that Doug can bleed, and it's not just ketchup, he is going to be looking for wins in those matchups. Mameshi and Icy will combine as they have control of the enemy bushes, but they really need to get rid of this Doug. It's a huge issue for Terry, who no longer has to face it. There's a turret down as well, just an attempt to block things out. This turret is not really going to do anything for effort result, unfortunately.
This feels like Night Pishu and Ghost T are trying to carry this entire team on their back, but they're not making use of this new Doug synergistic capability. There we go. Night Pishu could have ran it in there. There we go with the heals. With that full heal, is going to bring both tanks up to full health. That was soaking up so much damage from Icy, and you can see he's already got another super back-to-back from that. That's massive amounts of value that he's getting from this Doug, but they're not getting any kind of gem control. Surprisingly, I mean, it looks like they're exploring the brawler interactions more than really playing the objective.
Yeah, it's like an experimentation sort of thing. Well, Terry's going to test it out a little bit more with a double hypercharge super. There's a resurrection of Doug, and he's back for another battle, but he's hardly going to get a victory over here. Icy and Meshi combined to make 10 gems. They're untouchable. They're picking up yet another set. Rival Esports lead 2-0 over Effort Result, who couldn't get a single game win in this set.
This is not the finest execution of the Doug. Let's be real here. You do need a target for those hot dogs. And Penny and Hank, not the best of them. You want a brawler that's intended to go hyper aggressive, that can really benefit from those repeated deaths. I think if you swapped out the Hank for the Kenji on the other team, I think it would have been perfect for the side of Effort Result, and could have been a comp that was a lot more competitive. But Effort, I mean, Rival Esports, they spy weakness in the effort result comp. This Penny once again didn't really do anything for me in my opinion, and I feel Hank in double swoosh is not one of the best tanks inside those bushes as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the draft from effort result, even if it were just one brawler, because I think it's up for debate, is the Hank, is the Doug, are those two brawlers reactive in Rival Esports, or is that effort result paving their own way? When I look at this Penny, all I see is reactivity, specifically against the Charlie. And I feel like the Charlie was hardly the most impactful thing in the Rival Esports draft, and I don't think it's because they pivoted either. Usually Charlie does take a supporting role, and it's not that she forms a foundation for the team, it's really that she can like help things out, sure, but she's not absolutely necessary in those individual interactions. She can just help them maybe sway away from being a trade to being something that you win slightly, in my opinion, at least. Effort result over here with this Penny selection, it didn't really do much. You have a turret, what's it going to target? A bunch of people who are on bushes all the time. It's not going to be able to track those accurately. It wound up not being the math. Hopefully effort result learned that lesson from this, rather than just like, okay, well, I guess we don't play Penny on double swoosh. I think there's more. It's that, okay, we played a little bit too reactively into Rival Esports. We can really pave our own way here on Pit Stop.
This could be the last map for effort results. It's gonna be the last hurrah, so to speak, from them as bans start to roll in. They've seen this map quite a fair bit today. Are we cursed, by the way? Did we? No, we did see a bit of hot potato. Okay, I thought we were having the monthly finals curse once again, whereby we see the same heist map 10 times. Everyone's not gonna stick with the same bans that they did against Na'Vi. This is the respect ban that they gave to Ryohi's Surge. That's why the Surge is sort of banned out as one of the premier defenders. And then flavor of the month, banning out the Charlie, is also excellent defender here on Pit Stop. There's been the only change they made to Charlie in the balance change was increasing her range by 2 tiles, which frankly in Pit Stop I don't think makes much of a difference. I think it's just East Asia Flare that they're banning out. Cordelius, this ban has been consistent throughout the all of Pit Stop because it is the most broken defender in Pit Stop, period. Like, there's just no brawler that comes close to just the amount of nonsense that Cordelius can do on defense. The ultimate AFK, so to speak. So now our teams are going to be trading out the picks. We got Carl on effort result coming out, and Rival Esports, they snap back immediately with the Edgar and the Bull.
Bull just makes a whole lot of sense to me. Bull consistently wins, even in narrow situations, but we've seen huge gaps grow because of Bull as well. Now there is counterplay into him. I feel like some of the more important options have been banned open. Now, you, Spoo, mentioned that the Surge was banned out of respect for like the enemy Surge player. I wonder, because we saw the Surge banned by effort result in their last time playing Pit Stop as well, and I was a bit confused for it in that regard. It's going to be banned out again. It must be just very difficult for them to deal with. I think it also allows them to pick this Carl as a first selection. Surge is known as being one of the biggest counter selections into Carl. You may remember the Carl meta of, I guess, 3 years ago now, and Surge was always picked as a reaction to him. RT, finally, Spoo, I know you're super excited to finally see this one in play.
Yeah, it's been theorized. It was good in the long-range matchups previously already. It was a great as a defensive pick. And now, because of the fact that RT can mark the safe, it is now a good offensive pick as well. I love the way that effort result have rounded out their comp. They've got 3 brawlers. El Primo gonna make an appearance as well as sort of this very versatile sort of it can attack, it can defend. So effort result, they're not locked into the same positions as they would have been. For example, in the previous draft against Na'Vi, they were forced to basically have to put Melody on attack, Amber on defense. Now they have the flexibility. Rival Esports, though, they're capitalizing on a small weakness. They see that there's no real threat for throwers here. I mean, there is a Primo and a Carl, but you always will end up trading out because of Sticky Syrup mixture, and that's gonna buy time for the Rival Esports team to do damage to that safe. That said, though, this is the best effort result draft I've seen so far, and I think they do have a shot to win this one.
Okay, let's see if they're able to realize it. We do see that Memeshi is running the Sticky Syrup Mixer as well. A lot of times where it could be run, we see Herbal Tonic in its place. It's because it's a bit of a niche selection, only really useful in these sort of situations where you don't have a consistent mid that you're trying to support. And Rival Esports are actually going to go for the base race here, leaving Primo alone on their safe and still opting to fight this offense versus Effort Result. So far, Primo has broken through their first shield, and Terry is now going to be on top of this. Wahuchi also sort of abandoning post, looking for the kill into Mameshi, but look at this. He isn't going to be able to explode that mark onto Mameshi. Unfortunate for him, would have been a kill. Effort Result really saying goodbye to their safe at the moment, with IC now pushing with a hypercharge and breaking the final shield.
It's just such a one-sided game there from Rival Esports. Now the attack still going for the side of Effort Result here, but Mameshi, he can just opt to abandon the defense. Now chuck in the last call onto the safe. That's going to do a tremendous amount of damage, and that should be enough. It does the trick there. Rival Esports with a great first push, and then capitalizing on that advantage the entirety of the game.
Rival Esports are at match point. Only one more game to go back up to the upper bracket and find themselves in the grand finals against Na'Vi, looking to reprise their role in the final match of the Rival Cup. They've been there many times before, and they look like they belong, judging by their performance so far today. Effort Result are not having a good time into this. Looks like Rival Esports have really covered their bases. Not only that, but you pointed out, Spoo, this Barley is a result of them spotting a weakness in the Effort Result draft. There's not a proper response to this Barley.
That's a difficult thrower to deal with. It just, now, this is the advantage you can get. They don't even need to commit to a hard push here. Just control the central position, protect Mameshi while he chips away, gets the last call, gets residual damage. And that's going to change matchups as well. You know, the damage onto the Primo, now onto the Carl in the backline. And it looks like we're barreling into another base race. IC is going to drop here to that burn. But we saw the story in game number 1. Didn't work out in their favor. Effort Result is put into a really bad spot. The final layer of shielding going to be going down. This is their last chance. They have to make this push work.
Rival Esports going in with all of their might. Here comes the hypercharge from Carl. Rival looking for the defense. Will be able to break through the second shield. Naipishu has to go for a defense of his own, though, trying to make Terry jump. Went for a little short hop, and that's the El Fuego that they needed to get the takedown. Mameshi in with a super. IC now pursuing the right side. Naipishu looking for a takedown. IC gets the the dash. Wow, what a narrow interaction. And the Edgar jump forward. Can it be defended? Terry jumps onto the point. That's enough damage to get them to the grand finals. Rival Esports with a 3-0 sweep.
Wow, Rival Esports, they're just understanding priority of the picks here. It looks like the second pick on pit stop just always seems to be superior, and Terry is off grabbing probably another monster already.
Yeah, if I had to bet.
Yeah, I would do so as well, pretty much, you know. Wahuchi, though, I mean, it's probably going to be reviewing the games here, thinking back to where it all really went wrong there. And I think it's really in the ban phase. I'm very surprised to not see more tank bans inside pit stop, especially when we've already seen Bull have such a tremendously high win rate just due to the fact of how versatile this brawler is. It's just so annoying to deal with. It just feels like Primo, but just way better in terms of the cycling, in terms of the damage. I completely expect that Bull is probably going to get a bit of a tuning before the next monthly finals.
I had this sneaking suspicion, right? Because there's got to be like, gosh, with how busted Ali is as well, there has to be some kind of maintenance coming up along the way. And maybe they'll nerf Bull just a little bit because, man, at this point, he is sneaking through the draft. Keep in mind, he's totally bannable. So why isn't he being banned? Is it just that there's a saturation of super strong brawlers at the top that, despite how strong he is, other brawlers are still more deserving of that spot? I'm getting the sensation of, yes, that is the case. There's still more competitive Brawl Stars to be played between now and even the monthly qualifiers. And there's still more Brawl Stars to be played for the remainder of the Rival Challengers League finals. We have distilled it down, Spoo, to the top 2 competitors.
That's right. Let's recap two of the fallen teams today. We started with 4. We lost Reject first. Now we see Effort result. They finished third. This is a slight improvement in their results from the first season. I mean, in the second season, they've gone up by 1 additional placement, but nonetheless, 0-3-0-3 from them. And that brings us to the only non-sweep match of the day, the only non-sweep rematch between Na'Vi and Rival Esports. It was so close in that upper bracket semi-finals. I expect that now in the grand finals, it will be even closer. The teams, they understand completely how the other team wants to play. If they remember the bans from those first initial maps, assuming the maps that they hit are the same, they could potentially cook up something right now to prepare for that and change up the dynamic. Nonetheless, though, it's been a surprisingly quick day here at the RCL. We're already at the grand finals.
Surprisingly? Well, okay, you know what? That's true. Because those first couple of matches took legitimately 2 hours. It took so long to get through them. Even that, like, 3-0 between Reject and Epa result, I had a feeling that this one was going to go the distance when we watched Na'Vi versus Rival Esports, but the rest of them have gone lightning fast.
To our benefit, at that, in a way, we're going into the final matchup of the day. We talked a lot about Na'Vi and their renewed sort of vigor inside the scene. We saw them take out Crazy Raccoon in the BSC, and now they've taken out, well, Rival, who also took out Crazy Raccoon yesterday, which is a pretty big deal. Na'Vi didn't get to play up against Reject today. That would have been an absolute banger to watch as well. Watching the renewed Na'Vi go up against the Goliath that is Reject. They seem to have adapted to the patch faster than any other team, and there we go. Taking a look at our 2 finalists here. Kuru on the side of Na'Vi, volunteering himself to be on cams, going up against Cherry. And already we're headed to the open business. Is this the same map that we saw in this upper bracket semifinals? Possibly. Is it the same draft? Absolutely not.
No, it's time for a Jae-Young first selection and then Barry Frank across the way. I have a feeling that we're going to watch a total slugfest. This is going to be the battle of 2 compositions centered around a support and also just tankiness in general. I'm seeing potential for, like, well, with Hank banned out. There we go. Yeah, something to counter that. Frank, just really got to see a tank counter in general. But the shortcoming of Buster is that his DPS isn't very good. He's able to 3-shot stuff. You could, like, totally kill a Barry, honestly, but a Frank, no, not at all. It takes you not just 3 Buster shots, it's going to take you like 5 or 6 to take down a Frank, and he just has, like, some of the worst reload speed in the game. You're not going to do it alone, so Na'Vi, where do they draw this DPS from? They banned out the Griff already. It's going to be... That's not DPS, but that's actually one of, like, the worst things you could pick into Frank. But I go crazy, I guess.
I was just gonna say it, that I think Na'Vi's locked into it. They have to pick it. If not, Rival Esports will take it. And if Rival take it, it's GG. It's complete GG. It's the same comp that Rival ran last time, except now it's even more menacing. He's gonna bury with it. And yeah, so okay. Rival gotta lean back in their gaming chairs just a little bit here, and they've gotta, like, slow down the pace of the game. They're using this Frank as the wall break, and they're gonna opt to go for some old meta strats. This is literally old meta played by Rival Esports going up against the new meta of Na'Vi. It's time to see whether it actually works. I think a really interesting thing that we have to keep our eyes on is, does IC take noise cancelling here? Does he maintain with the pull? Because
Looks
up
like
against
pull.
Ryohei, that's pretty much the only way that he could get caught here. The Doug is obviously, you know, not going to be able to run you down. I mean, you're just going to have a 1 versus 1 fight here. And this renewed Doug, I think it's hard for me to gauge the interaction, but I think if he plays the team fights well, Achapi will effectively be immortal. Okay, big pull from Ryohei, but even bigger pull from IC.
Noise cancellation, who wants that, especially when your teammates run up? Hey, you ever, like, played a bot game and you see how they all run at you? That's pretty much what happened off the beginning. IC is denied the second time, though. Thankfully, from Rival Esports bunching together and from staying close to his team, Ryohei was able to get a super, but you can't block every single super. I do have the confidence that Na'Vi know how to dodge these Frank hypercharges. It is a predictable pattern, and honestly, the projectiles are pretty spread, like, far apart. But that's about all the counterplay they're going to get aside from Ryohei. having this. And there's the hot dog of resurrection. Finally, we get to see it used on a teammate to actual success, but a team wipe from IC. Rival Esports, you said it. They get to lean back in their gaming chairs.
Ryohei though, he's not going to be giving up just yet. Now popping the hypercharge, getting the pull in. But it feels like the same interaction that we saw. The hot dog's on top of Ryohei. He's going to get the respawn there. Not fast enough for Chapi to get the heal. That's an interaction we got to keep out on. Terry, though, remains at large inside the mid. There is no damage on the Na'Vi comp. For some reason, Kuru is not interested in really dealing with him right now. And IC has already returned back into the mid. They only need 9%. So Rival Esports, they're going to take a chill pill. Wait for Terry to come back. Now a pull. And another pull to respond to that. Another pull on top of that. Doug going to respawn. And a stun onto Ryohei. This kill, one more hit should do the trick. Just running it down now. Kuru trying to survive. Terry's back inside the mix. And the points count up for Rival Esports. 1-0 after an absolute hot doggy, mustard-worthy bloodbath of a game.
That's a wonderful way of putting it. Super poetic. Yeah, like mustard scattered everywhere and just like condiments litter the ground after that total melee of a game number one. We'll get into game number two momentarily and inspect the action once more. It's going to be a different start this time. In fact, we're going to be spectating Rival for a change. Rival Esports, they managed to get game number one. It was domination. They broke open the walls with Frank. Frank was good in his own right as well. They just have something for every stage of the game, really. Even when those walls are broken down, Terry is still going to be excellent because he provides that survivability to really the center point of the whole composition. Ryohei gets that pull, but unfortunately, IC is overlapping his shield. Picks up another kill onto the right side, onto a Choppy, and Na'Vi are really out of moves.
Looks like an absolute outdraft coming up from there. Trapped to pick up the Doug, and then Cursed to deal with IC. Now Terry cycling super, hypercharge after hypercharge, stun to go out onto Ryohei. It's a sort of backline attempt. Now Chapi tries to play 1 versus 3. IC winds up the stun. He's ready for it. Mamishi with the powered shot just to finish things up. Na'Vi is just pushing into a brick wall, and now Terry is back. You got a pull from Ryohei, but that's just giving IC a free stun. Okay, some signs of life from Na'Vi. Just kidding. No, 99%. Mameshi's teasing them. He can just walk in. He can just walk in. He's BMing. He can literally just walk in.
KD farming.
Stop.
Well, Ryohei's going to get a super up here, but all IC needs to do is practically sneeze on this point to guarantee a set for Rival Esports. That one's rough. If you're in Navi's position, then you're well aware that, like, bro, we got outdrafted. We outdrafted ourselves after our 2-3. I mean, that's how early this was won by Rival Esports. You see, like, the Buster come out, that's not going to do enough DPS. And you said it, Spoo, that they were sort of locked into running this Doug, and Doug is one of the worst things that you can pair up into Frank. It's okay. Let's think about Rival Esports' composition here and analyze. If I asked you what would be like a dream comp on this map, then I think literally this is the most perfect that you can get it. It's Frank, Barry, B. Literally the like two best synergies for Frank probably in the entire game are present on Rival Esports.
It felt like Rival Esports were achievement farming there even. I mean, we've got new records now in the game, right? IC got so many 3-man stuns in that game. He probably would have, if you could get it in lobbies, he would have gotten it here. I don't know if you can, but IC might have gotten that record ticked off, you know, get a 3-man Frank stun or whatever. But man, Rival Esports just so intelligent, as you said. You pick up the barrier and the Frank, you bait out, you know, big damage from the other team, and you make them realize that as soon as the Buster came out, it was kind of over. Yeah. Now though, headed into Crystal Arcade. Na'Vi, they're gonna lead this one with, surprisingly, not the bull, not the... What else have we been seeing first pick here? I can't really remember. It's been a long day.
On Crystal, yeah, dude, even like the Buzz has been worth of the first pick, but check it out, it's double banned.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are educated enough at this point to know that this brawler is not okay.
He's here.
You know what is okay, though? More IC bull.
Yo, so finally we see like a little bit of truth spoken by Bull, because if you remember, he says no one beats the Bull. And it feels like kind of honest right now instead of just needless gloating by the guy. since this rework, he's been crazy. And now that there's a Gray teleporting things into mid, it just got even more interesting. Navi's reaction to this has to be just raw DPS. I'm even thinking like a bow could be pretty good here. Throw some mines down on the TP. That might be a nice way to do it. Chester fills the same role. Note that Kenji is still open, so that's going to be some upfront DPS that will be able to like 2 or 3 shot at Kenji from most positions. Navi also need to find a solid mid for themselves, or maybe it'll be a little bit more untraditional. I don't think Chester is the safest mid that they can go for, but they may be in a position where they just sort of have to take what they can get. Janet's their mid. That's about as safe as it can get, really. What you lack in DPS, you make up for in utility that you can scout bushes, you have piercing, and most importantly, you are able to escape with gems.
We're gonna have to see though whether that is successful, because the last attempt that we saw here with it didn't really work out well. Now a Tara pickup for the side of Rival Esports to just wrap up their comp. This is another interpretation of the Gray strategy as a whole. As long as Cherry gets up dimensional doors inside the mid, Kuru is gonna have to be so careful, because you can literally instantly get caught by gravity if you place it properly. If you even throw it right at your feet, it's basically a Jackie super, and it's got no animation. So there's no way to sort of fly out of it if it's, you know, played well. And look at the side lanes. I don't know what this Lily is gonna do. I think he has to basically just keep trying to go for Mameshi in the mid, which inexplicably will end up feeding that dimensional doors.
Okay, noted. Ooh, instant hook, and the walls are starting to break down for Ryohi already. And there's numerous ways to break the walls down for Rival Esports if that's what they really want to do. I think it would help. Oh, Ryohi with a little peek shot to eliminate Terry. We'll see Mameshi also getting totally surrounded by Kuru and a Choppy. Really, though, the main thing is Mameshi needs to get this TP up, and he's a good Gray. There's some excellent clips of Mameshi on the Gray. He's very capable, but he needs to hit at least one more shot, I believe, in order to get that teleport up and start enabling the Bull to get in position for free.
Yeah, Rival Esports is just cycling deaths, just desperately trying to get their supers, but they're already 7 gems behind. This is not very good. They need a reset to come soon. There we go. Finally, Dimensional Doors comes online. It's going to immediately pull a sacrificial play now, and we see the poison onto Terry. Probably going to die here. There's too much damage between that drop the base, as well as the residual poison. Now 10 jumps scooped up. Icy, though, he has a stun. Ooh. Goes up to Kuru. Chains out onto a Choppy. Takes to the sides. Whoa. Just very fortunate that he had that ability, and that Real here just popped the hypercharge, ran away. And it looks like if Na'Vi just capped this off, okay, the hypercharge gravity gonna be pulling it in. IC needs a charge to get out of there, tries for it, doesn't find it. Now Mameshi scoops at some of it. Dimensional Doors to retreat out, but chased down immediately by the rest of Na'Vi. Reset the position, reset the counter. It's still in Na'Vi's favor.
It looks hopeless for Rival Esports at this point, honestly. They're facing a Lily who can duck into the Shadow Realm where no one can touch her. 5 seconds to go, and Lily is bound to be in there where she cannot be interrupted by Rival Esports. 1 game secured for Navi.
1-0 from Navi in this set. They need one more to tie it up. And looking at how they played, they seem to be dealing with this Bull situation very well. Turns out, if you just give Bull 3 bad targets, if the best target for a Bull is a Chester on the map, then that just might be the map to do it. Now, Rival Esports, though, I think they might have to make some changes here. They want to go for better matchups. There we go. The lane swaps are out. They're going to put IC onto Ryohi. Both are going to mutually charge their supers. Ryohi's going to win the first matchup, though. That's pretty huge.
Oh my goodness. Not only did he win that first matchup, but he took down the Meshi as well. That secures gem number 4 for a Choppy. Not a shred of control for Rival Esports. But once IC takes enough damage, he's going to be getting that super, and he has it now. And he spies a little Choppy. A Choppy doesn't have a super yet. Could be just 1 shot away. The Meshi needs to keep his distance so that he can properly deny that supercharge to a Choppy. Gets the TP in, and the gems topple to the ground. They're split between Ryohi and Kuru. IC trying to pursue Kuru, but it's a fruitless endeavor. Was trying to predict his positioning and neglected to go through those walls as well. Maybe an effort to preserve things for Tara wound up being just not the best decision making. Rival Esports just 1 gem away from facing a countdown. At least they have some pressure now, but still, IC has not been able to execute on this Bull. It's like you said, they're just not good targets for him.
Whoa, Mameshi Dimensional Doors with the Hypercharge gets the 3-tap out. It's gonna transfer the gems onto, as you mentioned, the worst target possible, Ryoki. He can just hide in the Shadow Realms once the clock ticks down to the last remaining seconds. Oh, but the immediate start and teleport in from Mameshi. Combo plays come out from Rival Esports. The steal is successful, and now Terry has to secure the retreat. Ryohei goes in, gets one jump onto Mameshi, but he's so slippery. Dimensional Door is out. MVP has gotta go to Mameshi. He played out of his mind this game.
There is a reason he has a reputation on the gray. The TP was exactly where it needed to be. But I see on that bull, unthinkable, seemingly a game-losing scenario, he recovers. He decided that he was going to rush in onto one target, decide not to prioritize the Lily, who is holding on the gems. Hopefully, or I believe, trying to bait out that Vanish gadget. This is an interesting approach from Rival Esports, by the way, off the beginning. They decided to triple stack that left lane, and even still, they were no match for the might of Ryohei on this Lily.
This Lily first pick really just uncontested so far, showing us the might of this brawler, getting that new Hypercharge online, the stat buff previously as well. Just such a big deal for all these matchups, and Ryohei has been masterfully executing just so much damage onto IC. I never thought I'd say the words that Lily beats Bull, but turns out it does. Burst damage is better than shotguns, apparently, and that's gonna put Terry in a weird spot, though. Gravity gonna be pulling in a Choppy, but not enough damage to bring him down. Mameshi was disciplined on the Dimensional Doors there.
He's got one up his sleeve. That's a takedown for IC on the right side. Ryohei eliminated. Free positioning for whoever wants it. Looks like Mameshi is hungry for a few gems. Oh, and the yank on Nakuru to pull him through the indestructible. Hardly an opportunity for IC. And here it comes. Ryohei off to the races, looking for the kill on Mameshi. Gets it, but cannot keep those gems secured. They're going to be left over on the left side as much as IC can preserve them. Will be nice and safe and sound for Mameshi. Still have yet to see a TP for Mameshi. Looks like he might be conserving it for a comeback scenario. IC now in with the dash. Gets 5 gems on his head and a miss of the super for Ryohei. Mameshi gets to pick up that kill, and Rival Esports find themselves in the driver's seat after all of that mayhem.
Hypercharge Gravity coming online very soon for Terry as well. Big resource for them. Hypercharge popped up by a Choppy, though, not using his super just yet. There we go. Takes to the skies. It's going to be quite a lot of damage. Forces IC to dash back into the base. That's very, very unideal for this Bull. This takes so much time for him to charge up one of those supers, and now tied up 9-9. It's probably going to have to bank off Terry to try to get back an advantage, but he's already so low HP. There we go. Nice pull there from Mameshi, but no commitment there from him. And it's actually IC up against Ryohei that's going to fall here. The dust settles, and now he's going to walk away with every single gem on the map.
There's a hypercharge from IC, though. He's looking for a target. A Choppy up in the sky. As free as a bird, can't be touched with all of the gems for the squad. Rival Esports, despite their best efforts and despite their gameplay around Mameshi's teleport, it was just slightly off. And Terry on this Tara was not able to really do anything. He wound up 0-5 just within the game. Let's look over the course of the set, too, and observe the numbers. Oh, goodness. Hey, we can get this off the screen really quick. It hurts a little bit to look at.
There's one player in particular. He's got an unlucky number as his number of deaths. And let's point out the obvious. That was a last pick selection as well.
Yes.
Last picks usually are the strongest picks in your draft. Not like this. Not like this.
Gosh. Well, that equalizes the score. I wouldn't have our finals any other way. Navi at 1 set, and Rival Esports at 1 set as well. We're going to a set 4 at absolute minimum, and to be honest, wouldn't mind seeing a set 5. We're going to be gearing up for our next draft very soon, but a familiar face will be returning, Spoo. If you had to guess which heist map we're going to, the most frequent that we've seen today.
Did we really hit pit stop again?
You guessed correctly. Congratulations. You win a salary. I'll start paying you instead of forcing you to do these for free. How's that?
No, that sounds very good.
We are paid,
yes.
everyone. I wanted to make that much clear.
Oh man, that is nice to hear. All right, let's talk draft real quick so that I can earn my keep as a supposed specialist that is allowed to talk about the draft. Love
But
the bans,
he's the
love
one in charge,
bans.
by the way.
I love the bans, okay? Immediately, we see the double Kaze ban coming out. Once again, Na'Vi stick to their guns, ban the Cordelius as usual. But they're not, too hung out about the Bull, actually. Once again, Bull just let through the pull. It looks like both these teams just have an innate understanding of how they want to deal with it. There we go. Na'Vi, they're the ones that sort of brought this to the table first yesterday in the challenge phase. They opted to go for the Charlie as the premier defender, and it didn't work out for them. They did try to use Surge previously as a defender, but didn't really work out that well. So now they're going to lean back and just opt to open up with something that they know works from the Charlie. It's only weak to throwers. Against nearly every single tank on the map, it's decent. So Rival Esports now, they're going to be in a position where they should still... Dude, they've done this like 3 times in a row today.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, buddy. Yes, they keep on landing on pit stop, and they keep on running literally the exact same thing. Someone stop them, like someone humble them ASAP. I guess Carl is a higher priority than Bull? I'm trying to make it make sense to myself. I mean, maybe getting rid of that Carl helps him run a more effective Charlie, because the spiders will do more. Here's the RT as well. Yeah, this one also is like in our recent memory because it was played versus Rival previously. But, geez. Rival
Need a
Esports.
damage dealer.
There has to be some sort of vulnerability for the Bull.
It probably is. But will Na'Vi find it? That's the thing. Will I find it in time? While I'm thinking aloud here, I'm trying to draft a Na'Vi
First thing
now.
that comes
I'm
to your
locking
mind.
In.
You can't say Melody.
It did come to mind, but I didn't think of it as a good pick into the Bull. I just thought of it as like they need damage for the save, and it's between this and the Daryl. And Daryl is not in a good spot at the moment, I think, compared to Melody. I mean, well, it's all right, but it's just like if you roll on the Bull, you die. You roll on the Edgar, he jumps away, and you just look sad. So at the very least with Melody, you present such a big threat on the save that it's gonna force Rival Esports to pick up the Jackie here. And then we'll just pack up and go next draft.
Okay.
Never mind.
All right. Yeah,
You got
cool.
Bali. This is Bali in the pool, and they're like, you know what we fancy, right? We see the
Juju.
Melody, and I guess Juju is slightly better. I don't know. Is our Rival just testing out comps at this point?
I don't think no.
Maybe.
Definitely not. Okay, you say maybe. I say definitely no. They believe that the Juju will work better. I guess we'll find out why. What comes to mind for me is that Juju can probably be pretty good into Charlie because that Grigri has like what 7.2k HP. That thing can tank a lot of shots from the Charlie. Could totally shut it down in the 1v1.
That is true. Who left the legs at home?
Who wants it?
Why
Okay,
is that
okay.
so-
Who wants to attack the safe now? Yeah, I'll just rely on team comps to tell me when someone's near the safe, and I'll just damage them.
It's working.
It looks like IC took a beating. That's just a hilarious way. You left the legs at home. Oh, man.
He's doing it again. He's doing it intentionally. Dude.
Forgot the legs. Jeez. Don't you hate when that happens? You leave the house and you're already halfway to the enemy safe, and that's when you realize that you forgot your bottom half.
I need to catch my breath. And they can't kill him. Cherry's just gonna be locked down. Chappie's got the additional defender in the base, and that's super duper useful. Mameshi's gonna be beating himself up now, wondering why he's not a Bali instead. Yeah, the Grigri's gonna drop. It's doing some damage, but the game's already over. Kuru, the man of action, he's so happy. He's so happy.
That worked?
He's like, guys, I'm the attacker and the defender. Guess what, guys? The tech of the RT that no one explored.
Did we got a split brawler before we got a split cam on RCL? That's almost shameful that we have a brawler that can be on attack and defense at the same time, but we can't ask the same of our camera operator, which is really a robot since I'm handling all the production. But I digress. Navi, what a strat. And yeah, what are you going to do into that as bull? The thing's right under the safe, so if you want to get on top of it, then that's frustrating. Imagine like a hypercharge with that as well, getting real run for your money. We'll finally see RT fall, and Choppy gets the proper defense. Navi got the offense going just a little bit. 4% is all they mustered.
Legs have been planted. Kuru now attack mode activate, going into the back line. Now supporting onto Ryohei. Press the button. No, gonna be felt there by Mameshi. Actually, a vulnerability in the base for Terry and Grigri and Mameshi to beat him up. Kuru asking his teammate, why didn't you protect me?
Like, hey, you're supposed to tell me when someone's over there. That or Kuru was out of ammo. He'd already used it on offense. But he was taken down from home base. Maybe he was getting dangerously close to the enemy side before he found himself mysteriously die, unaware of the cause. So it's not entirely the math. It had its place, but really what happened is they were able to keep their distance. They, of course, being rival esports. Edgar is able to heal off of those legs as well, and he has piercing damage. That's not good for those legs to be left under the safe, and I have to wonder whether Navi are going to try that strategy again. We'll see the Grigri in. That's the shield Grigri, mind you. The Meshi is dealing serious damage to this safe. It's down to 5k. Terry vaults over Ryohei to get the final 6% done. But rival esports are taking so much damage on their own safe, and Terry's been properly defended. 730 remain.
And now, okay, cocooned up. It just needs to buy enough time for the fidget spinner to do enough. They're trying to block every single shot that you can. The shotgun pellets, just too many to go through, barely dealing 700. Just one needed to connect realistically there to finalize the game. And Terry gonna be sitting up, putting his legs up on the gaming chair. He's got to lock in. He knows that this one's really, really important. Can't lose to the Kuru double Jackie Cheese here. It's working out for them. Navi, let's see if Archie decides to leave his legs at home for the 5th time today. He does.
Okay, pants off. Gamer mode activate. It's time to go for some offense, says Kuru, but he's not having a fun time. Not versus IC, who's chained the super together and is now going to extract this first shield with a final 5k shot onto that save. Ryohei does get an appropriate offense on a Meshi who does not yet have a super. It's not really the matchup he wanted either. And Edgar jumps into his destiny, which is to become a big golden cocoon. Wonderfully done. And the takedown for Kuru and Achapi, which you could see from a mile away. That is the cycle that Achapi is going for. He's looking to get some supercharge off of IC while also backing him away. And ideally he rotates over to that lane as well. Terry now pushing in versus Achapi is similarly going to get shut down, and now Kuru gets to do the thing, mark up the safe and deal total destruction, bringing up the first shield.
Yeah, just walk in there, blow it up. Now swapping out his sort of gameplay style, gonna be able to take down this Grigri quite easily as well. Achapi has a dominion over the mid for the entirety of this game. Terry tried to bring him down time and time again, not gonna be able to do so. Now being kited out by Ryohei as well. Achapi just playing the spacing so well. Kuru though, just a little bit too far forward there. Thought it was the right time to go in. It's gonna be brought down there. That's gonna buy time for Terry now to go on the offense. IC flattens Ryohei. Splat.
Down on the ground. Just a residue left in his wake. Here comes Terry with a hypercharge vault to the enemy side. Achapi getting the super down, but Terry remains alive. IC pops out of the coon, renewed and ready to put even more bullets into the safe, but he cannot get this next shield out. Only gets it down to 26%. Meanwhile, on the home front, we'll see rival esports drop to just 14%. And that final shield is extracted from there. Terry did cycle out a super, but wasn't able to use it in time. IC now circling around the left side. Needs to get through this RT bottom half. Mameshi looking for some additional damage on top of the safe, dealing some damage to the RT bottom half as well. 8%. It's a lead at the moment, and the enemies just keep pouring in. Navi doing their best to fend them off. Terry with a final shot. Ryohei tried to take him, but you can't tank a piercing shot. Rival with a set win. They're one away from victory.
That was perhaps one of the most untraditional games of Heist I've ever seen. And man, this kind of stuff just makes me realize how much I love this game, man. Like,
yes.
Honestly speaking, like that That had everything. That was hilarious. The amount of tactics that we saw. It was one of those games where it wasn't really down to the mechanical skill of the teams. It was really down to strategy, tactics, team play, ideas, innovation. Achapi has 0% damage on the save, but he has so much damage done at the base. Cocoon after cocoon after cocoon. He tried so hard to get the defense rolling, but he couldn't get it done in the end. It was a really, really close game though. It just came down to maybe just one more interaction that they had to win. And they could have had that one.
It was totally possible. That last one hurts, but you saw it. What happened? Rival Esports, they had this unrelenting aggression. As soon as one brawler was dispatched, another one was already on its way. It was a cocoon onto Bull, perfectly cycled out. Here comes Edgar. Another cocoon onto Edgar. All along the way, Achapi is going, please, for the love of God, deal some damage to the enemy safe. But it was simply not possible. The defense was too strong from Rival. And off of that, they've earned themselves to a possible final set. We knew that set 4 was the most recent final destination that we could be looking at. Rival Esports may bring us there early, unless Na'Vi continue to hold on strong and bring us to a set 5, where we'll all culminate with a bit of bounty action.
Knockout is the name of the game here. Bells rock. Now, Na'Vi leaning back into comfort picks. They want to go to set number 5, but they don't want to start things off too spicy. Gonna lean in with the Gus first pick here. It's just very, very versatile, but we have to point out, Gus has a 0% win rate so far.
Oh no.
The RCL from yesterday at the very least, so theoretically it's already over. Now Rival Esports gonna give Na'Vi a taste of their own medicine. It's gonna be the RT, but this is not Ice RT, this is just traditional RT. And yeah, they thought they did this earlier with the tick as well. It didn't work out in their favor, but it's a strategy to just Rival Esports just so comfortable with, even enough to pick it up 2-3.
Okay, yes, just really safe, really comfortable. Tick, you hang back, you don't usually get that aggro, you have a shield that can keep you alive if someone gets quite a bit of damage on you, and then you're also looking at Terry over here with the RT that has good survivability, decent damage, not like too much. Now previously, when we saw the Tick here, it was paired up with the Ollie. This time it's going to be playing into the Ollie. Not something Tick really wants to be facing, because Ollie operates as an assassin with high health, and Tick doesn't have good burst damage up close, and he's really good at getting assassinated. So Na'Vi are looking to apply the pressure there. I think that's a pretty favorable matchup for the Ollie. Rival Esports, also note that they've gotten rid of that Angelo, so that's like a top pick here, no doubt, but I think previously that was a pretty big struggle on this map. Ended up winning some early interactions. Eventually it was overcome, of course, but the Angelo is frustrating to deal with. Rival Esports are sort of gearing up for a late game composition. I think Na'Vi might be doing the same, unless they can get the super combo with Ryohi and Choppy fired up earlier, in which case they may try to end things early.
Possible. Last selection coming in from both teams here. Na'Vi should be picking up theirs very shortly here. It's difficult, especially against this Tick. It's the best thrower in the game, and I was gonna say it, yeah, if they wanna try to at least, you know, get an early pressure in, it's gonna be the Grom as a selection, but I mean, we've seen this in like 2 different editions of RCL and a bit of BSC as well. It has never worked out. Yes, mid, there's a big fat cross where Grom can excel, but aside from that, when push comes to shove and you get into the late game, this guy's shots are still one of the hardest in the game to land. So we're gonna have to really see whether this gamble by Na'Vi is gonna pay off.
Okay, Na'Vi so far are playing super aggressively, trying to get this initial super onto Ryohi, and we'll see Kuru also attempting to do the same. Rival Esports have backed up into their own spawn, but now that IC is back on full health and the lanes have swapped up, they're getting some pretty serious damage. Kuru was dropped really low. Terry got him within an inch of his life. Oh, early takedown into Ryohi. He's paying for that aggression finally in form of his life, and most likely in form of Na'Vi's round over here. This one has to be going to Rival Esports at this point. And now they get the chance to farm up some hypercharges over here. The Meshi IC, especially looking at this, they are at risk of feeding some stuff to a Choppy and Kuru at the same time, but it looks like they've dealt with this pretty swimmingly.
Just very clean execution there from Rival Esports. The last pick of the Charlie here to answer for that Ollie here. That range buff that we talked about, it's not really that you know, big of a change, so to speak. It's not like a stat buff or a speed buff, but range is still really, really important, especially for a map like Knockout. Look at how far that Yo-Yo now goes. You can pretty much compete against Ryoki, but previously, you know, 2 tiles short, it wasn't that good. Now Charlie back at her prime, gonna be really, really annoying, and the Cocoon is always gonna be a threat onto Ryoki. It's really Kuro on the right lane that has to try his best to win out against Terry. That's the only hope here. There we go. Ollie tried to go in there, Ryoki, but immediately, yeah, he's gonna have to force a retreat now.
Retreat underway. But now another renewed offense from Ryohei. He's sort of between a rock and a hard place. Stuck behind this indestructible. Kind of wanted to be there to see if he could get in range of IC. Maybe get a super off of that. He has not gotten a super yet. Hypercharge out from IC to stay alive in the face of this super out from a Choppy. Now a Hypercharge Tick super coming out. No one wants to go in that bottom left anyway, so it wasn't the most impactful Tick Hypercharge, but still kept things back. It's 3v2. One the Cocoon. Memeshi gonna try and get as much damage as possible, but Na'Vi stick this one out.
Found the formula, the late game, as you mentioned, for Na'Vi. Seems to be the timing that they can hit, especially if they can isolate Terry out from there. That's a big resource that they need inside the mid, just the damage deal that they're coming to do against Ryohei. Also fortunate that IC did not have the Cocoon available then to really deny one of the brawlers and just isolate and deal with the other one. So now tied up 1-1. Ryohei, he knows that IC is not close to his super, and so he's going to be looking to get a Hypnosis play in. If you can find it, an early kill combination with a Choppy would be useful.
The Choppy would need to get his super to make that happen, and he's just gotten it now. This is going to be his second super of the game, and he's only a few shots away from getting a Hypercharge 1-2, which is a death sentence for anyone that wishes to exist in mid at the end of the game. So they're actually looking very well equipped for the end times, so to speak. They can go for an early game pick, but they need to put Kuro next to Ryohei. They're looking for a kill now. Terry, low, double kill, triple kill! Oh my goodness! The Wrecking Ball's wreck house.
Choppy really wants that set number 5 and wants to make me eat my words and eat the statistics, throw it out the window. I said the Grom hasn't worked so far. Maybe it was just an execution problem in the past. Because, man, the Choppy's hitting all the shots. That Hypercharge getting on a Grom is a really rare thing to see, and here on Bell's Rock, it's undodgeable. This is the structure of the map.
I've watched numerous sets of Grom where, like, not even a single super is obtained. Usually because his shot is so easy to dodge. But if you're just throwing him around without, you know, that much guidance, then they're especially easy to dodge. But with enhanced knowledge of how your enemies are going to move and where they're going to dodge to, then it gets much easier to hit them. And it gets harder to dodge them for your enemies. That's how Choppy's getting these. It's just mechanical prowess. Because he's good at the game, basically. And I think also he's going to become a key point for Rival Esports to continue denying this Supercharge 2. Just keeping Memeshi on that matchup as much as possible, because it's not that impactful to have someone dodge him for the entire game when inevitably they're going to get hit. Poison's forcing everyone in. It's drive time. Initial kill coming out on Rival Esports. That's 1, that's 2. Memeshi goes into the Poison to deny more abilities to Na'Vi.
Gotta say, a Choppy and Ryohei are just outplaying, outmaneuvering all the mines here from Memeshi. A very, very rare misstep there from the Tick. Constantly, you know, he's supposed to just cover one of the lanes, and yeah, you can see it's just based on the mine placement, allowing Ryohei across there. That's gonna be an easy Hypnosis play from him. Doesn't even need a Choppy to support there. Now IC is gonna have to try to get the cleanup here, but not gonna be able to do so. Terry's the one that's isolated, and now Na'Vi are gonna run away with this one. Cocoon flies out, doesn't even matter. Well executed, well oiled, not enough. Na'Vi, Grom Bomb, radio checks in the house. Actually working off, and you asked for it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna go to match point. It now really could go either way.
Push them to the limit. Na'Vi might make this unstoppable run happen. They have won every single match to get to this point. A 5th and final set. Rival Esports, on the other hand, they lost early on, and they have been fighting their way up to the upper bracket. They've made numerous finals. They've been denied in this position. It's time for them to get a victory. Or is it time for Na'Vi to finally win one of these darn things? Well, Na'Vi have been looking pretty good. Look at a Choppy over here. We centered a lot of the discussion around him, and look, he got a lot of damage. I feel like generally Gus is going to get more damage than a lot of other folks in the lobby, even though he might be lacking on the KD. But no, Kura held his own over here. He picked up just as many kills as the rest of his squad.
4-1, 4-1, 4-2. All members of Na'Vi pulling their weight here, and not many kills on the side of Rival, you know. They're the ones tanking out most of the deaths. The matchups, they didn't look really that great. To be honest here, the Gus going up against the RT, Gus shots are just traditionally so much bigger than the RT. I think the only time that I've ever seen the RT win that matchup is when Site is the one playing the RT. and that's
Fair.
because it's Site RT. But like,
Yes.
yeah, fair enough, right? I mean, that's gonna buy us a 5th and final set. We're headed over to dry season, and okay, 5th and final set. Is it 2 out of 2 dry season? No, we saw Layer Cake earlier today, so this is not going to be a rematch of that map. And now already leading out, Na'Vi start off with a conservative pick again in the form of the Bell. Gus was banned out, so they just picked up the Bell instead. They want to play it close to the chest. Let's see if that formula works.
This is hardly the best first pick, though. It's just comfort. This is Na'Vi playing the game that they are well acquainted with. And also, it has the added benefit of being good against what rival esports are usually comfortable with, which is the aggression, running 2 aggros, the tanks. They're still going to go for it, and they are going to play aggro. They're going to be playing a synergistic comp, very characteristic of this region, of course, if you're tuning in from anywhere else in the world. But Jae-Yong on this map is hands down one of the best selections. I wonder why it wasn't picked up by Na'Vi. I suppose it's because they're leaning into comfort. I feel like this is very much a first pick worthy brawler. To see it go to 2-3 is strange to me.
There we go, the Kenji coming out from Na'Vi. They capped off the previous series with this as well, the Ryohi special coming in. One of the best Kenjis in East Asia and arguably in the world as well. Now on the final pickup, are they going to be opting to go for a supportive pick here to go and back it up, or do they want to go for another tanky selection and just double down on that aggression? Lots of directions that they could go here. A lot of structure inside their comms. Bell's not the best of supports, if I gotta be honest here. So that formula has already been taken out here. There we go. It's gonna be a Charlie there in anticipation, I think, of a last pick potentially being an aggressive brawler. They just want to cover the base. Rival though, they're gonna lean in on the, I would say the what's the term? The prodigal son, or in this case, the bugged buzz. As a final, you know, attempt here to win this final matchup. In its current state, Buzz is able to win the interaction against Kenji up close, which is not usually supposed to happen. So this is going to be a big one that Ryohi has to be careful to play around and probably try to avoid that matchup and give it to a Choppy instead.
It's also a real comfort brawler for Terry. This is one that he plays a bunch. It's one that he has played in a lot of different situations where he's been given the chance to do it. And also I would note that this is a brawler that he was able to play into the Frank as well. So look forward to that. Judging by the fact that Terry has his arms crossed, I'm guessing that someone dodged or something like that, or that a game crashed. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Well, then we're going to have to get a redo of the draft. But nonetheless, once we get that squared away, we'll be headed into the final set.
You're right.
It was?
I see.
Yeah, I was waiting for kind of a while. Waiting for a while to see the spectate.
I see his game froze.
I see. It's always your fault, I see. JK, we'll just get a redraft. You know what I'm looking forward to? Is seeing the fastest draft in history.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get a redraft of that in just a moment over here. But until then, yeah, tell us what's up.
Give me a moment. Yeah, I'm the one resetting the lobby. Who
These
won
are-
game 1?
These are always fun because you gotta reset all the way up until set 5.
Yes, yes. All right. Wait, who won set 1? It was Rival. Who won set 2? It was Navi. Was it Navi? Yeah, it was Navi. Then it was who won set 3? It was Rival. Then
I
who
literally
won set
see you
4?
awarding the points in real time.
It was Navi. And then now please dry season. Dry season.
Okay.
Yes!
Hooray,
Yes!
we got it.
Let's go!
I love gambling.
Let's go!
Did you know
Let's
that
go. Okay.
Do you know
Let's
that-
go.
Drew endorsed gambling? Or what did he say? Or was it Marzio? In the last Brawl Talk, he said like 99% of the time, or you can only lose like 100% of your money. But you can gain up to
Man.
400%.
Man, Brawl is getting like it's growing up, right? I think it's growing up with the player base.
It makes
Let's
me
just put it that
happy.
way.
It makes me very happy to see Brawl growing alongside its player base. What is funny to me is the players going like, "What? You know, I'm 18 now, and I won't stand for Brawl like, you know, saying a bad word." Obviously, I'm opinionated.
All right, there we go. Draft. Whoa, Nita ban, Shelly ban, Colt ban. Whoa, Ollie Buzz picked up. Whoa, Charlie picked up
I
second
love those
pick.
bans from Navi. Just like not even attempting to replicate things to a T. Just pick the same brawlers. Literally the first 3 brawlers. You know, I have to wonder if all 3 of them picked on Shelly and there was a fight over who got to ban Shelly. Like, oh, brother, I guess I gotta ban Nita. Oh, you took Nita, I guess I gotta go for Colt. Okay, folks. Jokes aside, it is all coming down to
Alright.
this. It has been an entire day. It has been a challenge phase. These players, they got into the challenge phase for their performance last month. Now they have earned their way to the grand finals. Will it be Navi to take their very first victory in a monthly final, their very first grand finals, or will it be Rival Esports to resume their championship title? All of your questions answered here and now on Dry Season for set number 5.
It's kicking off to a quick start here. Terry getting a hypnosis here, but doesn't fall inside the base. All the interactions so far going Navi's way. Cocooned up as well. On the final teammate, IC could have potentially gotten the pull there. The hook onto Achapi. Not gonna be enough there. It's Cherry on the Ollie, by the way. Not playing his signature brawler. He just handed over to IC to carry this one. Now Mameshi baiting out Ryohi on the left side, but retreating immediately with that move speed. 9-7 in stars. One interaction to change it all.
Rival Esports looking for their entry point. They've got Mameshi and Terry hanging in close quarters. They split apart for just a moment, and they have to be mindful of this bell trap on their one point of ingress to the enemy side. Terry taking a lot of damage. Hypnosis lands. Ryohi taken down, and now it's a lead for Rival Esports. They're racing back to their own point. IC trying to keep Terry alive. Expert dodges. One more shot from Achapi is enough to take him down. Rival Esports once more trailing, but this time they're enhanced. They have the Hypercharge and Super available for IC. With proper support, it could be a team wipe situation.
Who's gonna hypercharge up his zone? Gotta be careful about that bell with the star power. He can't reload with that star power equipped, which he's using. IC though gonna be going out there. He is marked out now. No ammunition. Can't reload. He's just stuck inside the base. Can't continue chaining. And Kenji in the backline. Ryohi shows why this man should never be allowed to play Kenji. Because if you do, it's a default concession. Rival Esports now 1 game away from elimination. And Navi, 1 more to bring it home to become Rival Challengers League champions. But we have to see if this next game will go as smoothly as this one. The blue star now in contention. Rio is going to be the first one to take it, but can't be punished. No sharpshooters on the side of Rival to do that, but Mameshi tries to get the pick off there, doesn't get it.
Mameshi is keeping Terry alive at the moment. He has taken a proper beating from the Navi roster. On the right side, Cocoon down. A Buzz soon to be released, taking a bit of damage from Achapi and also slowed down. But this time he's got a super, and a good old-fashioned one too. One that'll stun an enemy if he gets close. Terry's gonna go for it, sort of suiciding into the enemy team after he got marked by Kuru. Kuru's ready to deal with any sort of aggression from the enemy squad. and he's also going to be placing down nest eggs in these important choke points. They got 4 to name, but 2 of them are the most accessible, the ones on either flank of the indestructible. Ryohi's still trying to bait this stun out from IC, and Kuru is hitting these shots so reliably. Ryohi briefly hypnotized, but escapes it. That is quite a curve from Kuru.
It's scary as well to deal with. Now that you're marked up, you're basically going to be a 2-shot threshold for either of these brawlers. So Mumeshi's got to be really extra careful with the way he plays it. Now Terry trying to make that move, immediately cocooned up. Hypnotizing himself, actually. It's a pretty interesting interaction, but I see Spider-Manning it up. Managed to get 1 pick off, but he did trade out Terry in return, though. And now he has to try to escape out of from the base or wait for his team to rejoin him for one last fight.
30 seconds to go. 20 seconds marks the last possible offensive time for Rival Esports. Beyond that, they're not able to respawn and take things back. Icy would love a hypercharge. Looks like he's waiting for the proper moment. 15 seconds now, closing in. They're going to have to go for Ryohi. Ryohi has his hypercharge stuck in the cocoon on the right side. Buzz soon to emerge. Here's a hypercharge. Double kill for Ryohi. A choppy with the kill on the bottom right. Navi lead 10 stars on to victory. And a win for Navi, your Season 3 Rival Challengers League champions.
Congratulations to Navi. Finally bringing one home for them. GG, well played to the entire team. Kuru cracks a smile. Terry not looking too pleased with himself, especially in that final draft. Looking at the stats, I think you can understand why. The poor man was 1 to 6. The playmaker of the team stuck on the ollie, not being able to do much against Kuru and the Choppy. No real good matchups for him, I'm gonna be honest here. Navi, on the other hand, Ryohi, just 16 stars to his name. Need I say more? This man, every time you put him on Kenji, expect to be in for a treat.
Wow, that was real rough. I mean, Terry's on the cams, and you see him put up really the worst performance on the team, but as you put it, can you really blame him? There weren't any interactions for him. He was on a brawler that was picked up quite early in the draft alongside Jae-Young, thinking that this is going to be an important one to get alongside the support, and it just wound up not really being it at all. In fact, Terry had to watch IC shine the most on his team on his own signature brawler, or at least what has become his signature brawler over the course of the last couple of days through the challenge phase and through today as well. And with that, we have to crown a new champion here in the Rivals Challengers League. We've had, what, 3 different months. We've seen Rival Esports in the finals numerous times. We've seen Reject win. Now we've seen Navi win.
We've seen a new winner every single Rival Challengers League, and that's something that we love to see. It just goes to show that East Asia, no matter what, remains to be a very tight region where any of these teams can win. Now, of course, we're waiting for the final king to actually show up and perhaps win the final Rivals Challengers League. I'm just saying, guys, this guy didn't show up. This guy literally didn't show up.
And you think he'll just appear for the final month, win something, and then be on level footing with everyone else? I mean, I guess the points could theoretically work out that way. We don't have double points, though, folks. Keep in mind.
We do not. But we also have a tighter point spread.
That's
so
true.
Bear in mind that a champion finish gets you 40 points. That will basically guarantee you playoffs already.
Yeah.
Because there's only 4 seasons, so there's not that many points that you can get. We'll have a leaderboard posted on the social media. In the meantime, though, we'll have a final bracket just to recap the day very shortly here. But it's been quite the journey here, yeah. Navi repeating their result from the semi-finals here, but run us through the journey of the entire tournament today, Reddy.
Oh man, it has been a trek throughout the day. So we started off with Reject losing to Effort Result 0-3, or should we position it as Effort Result beating Reject 3-0? I'm not really sure, because the following match for Reject, they got taken down by Rival Esports 3-0. Now, that is objectively, as we see through the results of today, a better team than Effort Result. But Reject, they just weren't themselves today, except for Melty on the camps. He was beautiful as ever, and that was a true blessing to be able to see him, even for one match. But beyond that, Navi started off their day of dominance with a 3-2 victory over Rival Esports in the upper bracket semifinals, which they replicated in the grand final after taking down their opponents in the upper bracket finals, sending effort result down to suffer against rival esports in another 3-0. And we got our grand finale, a new champion crowned in the Rivals Challengers League. And as you said, Spoo, we have seen a different champion every single month. I wouldn't rather have it any other way. I love seeing a new story every single month. And this one's been chaotic. I mean, this is a completely different setting. We got to see true adaptability out of the squad in that this is a brand new meta as of only a few days ago.
That's right. New maps, new meta, new brawlers, new reworks, and we got to see it all. Thankful to the teams for showing me the sausage man. Even more thankful to teach me how to be bull. And now, you know, Charlie, the East Asia flair, got the buff that she needed, and now seems to be a pretty good brawler. Or maybe it's really just East Asia bias and they're picking it everywhere, because I don't even have to check the stats. I know it's the most picked brawler for this tournament for sure. Most picked, most banned has got to go to that. Glad to see Lumi's win rate is horrible as well. As the
Glad to
balance
see.
change seems to. Yeah, we're sick of it, right? I mean, get out
Praying
of here,
on her
Lumi.
downfall.
About time that she's gone here. And yeah, that's about it from us at the Rival Challengers League here at Season 3.
As he said, that's it from us. Thank you guys for tuning in because, you know, without y'all, we're just us. We love doing our job. We're so happy you showed up today and to see some of the new things that we added. I hope you guys noticed all the work that we put in over the last like couple weeks of development. It's all going to improve. I think Spoo is gonna sneeze or he like really needs some rest or something, but he looks like a rabid dog that's about to bite me. So we'll talk to y'all later. We'll see you guys for the Season 4 challenge. It's going to be taking place in about a month. Catch us at the end of July for more RCL action.
Make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.